So good afternoon and welcome to bill hearings for the House Health and Government Operations Committee. I'm your chairman, Jocelyn Pena-Melnick. I'm joined by my vice chair, Ariana Kelly. This is our first session back in person since 2020. So I ask for your patience if we encounter any technical or streaming issues. It will happen. We will encounter them. So I ask for your patience. I want to thank staff for their hard work and our committee council. They have put these bills together today. Please set your electronic devices to vibrate and do not hold conversations in the committee room while testimony is happening. If you need to do that, please be kind and step outside. We're going to hear from the bill sponsor and the bill sponsors panel, followed by all in-person witnesses. So it'll go this way: favorable, favorable with amendment, and unfavorable. Then we'll go to virtual witnesses again. Remember how I said we will encounter technical difficulties? Just be patient. We will do the same: favorable, favorable with amendment, and unfavorable. The bill sponsor testimony is not limited, but please don't do more than 10 minutes if you can help it, because then I'll have to tell you so. While all witnesses will have 2 minutes to provide testimony, and I mean 2 minutes. So there's a timer that is displayed on the screen, and a sound will be played once your time has expired. I usually give you time to sum up your thought, right? So it's not done abruptly. So just be kind and don't take advantage of that, because we have a lot of witnesses, and we'll be here a long time. Please adhere to the committee members. Thank you so much for coming on time. I appreciate each and every one of you. Please adhere to our committee rules of 1 question and 1 answer from the panel. Now, 1 question and 1 answer from each witness, and no stories, just a question. Be brief. Members of the public will be able to view the live stream of this hearing on the Maryland General Assembly website and YouTube. And today we actually will hear the following order. We're going to start with House Bill 705, followed by 321, 497, 420, 470, 633, 418, 361, 322, 274, and the last bill of the day will be 319. I thank you in advance, those of you that will come later on the agenda. Thank you for being patient. Thank you for coming. Madam Speaker, we're honored to host you in our committee today. Thank you for all your hard work. Whenever you're ready, we can begin with House Bill 705, and be so kind and bring your panel. And while the Speaker brings her panel, it is titled Declaration of Rights, Right to Reproductive Freedom. We need another chair. Yes. Good afternoon, Madam Speaker.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Pena-Melnick, Vice Chair Kelly, and the members of the Health and Government Operations Committee. For the record, I am Speaker Adrian A. Jones. I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 705, Declaration of Rights, Right to Reproductive Freedom, whose purpose is to enshrine the right to reproductive freedom into Maryland's Constitution. Last year, I came before this committee with the same bill and the same posture. Before I talk about what the bill does, I'll provide some background for the new committee members and as a reminder to the current committee members who may have forgotten. In 1992, Marylanders voted for Question 6 to guarantee the right to legal, safe abortions. For over 30 years, that right has stood as settled law. But a lot has changed. In just 1 year, the entire landscape has shifted. Last year, when I first testified in support of this bill, the Supreme Court was on the verge of overturning Roe versus Wade and allowing individual states to decide the rights of millions of women across the country. Within the year following my testimony, the Supreme Court issued the Dobbs versus Jackson decision and abandoned nearly 50 years of established precedent set in Roe versus Wade. Now, nearly half of the states in the nation are positioned to ban or heavily restrict abortion, including our neighbor, West Virginia. It makes Maryland health care providers targets for overzealous out-of-state organizations and prosecutors. They will use every tool at their disposal to close our providers and restrict access to health care. It's hard to imagine that Maryland would pass abortion restrictions like we've seen in West Virginia or Texas, but the Dobbs decision has left our state vulnerable. Governors can use the power of the purse and take other actions that limit access to reproductive freedom. These aren't hypothetical scenarios. Last year, we passed the Abortion Care Access Act, which included $3.5 million to address Maryland's abortion provider shortage and train more providers. Governor Hogan withheld that funding, and it wasn't released until this year. We can't uphold the integrity of reproductive freedom in Maryland when access to reproductive services could potentially be limited with the stroke of a pen. House Bill 705 will ensure that the right to reproductive freedom can never be chipped away or used as a bargaining chip. This legislation will enable a ballot measure to constitutionally enshrine the rights of Marylanders to reproductive freedom. Specifically, it recognizes that a central component of an individual's rights to liberty and equality includes the fundamental right to reproductive liberty. This includes the right to make decisions and choices regarding their own reproduction. In other words, their own body. With House Bill 705, we're taking a necessary step to strengthen reproductive rights in Maryland and ensuring those rights can never be up for debate. Madam Chair, I'll now turn it over to my panel consisting of our president, I don't know who's going first. It doesn't matter.
Ms. Karen Nelson?
Yeah, Karen Nelson, Jakia Johnson, and Michelle Siri, who can give additional information on the importance of this bill. Okay.
Thank you, Madam
President
Speaker.
Nelson?
Ms. Nelson, would you like to go first, please?
Sure, I'm happy to. Thank you for having us here today, and good afternoon, everyone. For the record, I'm Karen Nelson. I'm the CEO and President of Planned Parenthood of Maryland. And I am here today representing Planned Parenthood in strong support of Speaker Jones's legislation, House Bill 705. As she mentioned, and as you all know, last year with the Dobbs decision, the U.S. Supreme Court took the unprecedented step of overturning one of our most fundamental rights, the right of an individual to make decisions about their own health care, and they do this by stripping abortion protections that were enshrined by Roe v. Wade. The bill 705 in front of us provides Marylanders with the highest possible level of protection for reproductive freedom. And in the simplest terms, the bill ensures, as the Speaker said, the right of individuals to make and effectuate their own decisions about their own health care, abortion, birth control, and whether to continue a pregnancy. As providers of abortion care, our Planned Parenthood clinicians have experienced the full gamut, the full range of people who come in to access care. Everything from happy couples with children that mutually determine that their family is complete, to graduate students where having a child would alter the course of their life. Tragic stories. But what all of these stories have in common is that they each reflect a personal journey. And they each reflect a unique decision-making process that is special to them only and their right to make their own medical decisions about pregnancy. Many of us in Maryland think that our state is a safe state and that we're immune from the impact of the overturn of Roe v. Wade. It's true, we may feel safer than most states, but we have essentially, with the overturn of Roe v. Wade, lost an essential protection, and we need that here with 705. Thank you.
Thank you. Who will be next? Ms. Jakia Johnson?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair,
Good
Madam
afternoon.
Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Jakia Johnson, and I'm here today on behalf of Maryland National Organization for Women. Maryland Now is committed to working towards accessible reproductive health care for women and people across the state. We support safe and legal abortion because protecting access to abortion effectuates vital constitutional values, including dignity, autonomy, equality, and bodily integrity. We enthusiastically support House Bill 705, the Declaration of Rights to Reproductive Freedom, which recognizes the right to be free from government intrusion into personal life decisions and the right to control one's own body without influence or coercion. Since the Supreme Court's devastating decision to overturn Roe v. Wade stripped Americans of federal abortion protections, an immense urgency in the fight for reproductive health, rights, and justice persists at the state level. The Supreme Court has made it clear that protecting Americans' right to equitable and autonomous health care is not a priority. However, in Maryland, we have the opportunity to reimagine what is possible for our communities by creating a future that will create a more equitable health care landscape for all. Thanks to the tireless work of advocates, state elected officials, Marylanders have successfully defended reproductive freedoms within our state, but we cannot stop here. A constitutional amendment is the most comprehensive way to ensure Marylanders have the right to a full range of reproductive health care services, no matter where the balance of power lies in our state government. This is our best chance of ensuring future generations have the autonomy to decide what happens to their bodies and when, and to be a safe haven for those seeking reproductive health care from states where their basic liberties have been stripped away by extremist lawmakers. Abortion is an essential component of health care. It does not need to be justified to anyone at any time. It is for those reasons that Maryland now respectfully urges a favorable report on HB 705.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
so much. You're welcome. Next, Ms. Michelle Siri.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Michelle Siri. I'm the Executive Director of the Women's Law Center of Maryland, and I'm also here on behalf of the Maryland Legislative Agenda for Women, MLaw. I'd like to first thank you all for the opportunity to testify today, and of course, thank Speaker Jones for her leadership on this issue. Now, we've heard in 2022, the Supreme Court issued its radical decision in Dobbs, which overturned 50 years of constitutional protection and legal precedents. And among the many arguments contained within that opinion was a position that because reproductive freedom wasn't integrated within our nation's laws at the time of the 14th Amendment, those rights can't be existing within our current constitutional framework. But I'd like to point out what else wasn't within our nation's history at that time. The right to vote for African Americans wouldn't happen for another 2 years. The right for women to vote wouldn't happen for another 52 years. The right for a woman not to be raped by her husband didn't happen for more than 100 years later. So let that sink in. It means that the decision and the travesty left in its wake was based upon a body politic that excluded so many of us. Decisions have been made about us, but not with us. And this cannot be allowed to be the case in Maryland. Now, the Dobbs Court was very clear that the issue of abortion rights must be sent back and is within the control of the states. And so that is why we are here before the legislature asking Maryland to do just that. If we want to ensure reproductive freedom for generations to come, we must act definitively, we must act explicitly, and a constitutional amendment is our strongest way to do that. And by using a strict scrutiny standard, we're ensuring that the right to reproductive liberty and freedom is unequivocal. So I've said it before, and I will say it one last time, hopefully, it is not enough to be just pro-choice in Maryland anymore. We must guarantee the fundamental right to reproductive freedom today in order to guarantee it for future generations tomorrow. Thank you very much again, and I urge a favorable report on House Bill 705.
Thank you for your testimony today. Now I'm going to open it up for questions from the committee. First, we have Delegate Chilega.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank
pleasure.
you all for being here. Great to see you, Madam Speaker, in our committee. I have a question about late-term abortions. So these are being done in Montgomery County, we know that, and late-term abortions of healthy babies. And the only requirement would be mental health, which is not even required to be certified by a mental health provider. The woman has a mental health crisis, they can go have an abortion in Montgomery County of even a full-term healthy baby. And then the woman is not required to get postpartum mental health or anything. So I wonder that this constitutional amendment will not just codify that practice of aborting late-term babies, but potentially do worse than that. So would you be open to an amendment that would protect late-term babies that are healthy?
Who will be the best person to answer the question?
I'm happy to answer that, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question, Delegate, and the answer in sum is no. We are not willing to entertain that amendment because we still believe 100% that the decision has to be made between the patient and their provider. And there are very complicated reasons why abortions occur later in pregnancy, and those decisions, again, we believe strongly must be made between the patient and the provider.
Do you have a follow-up? Yes. Because we have one question, but I'll allow the follow-up. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just to be clear, there'll be no provision to protect full-term healthy babies from being aborted as they're currently being done in Montgomery County.
There may be a provider testifying later that can give you more medical answer to that, but my answer to that is that there are not healthy full-term babies being aborted. There's a different medical procedure that is involved in that situation, and so that is not happening, but we do not want those limitations placed on here because we need to make sure that decisions can be made between the provider and the patient at whatever time is necessary.
Thank you. I see one more question. Delegate Chisholm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess my question is kind of a follow-up to Delegate Chilega. Is based on what you're stating is, and I know there's always been conversation about what is a viable baby. To you, if we pass the bill, it doesn't matter about the viability of the baby. You might understand that. Whether 9 months or not, it's just completely going to be left up to the doctor and the mother.
So our current law, as it is, has language that says that the state shall not restrict abortions up until viability, and that afterwards, if there is a danger for the woman's health or life, or if there is a significant abnormality, and I don't have that language exactly, but that's the general language. This does not change that, and we 100% again support that decision because again, it's very complicated, and I urge you, I know that there will be people talking and testifying about their abortions later in pregnancy, and I urge you to really listen to them and listen to how heartbreaking those decisions are, but those were decisions that were based in medicine and based with the provider, in consultation with the provider.
My pleasure. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony today. We really appreciate it. Next, we have Ms. Lisa Jordan, Ashley Esposito, Shannon Sullivan, and Elizabeth Sachs. Those are favorable testimony. There's 4 chairs, so all 4 can come up, please. And as soon as you sit, will you be so kind and start your testimony? Who will get started?
I will, Madam Chair, if that's
Thank
all right.
you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Lisa Jordan with the Maryland Coalition Against Sexual Assault. We're here in strong support of House Bill 705. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your leadership. It is, as always, amazing on behalf of women and others in Maryland. Access to abortion care and to reproductive liberty, it's vital for survivors of rape. The CDC reports that almost 3 million women in the U.S. experienced rape-related pregnancy during their lifetime. A 3-year longitudinal study of rape-related pregnancy in the U.S. found that 5% of rape victims of reproductive age, so that's between 12 and 45, became pregnant as a result of that rape, with the majority of those pregnancies in adolescence. Because we know that adolescents are more likely to become pregnant as a result of rape because they're less likely to be on birth control or to seek emergency contraception following a rape. Of the women who became pregnant as a result of rape, half terminated the pregnancy, about a third kept the child. These reproductive choices should be protected by our Constitution. Survivors of reproductive coercion also need access to abortion care and reproductive liberty. Reproductive coercion is a form of intimate partner violence where a woman's partner tries to control reproductive decisions by preventing access to or tampering with birth control or forcing sexual intercourse with the intent of causing pregnancy. And of women who are raped by an intimate partner, 30% of them suffered reproductive coercion from the same partner, with 20% reporting that their partner tried to get them pregnant when they didn't want to or tried to stop them from using birth control, and 23% reporting that their partner refused to use a condom. These survivors need access to reproductive liberty. The Maryland Coalition Against Sexual Assault urges the Health and Government Operation Committees to report favorably on House Bill 705.
Ms. Ashley Esposito.
My name is Ashley Esposito. I live in Baltimore City, and my story is a story of reproductive freedom. It almost wasn't, which is why I strongly support HB 705 to take the first step in establishing reproductive freedom as a constitutional protection right in Maryland. I almost didn't have access to an abortion because access in Maryland is neither equal nor without obstacles. In 2017, I was just about to hit send on the invitation for my baby shower when we got the worst news of our lives. We went in for our anatomy scan, and the medical staff was silent. After some silence, they told us the prognosis is poor. Our baby didn't have any amniotic fluid because they didn't have any kidneys and were missing vital parts of their urinary tract system. Every breath that I took was crushing the pregnancy. This is a pregnancy that I wanted so badly. I had an abortion knowing what my body was doing. I could not live with that. I know without access to reproductive care, I would have been further traumatized, or I would have taken my own life. The minute the prognosis was poor, politics entered the room. I did not sign a consent form for politics to enter my exam room. Immediately, there was tension among the staff. We were already past 20 weeks. In the hospital we were at doesn't provide abortion care after 20 weeks. We needed a referral, and referrals take time. Making new appointments takes time. At the time, there were no providers in Maryland who offered care past 24 weeks, and we barely got an appointment. I ended up needing a second abortion in 2018, and it was deja vu. Like many people in this state, we found out that we carried a gene for a deadly genetic disease. For genetic carriers like me, if we want to have a healthy pregnancy to term, in vitro fertilization is our only path to have a baby to bring home. IVF allowed us to test for healthy embryos in advance that would not carry our disease. That's how me and my husband finally had a successful pregnancy, and why I'm a parent of a beautiful child named Vinny today. From the first horrible news I received back in 2017 to the wonderful news I receive every time I see my son smile, my story is a story of reproductive freedom. It is essential
It's okay.
for people.
Take your time. Take your time.
It is essential for people like me, for all Marylanders, to have that reproductive freedom. To have reproductive freedom become a constitutional right. Thank you for your time.
And thank you, Ms. Esposito, for sharing your story. The committee really appreciates it. Thank you very much. Who will be next?
I'm Reverend Shannon Sullivan. I'm a United Methodist pastor serving in Frederick, Maryland. I'm a lifelong Marylander, though, from Harford County mostly. And as a pastor, one of my guiding verses comes from the Gospel of John, the 10th chapter, where Jesus says, "I came that they might have life and have it abundantly." And for me, like for Ms. Esposito, that abundant life is about having access to adequate medical care, including abortion. Some of you may have noticed that I'm pregnant, and this is my 6th pregnancy. I've had 4 losses. I only have 1 living child at home, and 2 of those losses I had to manage through abortion care. I have balanced translocated chromosomes, which means that I have a high risk of passing on a chromosomal abnormality that is incompatible with life. But I also have a history of having an insufficient cervix, which means that I can lose a baby before viability. And these things won't go away with subsequent pregnancies. And so in order to get pregnant this last time, I had to make sure that I would have access to abortion care if I needed it. Access to abortion, especially for those of us in the pregnancy loss community, is about protecting our bodies and our families from further harm in already terrible circumstances. It is about reaching for what little bit of abundant life we can scrounge up in grief. So I urge you to consider my needs of Ms. Esposito, the needs of all of our families when you're considering HB 705.
Thank you for sharing your story as well. Next, please.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pimentel and members of the committee. My name is Elizabeth Sachs, and I'm the Deputy Administrative Officer for Health and Community Services for Baltimore County Executive John Olszewski. I'm honored to be here today to testify in full support of HB 705, which you know would, if passed, authorize a constitutional amendment be placed on the ballot in November 2024 to enshrine the right to reproductive freedom in Maryland's Constitution. For almost 50 years, women in Maryland and much of the United States could count on access to a full suite of reproductive care, including that which would have supported my women testifying with me here today. And we knew that medical decisions regarding our health, our well-being, and our family planning were between our doctor, our partner, ourselves. But when the Supreme Court overturned those protections afforded in Roe v. Wade, it has spawned a succession of state actions aimed at diminishing that right for women and their families to make decisions regarding our reproductive health. Some states are even criminalizing those who might help a woman access these critical services, and that fact alone is what could impact us at the local level in a jurisdiction like Baltimore County. So as a lifelong Marylander, I'm thankful that we are poised with passage of HB 705 and the referendum to enshrine this right, which unfortunately we now need to enshrine for reproductive freedom, self-determination in Maryland for women facing these kinds of choices. So I respectfully request favorable support for HB 705. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your time. Now I'm going to open it up for questions from the committee. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for coming. We really appreciate it. Next, I would like to call Priya Heychak. And if I did not pronounce your name, I apologize.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Vice Chair and members of the committee. My name is Priya Heychak, pronouns she, they, and I'm here on behalf of Pro-Choice Maryland, the political leader of the reproductive freedom movement in Maryland. As folks have mentioned before me, in June of 2022, the U.S. Supreme Court eliminated one of our most fundamental human rights, the right to an abortion. By returning the decision to keep abortion legal back to the states, SCOTUS has sent a message to our nation that reproductive autonomy is not a human right, but rather a political volleyball to be bounced around according to the whims of whichever political party is in charge. And might I add, off script, this is part of a coordinated effort to eliminate all forms of reproductive and sexual autonomy, including those of transgender and non-binary people who also have abortions. If the federal government isn't going to protect our reproductive liberties, we must do it ourselves. It's past time to stop playing games with our rights to reproductive autonomy and draw a line in the sand. The right to build our families as we as individuals see fit is at the very core of our identities, not only as Americans and Marylanders, but as human beings. A constitutional amendment provides the highest possible level of protection for reproductive freedom in Maryland, ensuring that no matter who's in charge of our state and local governments, Marylanders' fundamental rights to prevent, continue, or end a pregnancy will remain. For the reproductive freedom of Marylanders, as well as our neighbors in West Virginia and in the South and Midwest, who are counting on us to be their lifeline for abortion access. We urge the committee to take the first step in protecting our rights and return a favorable report on HB 705. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Now I'm calling an unfavorable panel. There will be 4 people. The first one is Francis Arlinghaus, John King, Olivia Summers, and Brian Barnwell. If you will be so kind and come up. And there may be some people outside. Would staff please check, make sure? Good afternoon. How are you? Will you be so kind and get started?
Yes. My name is Dr. Frank Arlinghaus. It's a pleasure to be before the committee again. I ask the members of the committee to oppose this bill due to the extreme nature of the bill. In particular, amending the Maryland Constitution is an unusual and extreme measure, and this bill would take an extreme position on abortion. Maryland already has extreme abortion laws compared to other states, but this bill goes further than that by preventing the state from reasonable regulation. The consequences would include elective abortion throughout all 9 months, paid for by the state, and removing the legislator's ability to enact reasonable regulation without repealing or amending the Constitution again. It can be reasonably interpreted to prevent any action on the part of the legislature to limit abortion of a viable or late-term fetus, to limit state funding of abortions, or to enact any number of reasonable restrictions to design both the health and safety of women receiving abortions and to protect teenagers. As a father of 3 daughters, I find it outrageous that in Maryland, my 13-year-old was able to get an abortion without my knowledge, but my 18-year-old, recovering from surgery in the Howard County Public Schools, was not able to obtain an aspirin without my express written permission. I also find it outrageous that I would be financially responsible for any harm that had been done to my daughter undergoing a medical surgery without my knowledge as part of that. A recent Marist poll shows that 71% of Americans support some limits on abortion, and that 81% of Americans believe that laws can protect both the mother and her unborn child. A number of issues found broad support, suggesting the extreme position of the amendment goes well beyond what the public believes. By removing the legislature's ability to act, you abandon your responsibility to consider reasonable regulations. This amendment, in particular, takes such a restrictive view that the few restrictions in place are unlikely to remain. I ask that you return an unfavorable report on this bill.
Excellent timing. Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Mr. John King.
My name is Bencisney. I'm here on behalf of the American Center for Law and Justice in Olivia Summers' place.
No, we don't allow that. Actually, it has to be the person who signs up that gives the testimony. I'm so sorry. It's just a committee rule, but if you give staff your testimony, I promise you that we will include it in our folder, okay?
Okay.
Thank you so much for being understanding. Who's next?
Brian Barham with the Maryland Catholic Conference. House Bill 705 would establish a fundamental right to reproductive freedom and would enshrine abortion at any stage in our state constitution. The Catholic Conference believes that every person is created in the image and likeness of God, and all life should be protected and respected from conception to natural death. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
There's no need for a constitutional amendment. Unfortunately, Maryland has one of the highest rates of abortion in the country, and Maryland is already a destination in the abortion travel industry. It ranks near the top of states that carry out abortions by percentage of the population, and Maryland taxpayers already pay millions for other people's abortions. This bill would only increase that. Amendment would only increase that. As a society, we are broken when our response to a pregnancy is fear rather than joy. We must do better as a society to walk with mothers in need and help break down economic, social, racial, employment, and emotional barriers that lead mothers into thinking abortion is the only option. I also would add that our Declaration of Independence guarantees life to individuals. This bill would violate that. Furthermore, someone mentioned about strict scrutiny, the strict scrutiny standard that would be implemented under this bill. Well, as we saw with Dobbs, a court can interpret strict scrutiny in different ways. And you might find yourself with a bill that you may not want in the future. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. I appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Our pleasure. Are there any questions for these witnesses? Seeing none, thank you very much. And sir, make sure we get your testimony, okay? Thank you. We do have someone from the Democrats for Life of America, John Quinn. And how about the Maryland Federation of Republican Women, Barb Pivik? And someone from the Maryland Legislative Lobby for Life, last name Warm. And someone from the Americans United for Life, Danielle Pimentel. Will you be so kind and come up? Good afternoon. Who would like to get started?
Good afternoon. My name is Barb Pivik. I'm here representing the Maryland Federation of Republican Women. The MFRW has 1,500 members and chapters through every county in this state. We requestfully ask that you read our submitted written testimony. We sit here today in opposition of House Bill 705. This amendment would take the power to regulate abortion away from the elected officials, does not recognize parental and reproductive rights of a father, continues to disrespect the religious rights of some taxpayers, and through taxpayer-funded abortions, removes all existing and health safety measures for pregnant women, has no regard for the unborn child, especially after they've reached viability. In 21, Goucher poll of Marylanders found 54% of respondents want some restriction on abortion. As a nation, we have held the parental responsibilities and rights of both mother and father begins at conception. This amendment states every person, a minor, would be able to make that major life decision at an age that science in the Maryland General Assembly, in advocating for other bills, has stated their brains are still developing and they're not mature enough to fully be responsible for their decisions and actions. This constitutional amendment is unnecessary, and the ballot draft is written broadly and misleading and would allow abortion at any time. This bill appears to include, again, allowing minors under the age of 21 to consent to surgery to remove their reproductive organs for gender reassignment. For these reasons and many more, please give HB 705 an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Who would like to be next?
Thank you, Chair Pimentel, Vice Chair Kelly, and all the committee members for the opportunity to testify. I want to thank you, Speaker Jones, for staying in the room to hear our concerns. And I especially want to thank Delegate Taveras, who represents my district, District 47, for her service on this committee. My name is John Quinn, and I serve as the Deputy Director of the DFLA Education Fund. We are a registered nonprofit that consistently advocates for the protection of human life. HB 705 gives us a chance to consider the nature and limits of our rights as citizens. None of the treasured rights and freedoms we enjoy as Marylanders give us license to do violence to another human being. This essential principle of nonviolence is unquestionably fundamental to our system of government and way of life, as it ensures that one person's rights do not snuff out someone else's rights, and it provides protection in countless circumstances. Unfortunately, the proposed amendment runs afoul of the principle of nonviolence with one little phrase, namely, end their pregnancy. What is hiding behind this euphemism? In my written testimony, I list 4 broad categories of situations which fall under this umbrella, and none of those pregnancy outcomes provide reason to object to a right to end a pregnancy. Yet such a supposed right is deeply objectionable because it sneaks in elective abortion, the deliberate and violent destruction of a preborn child. The way this proposed amendment defines reproductive liberty as including a right to abortion violence directly contradicts the principles of nonviolence, and thus it undermines our whole system of rights. It also attacks the very foundations of our democracy. That is why, as written, the right to end a pregnancy is absolutely unacceptable. Please table HB 705. Thank you again for the chance to testify, and I want to thank the staff for going outside and bringing me in due to the overflow crowd. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you for being with us today. Who would like to be next?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Chair Pimentel and Vice Chair Kelly and members of the committee. My name is Sheila Warm of Maryland Legislative Lobby for Life. In opposition to putting killing into our state constitution, the bill speaks about the right to end one's pregnancy. Every pregnancy ends. There's no such thing as a pregnancy that does not end. The point of the bill is not to end pregnancy, it's to kill children. And put that killing into the most fundamental document which holds us together in a union, our Constitution. The original authors of our Constitution began the state with a Declaration of Rights. We, the people of the state of Maryland, grateful to Almighty God for our civil and religious liberty, and taking into our serious consideration the best means of establishing a good Constitution in this state for the sure foundation and most permanent security, declare that all government of right originates from the people, is founded in compact only, and instituted solely for the good of the whole. Killing children is not for the good of the whole. It violates the original compact, takes away any idea of permanent security and safety of everybody else's life, and is contrary to the high ideals of the Maryland Constitution's Declaration of Rights, Article 16, avoidance of sanguinary laws, cruel and unusual punishment. That sanguinary laws, the death penalty, ought to be avoided as far as is consistent with the safety of the state, and no law to inflict cruel and unusual pains and penalties ought to be made in any case at any time thereafter. An unborn child does not challenge the safety of the state. Abortion, which barbarically tears him limb from limb, scalds him to death with a salt solution, or starves him to death, inflicts cruel and unusual pains, violating the Constitution's Article 16. Our Constitution thanks Almighty God for our civil and religious liberties. Let us do the same and renew that original compact so that as children of the same Father, we support each other in our joys and in our hardships, so that every woman knows that she is valued and supported, and so is her baby. We ask you to vote against this amendment, which would put cruel killing, into the Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony today. We appreciate it.
Do you want to change chairs? Yeah.
Who will be next?
We're going to change chairs so she can.
Oh, that's okay. Take your time. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm good, Madam Chair. And good afternoon, other members of the committee. My name is Danielle Pimentel, and I serve as Policy Counsel at Americans United for Life. Today, I strongly urge the committee to vote against House Bill 705 for the following reasons. First, HB 705 is a radical bill, as you've heard before, that authorizes elective abortions on demand until a baby's birth date, which goes well beyond the overruled decisions in Roe and Casey that only license abortion through viability. Maryland currently allows abortion up until viability with broad exceptions, which already subjects women to grave health complications due to the risks associated with late-term abortions. However, this bill will result in even greater harm to the women of Maryland because it authorizes elective abortions past viability. The incidence of major complications during an abortion procedure is significantly higher after 20 weeks gestation, and even after 8 weeks gestation, the relative risk of mortality increases by 38% for each additional week. If HB 705 is passed, more women will experience life-threatening complications and possibly even death as a result of later-term abortions. The women of Maryland deserve better than this. My second point is that further, because HB 705 authorizes abortion up until a baby's birth date, the bill leaves unborn babies who can experience pain from abortion completely unprotected. In Dobbs, the Supreme Court explicitly recognized that states have a legitimate interest in mitigating fetal pain. It has been firmly established that preborn infants at or before 20 weeks gestation can feel pain. So it's well within Maryland's legitimate interest to oppose HB 705 and mitigate fetal pain as much as possible. In Dobbs, the Supreme Court also found that states have a legitimate interest in preserving prenatal life and in protecting maternal health and safety. However, this bill imposes a very high bar, a strict scrutiny standard, which would essentially prevent Maryland from enacting common sense protection for women's health and safeties. And I've also submitted written testimony. So for those reasons in my written testimony and today, I strongly urge you to oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know there's a lot of written testimony. The committee actually values both oral and written, same value. We read it all and consider it all. So thank you very much. Are there any questions for this panel? Seeing none, we really appreciate your testimony today. Next, we have Ms. Laura Bogley, Michael New, Jonathan Royce, and James Walton. Will you be so kind and come up, please? As soon as you sit, will you get started with your testimony? Thank you very much for being with us today. Would you like to get started?
Sure.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Royce with the Hove Movement. And today we testify before you as a representative of the people and our sovereign God who placed you in your position. and we oppose any attempt to impose an unconstitutional amendment to redefine moral entitlement, allowing people to murder a baby in the womb without consequences. And I draw your attention to several court cases that further defined person and confirm their equal protection under the U.S. Constitution. Levy versus Louisiana found illegitimate children as persons. Plyler versus Doe, the Supreme Court said that illegal immigrants are persons. People of African descent were regarded as not as persons entitled to the Constitution protection, and that's why slave owners felt no shame in saying, "My property, my choice," until the introduction of the 14th Amendment. If someone murders a mother and an unborn baby, the law will charge the perpetrator with double homicide. From these cases, we can conclude that a person, as defined by the 14th Amendment, includes all living beings regardless of legitimacy, legality, mental capacity, confinement, or location, including the womb. Each case, the denominator confirmed that their protection under the 14th Amendment was that they were biologically alive and genetically human. Additionally, children in the womb have reproductive organs. For example, ovaries of a preborn female at 20 weeks gestation will contain millions of eggs. And so this is hypocrisy. Therefore, this amendment infringes on the rights of this child as a person and their reproductive freedom. And we call you as a servant of the living God to vote against this murderous amendment and demand equal protection for those in and outside the womb. Repent of your sins and place your faith in Jesus Christ, who died for sinners, rose from the grave, raised sovereign over the nations, and will return to judge every thought, word, and deed. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Who will be next?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the
Good
committee,
afternoon.
and Speaker of the House. Nice to have you here. I'm Laura Bogley, Executive Director of Maryland Right to Life. On behalf of our Board of Directors, I speak in defense of the Constitution of the State of Maryland and the unalienable right to life, which it guarantees for all, born and preborn. This bill is not about protecting a woman's right to choose abortion. This bill is about protecting the profits of the multi-billion-dollar abortion empire at the expense of women's health and safety. Women in Maryland already have a statutory right to abortion for any reason through birth. This includes for rape, incest, life of the mother, and fetal anomaly. There is no law against IVF now, as sympathetic as I am to people that testified in support of this bill. There are no penalties in law against women seeking abortion or medical intervention in the case of pregnancy complications like ectopic pregnancy or miscarriage. But recent radical abortion enactments have completely removed abortion from the spectrum of health care. As a result, the practice of abortion in Maryland has become the red light district of Maryland, populated by dangerous, substandard providers and do-it-yourself abortion pills. Maryland has become a state sponsor of the abortion industry. The state is using taxpayer funding to establish a monopoly of the deadly abortion empire over women's health. This bill empowers the state to weaponize our state constitution and use the full force of state government to silence opposition and squeeze out any pro-life competition to the abortion empire's death-on-demand agenda. 64%, or nearly 2 in 3 women, say they did not choose their abortion, but felt they had no other choice. If this state really trusts women to choose, then you must give women access to life-saving alternatives to abortion, which this bill would prohibit. After nearly 50 years and 64 million human lives lost under federal abortion mandates, abortion has failed to end childhood poverty, prevent unplanned pregnancies, or cure the socioeconomic ills facing women in raising their families. The Maryland General Assembly has a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to course correct, and we ask you to prioritize life-saving alternatives and issue an unfavorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony today. We appreciate it. Who would like to be next?
I'll go next. I'm Dr. Jay Walton. I'm the leader of Baltimore County Right to Life and 40 Days for Life in Lutherville, Maryland. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak in opposition of HB 705. What House Speaker Adrian Jones from my own beloved Baltimore County calls the right to reproductive freedom. Freedom! It is deceptive at best and evil at worst to associate freedom with anything related to the killing of innocent human babies. The American Heritage Dictionary defines freedom as the condition of being free of restraints, especially the ability to act without control or interference by another or by circumstance. It also defines freedom as the condition of not being controlled by another nation or political power. Now that you know the definitions of freedom, by passing this bill out of this committee, you are being deceptive to your constituents by telling them that they have the freedom to kill their child. Moreover, as someone who counsels scared, young, abortion-minded women, I can tell you firsthand they do not feel free to make that decision to kill their baby. They do not feel as though they have a choice. Why do they do it then? Because they are told by friends, family, their husbands or boyfriends, and politicians like you that they need to get an abortion. If you pass this bill, you are telling millions of scared young women that they are not good enough to raise a child. You are telling them that they are not rich enough to raise a child. They are not responsible enough. They are not educated enough. By passing this bill out of this committee, you are telling millions of women that they are not enough. If you truly want to give young women reproductive freedom, you will not allow HB 705 to pass out of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. We appreciate it. Next, Mr. Michael New.
Yes, my name is Michael New. I'm an assistant professor of practice at the Bush School of Business at the Catholic University of America. I'm an associate scholar at the Charlotte Lozier Institute and a Page Comstock Cunningham Senior Fellow at Americans United for Life. I'm also a resident of Hyattsville, Maryland, and I'm here testifying in a personal capacity as a concerned citizen. Time is short. I'll get right to the point. HB 705 is a multi-million-dollar abortion tax increase. By placing a fundamental right to an abortion in the Maryland State Constitution, the Maryland Medicaid program will likely be required to cover elective abortions in all circumstances. In Alaska and Maryland, where state courts have recognized abortion rights in their constitutions, their respective state Medicaid programs have been mandated to pay for elective abortions in all circumstances. Right now, the Maryland Medicaid program covers abortion in one of 5 specific circumstances: life of the mother, current or future somatic health, current or future mental health, genetic defect, or the mother's a victim of rape and incest. These are broad circumstances, but still limited circumstances. According to data from the Guttmacher Institute in 2015, Maryland taxpayers paid $5 million for 6,866 abortions to be performed. That represents about 23% of the total. If 705 passes, the Maryland Medicaid program will very likely have to cover all elective abortions. And again, in some states, including Minnesota, including Alaska, the Medicaid program pays for over 40% of all abortions, in some cases even more. This would cost already overburdened Maryland taxpayers at least $5 million, probably more. Maryland was first recognized as a free state on November 1st, 1864. It should remain a free state, not a free abortion state. I recommend a no vote. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony today. We really appreciate it. Are there any questions for this panel? Delegate Chilega.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question would be for, I think it's Michael New, the Charlotte Lozier Institute.
Yes.
I know you're a national institute. Have you seen any legislation or things going around on fathers' rights when it comes to a fetus that, a baby that's a late term? Do we have any states that have been able to enact rights to let the father of the child have a say?
I'm not a lawyer, so that's probably not the best question for me to answer. I do know that in the Casey decision back in 1992, there was a provision for spousal notice that the Supreme Court struck down. Obviously, Casey has been overturned by the Dobbs decision, so I'm not really aware of any kind of current efforts to kind of give fathers parental rights over their preborn children.
Thank you. Delegate Riley.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
My
I guess
pleasure.
this question is for Ms. Bogley. You had mentioned in your testimony that you would like to see more life-saving alternatives within legislation that we do here in Annapolis. Can you give us some examples of what some life-saving alterations or alternatives would be for not having an abortion and where we could direct those women to?
Absolutely, Delegate Riley. Thank you for the question. Maryland Right to Life supports life-saving alternatives. Again, real choice for women who are pregnant. That would include quality prenatal care. We know that a bill was passed, probably with good intentions, a couple of years ago to expand prenatal care access, but what that did was make the definition broad enough so that Planned Parenthood could qualify for those grant monies, and we knew that they were already receiving that. The state routinely refers women to Planned Parenthood through the Maryland Department of Health website. We know that when women go to Planned Parenthood, they're not getting prenatal care, they're not getting adoption referrals, they are getting sold abortions. Only 14% of the Planned Parenthood locations in the entire country provide any sort of prenatal care at all. So the state needs to be referring women to quality prenatal care, ideally with a licensed physician under the Abortion Care Access Act that was passed last year. Poor women are actually being denied access to a licensed physician for a reduced standard of medical care with other non-physicians and even non-medical workers who may be certified by the state to commit abortion, both surgical and chemical. So what we would prefer the state do is refer women to prenatal care OBGYNs. There are membership associations of pro-life OBGYNs that will give women all of the information that they need, including informed consent. The very first thing across the board has to be the right to informed consent, which we have introduced bills year over year, and this assembly has refused those bills so that women receive all of the information about the risks of abortion procedures before they can make that informed choice. We also want the state to prioritize public funding for those life-saving alternatives to empower all women, but especially poor women who are just being fed abortion. We would like them to have quality prenatal care, early parenthood education, affordable adoption alternatives. Adoption in this country is inaccessible for most people, and of course foster care reform. We support foster care reform for the children, unfortunately, that are displaced, but we like to work with programs that do everything to empower women to keep their families together. So all of those options, the Maryland Safe Haven program, which this assembly authorized several years ago, is not being implemented. So I believe that you are funding that, a budget appropriation year over year, but no one can tell you who is responsible for the Safe Haven program, which was a bipartisan bill to allow women who could not keep their children to safely abandon their children within the first 10 days of life to a trusted authority recognized by the state. So those would be just the top programs. But the main thing is that women are not being given options by the Maryland Department of Health. And if you trust women, then you need to give them the options and let them make the decisions. And they're not making the decisions between a woman and their doctor anymore because the women are being denied access to doctors. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony today. We really appreciate it. Next, we have Shahona Faith, Christina Timmons, Kristen Day, and Daniel Nash. Will you be so kind and come up? And as soon as you sit, will you tell us your name, who you represent, and get started? Will you please get started?
Hi, my name is Kristen Day, and I'm the Executive Director of Democrats for Life. So our organization exists to promote a consistent life ethic. So as a Democrat since I was 18, I worked on the Dukakis campaign, which might age me, but I have always believed the government has a responsibility to help those in need. It is my democratic values that give me enormous concerns about this proposal, because it does not help those in need. It harms them. It does not protect vulnerable women, but provides government protections for those who do harm. According to the Guttmacher Institute, 75% of women who choose abortion are financially insecure. How does this bill address that staggering number? It doesn't. It continues the endorsement and financial support to perpetuate Maryland's inequity for pregnancy outcomes. The message is clear. Women who have resources have a choice. Women without resources have abortion. Maryland women have received this message. Maryland has one of the highest abortion rates in the US, double the national average. One-third of pregnancies in your state end in abortion. Again, that's one of the highest in the US. The maternal mortality rate is also one of the highest in the nation. Maryland finishes 4th from the bottom on equity for pregnancy standard. Who benefits from abortion? Men, because they don't have to pay child support. Sex traffickers, because they can keep the woman working. Corporations benefit. Abortion is a cheaper alternative than keeping women employed with children. Abortion is also big money for the abortion corporations. Last year, or in 2020, Maryland spent $6.5 million of taxpayer funds on abortion. Politicians also benefit because that money goes right back in their coffers. Passage of this bill would result in the expensive political campaign to pass the proposed constitutional amendment, that money which could be used to help pregnant women. So I urge this committee to table this legislation, come together and find consensus on how we can best support women. That was a good question you asked about, because there's so many good things we can do to support and give opportunity for poor women to have the same opportunities as their rich counterparts. Thank you.
Next, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members of the committee, and thank you for hearing all sides of this issue today. My name is Shohana Faith, and I am the Capital Area Regional Coordinator for Students for Life Action. We are in all 50 states on more than 1,300 middle and high school, college, med, and law school campuses. Dozens of these groups are right here in Maryland, and we strongly oppose HB 705. We have gathered outside of the State House here every year for decades at the Maryland March for Life. I want you to see the next generation of young people. The majority of millennials and Gen Z, about 58%, oppose abortion through all 9 months, which is what HB 705 would trap us into permanently. Millennials and Gen Z are now almost a third of the voting bloc. Please do not secure a fate that does not represent us, your people, and your voters. Abortion is the leading human rights atrocity of our time, with over 63 million preborn deaths since 1973. We believe that human rights begin in the womb. Even the voiceless in the womb have rights that are worthy of our protection. Adding this amendment and furthering abortion violence does not legislate other issues that our state needs to take up. The extremist abortion laws of our state rival those with horrific human rights abuses such as China and North Korea. Preborn children through all 9 months of pregnancy here in Maryland are violently dismembered, poisoned, and discarded as trash through the abortion process. I want you to remember women like the plaintiffs in Carhart's most recent lawsuits, the late-term abortionist whose facility still operates in my hometown of Bethesda, Maryland. Please help protect the preborn children and women from the predatory abortion industry by giving an unfavorable report on HB 705. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Who's next?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Christina Timmons, and I'm here to oppose House Bill 705 because the Maryland Constitution should protect the citizens of Maryland. And the overly broad language of this bill hurts the citizens of Maryland. It states that every person as a component, I'll just keep on going, folks, as a component of an individual's right to liberty. I'm just gonna stop right there. I'm here on behalf of the interests of these persons. I'm here to remind the legislators of Maryland that the individual right to liberty of these persons, newborn and unborn, should not be directly or indirectly denied, burdened, or abridged just because you feel like disposing of some persons as though they were trash. This bill states that every person has the right to equality. If you can end the life of an unborn or newborn person at any time and for any reason without repercussions, that is not equality. This bill states that every person has the fundamental right to reproductive freedom. How about the fundamental right to live? Convicted murderers get treated better than babies. This bill could irreversibly hurt children who get brainwashed into removing his or her sexual organs without the maturity to make that decision, all in the name of reproductive freedom. That's legalizing child abuse in Maryland. In the name of reproductive freedom, children could be sterilized and chemically castrated. There's no age limit in this bill. This bill could allow a newborn baby to be left to die of starvation or exposure in the name of reproductive freedom. This bill has no protection for newborns. This bill is flawed. It's horribly flawed from beginning to miserable end.
Thank you for your testimony. Will you be next, sir? Good afternoon, Mr. Nash. Will you get started?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, committee members, Madam Speaker. I'm the Reverend Dan Nash from Christ Reformed Evangelical Church here in Annapolis. At our services every week, we pray for you. We understand that the job you do is challenging. We stand opposed to HB 705 because abortion is killing babies, real people created in the image of God Himself. God is the one who gives life. No one can put the question of when life begins outside of God, His Son, King Jesus, the laws He has given us to govern all people. All people will be held accountable on the last day for their thoughts and actions. In Proverbs 8, God says, "Do not scorn His instruction," that we are blessed when we listen to God, and that we should be looking to Him and His word daily to direct our decisions. Verse 35 of Proverbs 8 says that when we find God's wisdom and instruction, that we find life and grace from God. In contrast, verse 36 says, "But he who sins against me wrongs his own soul. All those who hate me love death." I humbly ask you to consider Psalm 2. Why do the nations rage and the people plot a vain thing? The kings of the earth set themselves, and the rulers take counsel together against the Lord and against His anointed, saying, "Let us break their bonds in pieces and cast away their cords from us." He who sits in the heavens shall laugh. The Lord shall hold them in derision. Then He shall speak to them in His wrath and distress them in His deep displeasure. Yet I have set my king on my holy hill of Zion. I will declare the decree. The Lord has said to me, "You are my son. Today I have begotten you." Because of the time, I will end with this by simply saying that we need to understand this from verse 10 of Psalm 2. "Now therefore, be wise, O kings, be instructed, you judges of the earth. Serve the Lord with fear and rejoice with trembling. Kiss the Son, lest He be angry, and you perish in the way, when His wrath is kindled but a little. Blessed are all those who put their trust in Him." I ask the committee to return an unfavorable report on HB 705. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you for being with us today. We appreciate it. Next, we have Mr. Jonathan Alexandrid, Chantel Gross, Alan Timmons, and Pat Henley. Will you be so kind and come up, please? And as soon as you sit down, please start your testimony. Go ahead, sir. You can get started, sir.
All right. I need to pull out my Walmart reading glasses.
I can relate.
The absurdity of House Bill 705 to claim...
Tell us your name.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Alan Timmons.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, from St. Mary's County, concerned citizen. The absurdity of House Bill 705 to claim a fundamental right to reproductive freedom with careless omission to define a so-called freedom is just one of many flaws contained in this bill. In Proverbs, God tells us that He hates hands that shed innocent blood and a heart that devises wicked schemes. This bill would make the unrestricted destruction of innocent children some sort of right. No, it is the life of these children that is a right. It is the duty of the legislature of Maryland to protect the children of Maryland. This bill would allow schools to transition children to a different sex and to encourage minors to get abortions, all without parental consent. Pedophiles can molest children and call it their reproductive freedom. This bill should be called the Ruin and Kill Children in Any Manner bill, or it should be called the Take Away Parental Rights bill. This bill is an open-ended killing children bill. God tells us to speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves. I am speaking to you for the children that this bill intends to slaughter. This bill tramples the rights and equality of unborn and newborn persons. God calls us to rescue those being led away to death. We are not to facilitate a person's cruel destruction. It is a grievous crime to be members of this community and to close our eyes to the unrestricted dismemberment of children. Like the cries of the Jews in railroad cars begging for help during the Holocaust. Like the communities that ignored those cries, the deaths of innocent children in Maryland is a great crime that we must not ignore.
Thank you for your testimony. Who will be next?
can speak. Madam Chair and Madam Speaker, I'm Jonathan Alexander. I'm an attorney and counsel for the Maryland Family Institute. We strongly oppose this abortion amendment here in HB 705. You know, abortion remains one of the most grotesque, immoral actions that can be done to any baby. Part of the text of this bill talks about an individual's right to liberty and equality. But what should be included here in this bill is that babies are individuals and that they are owed a right to live. That should be what the discussion is. That's what we are in favor of. How do we create an environment for more of these lives to be born in this free state? How do we begin the work now so that abortion is no longer considered convenient, no longer considered an option, no longer a part of our culture and our practice? Let's work towards that day and not use the Constitution of this state as a tool to destroy more lives. You know, Dr. Benjamin Carson, a man who sits on the board of our organization, is famous as he put Maryland and really Johns Hopkins on the map for the first time in history. Just a few miles from here, he successfully, with a scalpel, operated on twins who were conjoined at the head within the womb, which promoted the life of these two boys, one of whom is still alive today and who will, quote, be happy to see you when you walk in. But this proposal to the Maryland Constitution goes in the exact opposite direction, as right now Maryland abortionists will take that same scalpel, which is otherwise used to save a life. They'll take vacuums and they'll prescribe chemical pills that'll starve and rip apart babies within the womb, expelling them sometimes to writhe in pain as their life is taken from them. This abortion practice has no place in our laws. It has no place in our state, and certainly has no place in Maryland's Constitution. And so I urge you to reject HB 705 and this abortion amendment.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Chantel Gross.
Hello, everyone. My name is Chantel Gross. I stand here today as a representative of Sidewalk Advocates for Life in Baltimore, Maryland. I've witnessed and have engaged with many youth and young adults who are misguided in our current time. Many have felt the pressures of this world and the demands of society. Because of this overwhelming pressure, there have been numerous cases of drug addiction, human trafficking, depression, and even abortion, to name a few. My mother could relate to that pressure, raising 2 children as a single parent. When she found out that she was pregnant with me, she considered all of her options. Being in an abusive relationship, she considered abortion. But when she got to that clinic, she felt that she could not go through with the procedure. In September of 1991, I was born, the same year that the Maryland Freedom of Choice Act was formed, allowing abortion on demand for any reason and up until birth. For my mom, she chose life, and because of her decision, I am standing here before you all today. By the grace of God, she has been married for over 20 years to my stepfather. She was given resources and aid to help her through the challenging times. The HB 705 abortion amendment would risk the shutting down of pregnancy centers which support families and their babies, force the hands of physicians who are opposed to abortions, and violate the free exercise of religion. There are future doctors, lawyers, lawmakers, pastors, teachers, scientists, and inventors with solutions to bring to our world whose lives are at stake. I stand here to say that every life is important, and oppression of any form, including abortion, is not the answer. Let's change the narrative and show that we are capable of overcoming our obstacles. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being with us today. Next, we have Pat Henley, Catherine Hunter. Will you be so kind and come up? Again, Catherine Hunter and Pat Henley from the Hope Movement. Okay, we're now going to go to the virtual part of our hearing. So we have quite a few virtual witnesses. If you will be so kind and give us a few minutes while we set that up. Thank you. We have on our virtual testimony, we have Alexandra Rack and Crystal Kojeski, and they're not there, so we're going to go to Kristen Holt. Remember when I said there are some technical difficulties? This is the part where we encounter it, so just be patient, okay? You could just let in whoever's showing up and we'll just, yeah, okay. Ms. Jennifer Brown, are you there? Ms. Kristen Holt, Jennifer Brown.
Hi, I'm here.
All right, good afternoon. We're so happy to see you. Can you get started and hear you?
Very good, very good. Just turning down my sound. Thanks so much.
Our pleasure. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, I'm on. My first time. Thanks so much.
You're welcome. You can get started. If we could get the timer, please. You can go
I'm
ahead.
here as well. Thank you.
Ms. Jennifer Brown, will you be so kind and mute yourself? And we'll be with you after Ms. Holt's testimony. Thank you.
I apologize. I see the time has started.
Okay, we will restart the timer again. Ms. Holt, you could go ahead. Get started.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Speaker of the House. Jen Brown and I are here with Christians Advocating for Life in Annapolis. We represent multicultural Christian ministry leaders, over 200 churches, and thousands of constituents in the DMV and the Baltimore area. In the written testimony, our participating organizations and previous testimony are included. Our ministry leaders support families affected by crisis pregnancies and those who have had abortions. I'm Dr. Kristen Holt. I'm a hospital pharmacist with a background in health policy from Harvard School of Public Health, a mom, and a faith community leader. We are grateful for your leadership to promote health. We believe House Bill 705 is counterproductive. This bill represents a belief by some that abortion should flourish with the least restrictive boundaries. We believe what should flourish most is our relationship to our Creator, the whole person, and the community. We disagree with House Bill 705 on the basis of boundaries. Scientifically, boundaries do exist between the DNA of one person and another. In utero, medical practice differentiates a fetus from her mom because it's not her genetic code, but unique. Secondly, we hold a biblical worldview which is embedded into our nation's founding documents. All men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator. If I'm not the creator of the person when they are within my boundaries, it does not negate whether they are a person. The Bible values life from the womb onward and restricts taking life. Third, we need industry boundaries to protect vulnerable women and children. We have testimony from parishioners who felt pressured into abortion by the industry, relationships, or economics with lasting regret. At times, lasting physical and mental health impact was medically verified. National statistics show abortion disproportionately impacts African American women. And lastly, the child never has the opportunity to give informed consent. House Bill 705 invokes irreversible consequences to people and the state for not recognizing these boundaries. Thank you for opposing House Bill 705.
Thank you for being with us. Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you so much for being with us. Ms. Jennifer Brown. You can get started. Thank you.
Thank you, committee chair and HGO members. My name is Jennifer Brown. I'm a mother, political science instructor, and previously a legislative aide here in the House. I joined my testimony with Dr. Kristen Holt and her written testimony, and also the Christians Advocating for Life, a group of multicultural, nonpartisan Christian ministry leaders representing over 200 churches and thousands of constituents in this region. I am also a survivor of domestic violence, which is why I speak to you today on House Bill 705. Throughout my marriage, I experienced all forms of abuse. I think we can agree that no person should experience violence at the hands of another. No one should have their body broken, their voice eliminated. Yet that is exactly what House Bill 705 will enshrine in our state constitution forever. The fetus, or Latin for baby, is an entirely separate and unique life. Each has a face, a body, a heartbeat, and each can feel. Regardless of what terminology may be used to dehumanize the unborn, it is the same thing my husband did to me. He believed he had a right to abuse me, and because he believed he had a right to treat me that way, I no longer had any rights at all. We have never passed an amendment like this that would make it a fundamental right to take innocent life. While reviewing last year's testimony from Maryland Coalition Against Sexual Abuse and Maryland Network Against Domestic Violence, I was stunned to see that each presumes to speak for all women who have experienced domestic violence. The testimony implied that all victims of domestic violence support a pro-abortion stance and see limitations to abortion as a hindrance to escaping abuse. The testimony also used nationwide figures from over 2 decades. The figures that Maryland has are very limited, but the Maryland Medicaid abortion services figures were only 2 abortions that were rape-related in 2021, only 2. To set the record straight, many abused women believe, as I do, Maryland is the 3rd most progressive abortion laws in the country. So please vote no for against House Bill 705. We don't need a constitutional amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much for being with us today. Who do we have next? Sandy Christensen, how are you?
I'm good.
Will you get
put my video on?
Yes, go ahead. If you could put your turn your video on and you can get started.
Well, it says that the video is disabled by you. So let me try. It says I cannot start because the host has disabled it.
Well, you can start your testimony though. And will you be so kind and start the timing as well, okay? So that she has her full 2 minutes. You can get started.
There you go. Thank you. I did want to be on screen. Thank you. Thank you for having me. I'm Dr. Sandy Christensen. I'm a board certified OBGYN. I'm licensed in Maryland, and I stand in solidarity with the majority of OBs who do not perform abortion, and I am in opposition to HB 705. Number one, the deregulation of abortion will harm women. The passage of Roe v. Wade was supposed to end coat hanger abortions. Medication abortions now account for the majority. The FDA has removed nearly all safeguards regarding the distribution of this pill, and women are now faced with essentially a chemical coat hanger. When mifepristone was first approved, there were 3 visits required. There's now 0 visits required. I don't understand how that helps women. What no in-person visits mean is that a telemed abortion can be conducted via a chat. When I went to medical school and residency, it was critical to do hands-on evaluation for someone who's going through a procedure that has significant risks. And a phone call or a chat would be considered malpractice. It is still malpractice. In most cases, an ultrasound won't be ordered, and this can lead to major complications because of incorrect dates and larger gestations, undiagnosed twins, missed ectopic pregnancies, lives will be lost. The self-managed abortion is essentially the modern-day coat hanger, and it will be the women of Maryland and those who cross state lines who will suffer. How is less care better care? Women are receiving substandard care in the name of unrestricted access to abortion. Maryland actually doesn't need stronger abortion laws. When the FDA permanently put in place no in-person requirement and opened the door to telehealth abortions, every woman in Maryland has ready access to abortion services. The fall of Roe and the FDA changes have actually increased abortion access in Maryland. In fact, we are now a destination state. What Marylanders need is better maternal care and reduce maternal mortality. I know that you are working here because you care about the citizens of Maryland, but please realize if this passes, you will go down in history as the legislators that put Maryland on the map for being one of the top per capita abortion producers in the nation. I'm hoping that's not the legacy that you're looking for, and I am asking for an unfavorable report on HB 705. I'm very glad to answer any questions you may have. And you can see the beautiful baby on ultrasound behind me. I just did that earlier today.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you so much for being with us today. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
We have Alexandra Rack. Will you be so kind?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and the committee for hearing our testimony today. My name is Alexandra Rock, and I am a Maryland citizen as well as a chapter leader for Maryland Right to Life down here in Charles County. I'm testifying today with my 2-day-old son, Elliot, who made his entry into the world on Saturday afternoon at 2:41 p.m. I had planned to testify today with Elliot still in my belly as he is not due for another 7 days. So speaking from the heart, I'm letting Elliot testify today because he only received his human right to life at 2:41 p.m. on Saturday. At 2 a.m. when my contractions began, he had no legal protections in this state, and HB 705 would limit even those. Maryland has some of the most permissive abortion laws in the country, as you've heard several times today. You've also heard that those statutes are not really legally in danger, but adding a right to an abortion to our state constitution would make it so that lives like Elliot's, you know, just a few hours before he's born, are still always in danger. You heard today Ms. Karen Nelson say she would not, or excuse me, not Ms. Karen Nelson, the director of NOW, say she would not support any legislation that had limits to abortion, which is frankly quite disturbing and sickening because this makes human life completely optional and unprotected. So I urge you to protect life by not passing an abortion amendment in the state of Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you for being with us today. Who do you have there today?
This is Elliot.
Oh, Elliot's asleep.
Yes.
That's wonderful. Well, thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Rack and for Elliot? Any questions? No. We were going to give all the hard questions to Elliot. Oh, there is a question. He's so beautiful.
Thank you.
Bless him. We have Delegate Matt Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say congratulations to Allie. He's a friend of mine, and we were texting. I just wanted to say hi to Elliot. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, you got to meet Elliot. Thank you for being with us today. We appreciate you. We have next Catherine Adelaide. How are you? We can't hear you. You have to unmute yourself for us. If you can unmute yourself, then we'll be able to hear you. You can go ahead.
Catherine Adelaide.
Yes,
Good
how are you?
afternoon. Good, thank you. Am I starting?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, HGO committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify remotely today. Appreciate that. My name is Catherine Adelaide, and I come to you today, first and foremost, as a female human being whose fundamental and inalienable right to life from the moment of my conception was given to me by my divine creator, not human legislators. Secondly, I come to you as a single mother of an unplanned pregnancy. I have a daughter, a proud Democrat for life, who was forced to vote for Republicans because her party has abandoned common sense on this issue and moved from choice to extreme pervasive coercion, only a heartbeat away from forced abortion. I furthermore come to you as a grandmother of 3 beautiful adopted children whose mothers chose not to carry on the generational curse of child sacrifice, wherein each abortion wipes out an entire generation, for generations, for all eternity, basically. Fourth, I come to you as a survivor of domestic violence. Abortion is domestic violence in the womb. Might does not make right, either before or after birth. I come to you as a member of Feminists for Life, a national nonprofit opposed to abortion because, quote, women deserve better. Abortion is not the answer to our social problems. I come to you as an elected representative in Carroll County and a member of the state MDGOP to let you know that at our fall convention on December 10th, we passed a unanimous resolution against just this type of constitutional amendment. Unanimous. As a constitutionalist with a law degree from the University of Maryland School of Law, this constitutional amendment is patently unconstitutional because human life begins at human conception and is protected by the 5th and 14th Amendments to the U.S. Constitution and cannot be taken without due process of life. This bill.
You can
Finally,
finish your thought.
I hope that you will vote unfavorably for this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being with us today, and thank you for sharing your personal story. We appreciate it. Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, you have a blessed day. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next, we have Seth Rack. Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm very good. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify today. As you know, my name is Seth Rack. I am a special educator here in the state of Maryland, and I work with students with disabilities. And I'd like to speak against the bill being debated today. I've spent my life working to help people with disabilities, one of the most marginalized groups in our society. I'm very grateful for that work because I've gained more from them than I could ever give back. The bill being debated today would have devastating ramifications for the most vulnerable, including those with disabilities. Adding our Constitution to the structure of life at any stage of pregnancy would be a clear sign that, you know, we're sending resources to, unfortunately, destroying life and not, you know, protecting it, you know, again, including those with disabilities. So please stand against, you know, the big interests of abortion and vote unfavorable on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And are you related to the beautiful young man we saw a little while ago?
I am his father.
He's very, very, very beautiful. Enjoy him. Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you so much for being with us. We really appreciate you. I would like to hear next from Deb Ray. Good afternoon. How are you?
Hi, Madam Chair. Thank you for having me today. And thank you to the delegates there. I'm Deb Ray, former delegate from St. Mary's County. I've thought a lot about this testimony and how disappointed I am in Adrienne Jones and how she aligns herself with Margaret Sanger's agenda to kill Black children with this bill. Government's first role is to protect our rights. You do not create rights. Rights are given by God. We already have the right to reproduce. In fact, we have natural urges to do so. No one is against you reproducing. Calling this reproductive freedom is disingenuous. You need to change the name of the bill. This bill is about killing another person and not the person who is reproducing. You want to kill the child, the result of the reproductive act. We all know that when you choose to reproduce, you are creating another person. This is the truth, and you know it. You should be protecting the child's right to life. You remember life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. In our republic, we have the right to life, and so does the child who is created from that reproductive act. So if this bill passes and is voted on, passed by the people, you will have made murdering someone legal, or in Delegate Jones's words, a right in Maryland. How do the other laws hold up after that? If one can murder a child, then why not an adult? After all, it will be our right to do so. The other abomination of this bill is the intentional misleading of the people in the constitutional question proposed of the bill for the ballot. You intentionally leave out the language about ending the pregnancy. This is willful and evil. At minimum, you need to amend this bill to ensure the people know the question includes ending the pregnancy. Speaker Jones should do the right thing and withdraw this bill. If she doesn't, I urge an unfavorable report. Remember, do unto others as you would have done to you. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you for being with us. I'd like to just, you have a blessed one too. I'd like to let those that are listening in the committee that there are a lot of misconceptions about this legislation. The legislation will go to subcommittee where the members will discuss it. and the record will be clarified, right? And also, we have an open discussions as always, just to let you know, there's some things we hear that are a little hard to take, but it's okay. We will be discussing the bill in subcommittee as well. We're being very respectful of everyone because we do listen. Thank you so much. My grandmother used to say, you're given 2 ears for a reason and 1 mouth, right? So we have next, if I may, Vince McAvoy. How you doing, sir?
All right, thank you, Delegate. How are you today?
I am doing great. Thank you for asking. Can you give us your testimony?
Certainly can. Appreciate the kindness in letting us offer testimony. What we want, of course, is action. This bill should be killed. You've heard reason all afternoon. This is not to denigrate those. I want to be clear about something you just said, Delegate. This is not to denigrate those women who have undergone this process. That should be made clear from the outset. This state has for decades misconstrued what this is, as Delegate Debray just said. There have been lies. And people who were young and bought these lies, those people are not being denigrated. This is a policy, and a policy of washing blood. Abortion was introduced when science was much more limited, as well as the long-term consequences for women in society. This bill lies about reproductive freedom. This has nothing to do with fathers, for instance. There is no reproduction without the fathers. I've forwarded to Delegate Chilega the list of such fathers groups. There are groups that are not being kept in this conversation. It's a small piece. I just wanted to offer that. No, but I bring that up knowing in the interim I looked into this because I knew these bills would come. I knew because the Speaker, your Vice Chair, Delegate Williams, and others talked about, they gloried over the interim and the state's ability to deliver death upon demand. Because I saw former Governor Hogan allow people to harass school justices in our state. This is our state. He allowed that. It's unconscionable. And like the attack of the innocent experience, when set upon a frenzied school of sharks, the supermajority party, all these names on this bill, has beat down, insulted, and marginalized many believers of Christ. Today, perhaps more than any other day, you heard from many who openly spoke the name of all names, people who invoke Jesus Christ, people who call Christ the King, the people who point out that life happens with God.
Sir, can you wrap up, please?
Of course, Delegate. But
thank you.
With the demons. So these are your constituents, these people who are telling you that they are driven through their belief. I encourage this body to listen. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you for being with us. We appreciate it. Next, do we have Crystal Kajeski or Dan Cox or Mary Shalwam or Judith Nguyen? There's no one else waiting? No one else is waiting, so they're not here. All right, just to make sure, once again, anyone else waiting there? All right, wonderful. So this actually concludes the testimony on House Bill 705. Thank you for being with us today. We really appreciate each and every one of you, and we hope you have a blessed day, okay? For the committee, let's take a 15-minute break, okay? And let's be back at, it is actually 2:39. Let's be back at 3 o'clock. But please be on time so we can get through the rest of the work, which is a lot. 3 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you. with many witnesses, and we still have 10 bills left, and we just needed a little break, okay? After you sit here for hours, it's kind of unhealthy for the Health Committee, right? But in any event, let me know we're actually on. So we have House Bill 321, Delegate Rosenberg, cigarette restitution, payments for sale and marketing of electronic smoking devices. Use, will you be so kind and bring your panel, please? Thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, Maryland is about to receive $13 million from a settlement with Juul, one of the electronic cigarette manufacturers. And this bill, following the precedent we set last year and several years before that with the cigarette restitution fund, this bill would provide that the money from that settlement and from any future settlements with e-cigarette manufacturers be used for one of the purposes under the existing cigarette restitution fund, and that purpose would be the one directly related to the harm caused by electronic cigarettes, specifically efforts to prevent people under the age of 21 from starting to smoke, whatever the tobacco product is. So this bill, there is a cigarette restitution fund. Let me give a little history for those of you who are new or with regard to this issue. When a settlement was approaching of the lawsuit brought by the attorneys general, I believe in 48 states against the big tobacco, we decided as a legislature that instead of that money going into the general fund and to be used for whatever purposes the governor felt appropriate, and in no way targeted towards the problems caused by cigarettes, we felt that we should establish priorities for the use of that fund, and these would be the only permitted uses of the money derived from the settlement with the tobacco companies. When I learned of the impending settlement with Juul, Juul, regarding electronic cigarettes, the Attorney General advised me that the existing statute would apply, or that the money from those funds would go to this statute, the existing law, and what this bill does is say that any money from this settlement with Juul or any prospective settlement with an electronic cigarettes purveyor shall be used for efforts to prevent people under the age of 21 from smoking. So that's what this bill would do, and consistent with actions we've taken before, and on both cigarettes and opioids, and I would urge a favorable report.
Do you have a panel, or is it just you?
At the moment, it's just me.
Okay, you are enough. Thank you. So are
Thank
there
you,
any
Madam
questions?
Sounds good to me.
There are no questions, Delegate.
That's my panel, Madam Chair.
I know, he's wonderful. There are no questions, and actually, this is it. Only one witness, so this actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 321.
If we're late, guys, don't blame me.
Well, Delegate Jacobs, let's see if you could follow that. So that is House Bill 497. Delegate Jacobs, you could bring your panel. Rural Health Collaborative Pilot Repeal and Mid-Shore Health Improvement Coalition Funding. How are you today?
Good, Madam Chair. I'm going to keep this as short and sweet as possible. I have two expert witnesses here for questions. For the record, Delegate J. Jacobs presenting House Bill 497. And Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and committee members, I'm here today to present this bill that repeals the Rural Health Collaborative Pilot. Beginning in fiscal year 2024, the governor must provide in his annual budget an appropriation to fund the operations of the newly named Midshore Health Improvement Coalition. With me today are William Webb, the health officer for Kent County, and Dr. Joseph Ciatola, who was the original co-sponsor or co-chair of the 2016 Rural Healthcare Delivery Work Group, to give a brief history and answer any questions that could be raised by the committee. That's it for me.
Thank you. Who's next?
That would be me, Madam Chairman.
Wonderful.
For the record, my name is William Webb. I am the health officer for the Kent County Health Department. Honorable members of the House Government Operations Committee, I am here to testify in support of this bill. This bill will allow the Midshore to continue the important work started by the Rural Health Collaborative in 2020. By repealing the pilot and reappropriating funds, this bill seeks to streamline administrative processes. The Rural Health Collaborative issued its final report in November 2020, and the group has moved to implement its recommendations. Funding provided through this bill will go to the Midshore Health Improvement Coalition, which is a direct outgrowth of the collaborative's effort. As a background, the Rural Health Collaborative identified multiple needs to advance the health of the region and the rural aspects of our community. Specifically, one goal was to articulate a vision of a rural health complex. I'm pleased to report that in Chestertown, the vision has come to fruition at the University of Maryland Hospital. Currently, it is the state's only specifically designated rural access hospital. Community health needs are broader than any single facility. The collaborative also sought to address other known disparities, chronic diseases, and important influences on health. Termed the social determinants of health, topics such as housing, transportation, nutrition, and education play a disproportionate role in the well-being of the community. The Midshore Health Improvement Coalition has been created to address these critical population health issues. Composed of dozens of agencies across the 5-county region, the Midshore LHIC currently works on 6 priorities: diabetes, tobacco, cancer, health literacy, provider recruitment and retention, telehealth, and the social determinants of health. Thank you. I encourage you to please vote in favor of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your work.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Dr. Joseph Ciatola. I'm the health officer for Queen Anne County, as well as the jurisdictional medical director for Queen Anne's Department of Emergency Services, and was the, director of the Maryland Health, the Rural Health Collaborative, when Senate Bill 1056 required us to start a study for the 5 jurisdictions of the Midshore. As some of you are aware, and maybe not all of you, I have left a copy with Michelle of the final executive report that went to the governor, the Secretary of Health, the President of the Senate, as well as the House. Basically, what we have done with that bill since 1056 is come up with how do we address the inequities, the diversity, and the lack of primary care coverage in the Midshore. And when you look at health status in the Midshore, you have Dorchester, Caroline, and now Kent in the same lower grading and lower status as Baltimore City. We are a true health desert. 3 of the jurisdictions do not have a hospital: Queen Anne, Caroline, and Dorchester now. And we have 1 major hospital, Shore Regional, sitting in Easton. We've developed the spokes, but is the hub big enough to deal with the volume? And as we see now, and I know you're going to be hearing about ER wait times, this is because of the fact that we do not have the processes for primary care. to take care of the issues. We look at obesity, hypertension, congestive heart failure, and I strongly recommend the committee in favor of this bill. Thank you.
Perfect timing.
Thank you. We do have some questions, and I want to thank you also for your service. You know, health officers, you guys do a lot, so we thank you. We do have Delegate Hutchinson, followed by Delegate Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Delegate Jacobs, you decided perhaps you may be the best to answer this. As you may, I'm new to this committee, and this all affects my constituents as well. Could you give me a little bit more history in the background of the rural healthcare delivery?
I think Dr. Ciatola could give you this inside and out.
Some of you sitting in this room were familiar with the Maryland Healthcare Commission instituting a rural health work group in 2016 to essentially look at health delivery in the 5 jurisdictions of the Mid-Shore. Out of that study, we had lack of primary care, lack of physician coverage, not enough nurses, not enough nurse practitioners, not enough social workers. So we saw the diversity of the issue because it was an all-inclusive lack of, let's say, concierge care. How do people manage the complexity of healthcare? And out of the Rural Work Group study came Bill 1056 to set up the collaborative to look at how do we develop complexes that can deal with the needs of the Mid-Shore. The fact that we could actually get Chestertown Hospital designated as a critical access hospital as a pilot for the state of Maryland, and in conjunction with the Cost Review Commission and the Maryland Healthcare Commission, we've been able to make extraordinary strides in developing healthcare in the Upper Shore and the Mid-Shore. We still have a lot to do. The Rural Health Collaborative is the vehicle that we are using to provide the means to improve better access and better quality to healthcare.
Delegate Hill.
Thank you. Dr. Ciatola, I know this has been a labor of love, I guess, for all of you all. The Secretary Herrera Scott, in the letter of information, notes that there is a mandated appropriation directly supporting the operations, but that doesn't happen anywhere else in the state. So the question is, why do you feel a mandated appropriation to the governor is necessary? And how did you determine what that appropriation should be?
Very interesting and very good question. The reason that that collaborative was formed was as a pilot for rural jurisdictions throughout the state. And the examples that we have been able to develop and the processes, mobile integrated health, actually seeing the individuals in their homes, and mobile integrated health, which was a combination of a dual DES, health department, clinical nursing process where we took care of the most vulnerable populations, using this as a pilot and a model throughout the state. Since the institution of that in 2016, there have been 7 additional jurisdictions in the state adopting that model to be able to deliver care at home and to link those patients with social services, housing, and direct primary care medical care. Believe it or not, we've done all this with $150,000 a year. I don't think that that's an inordinate appropriation for this state to be attuned to quality health care for all with diversity and equity. We have a diverse population. We don't have a diverse delivery system. And I think these are the things that we need to look at and how can we support.
Any other questions for these witnesses? I just want to take a minute to say thank you, Delegate Jacob. This is a great bill. You know, this committee has done a lot in order to make sure that we have access in Maryland, and especially in the rural areas, which shows that it works, you know, so we need to keep it because that area needs to have providers and care as well. So thank you for your leadership. I look forward to continuing the conversation.
Madam
Thank you.
Chair,
Thank you very
it has
much.
been a pleasure. This committee has always favorably looked upon how we can deliver quality care, and I truly appreciate your understanding and your support. Thank you.
Absolutely. This bill will go to subcommittee. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So this actually, do we have, this is it? No other witnesses. So this concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 497. We actually have next House Bill 420, Delegate Morgan, Health Services Cost Review Commission, hospital rates, all payer model contract. And can you bring your wonderful panel with you, Delegate?
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm very conscious of our committee time, and I was really aiming to beat Delegate Rosenberg's testimony on this. This is a very simple bill, and basically it codifies what the existing practice is for the SHCRC and what it does as far as billing goes and for hospital payments for the all-payer system, total cost model. So I'll turn it over to my panel.
I'm going to take off my mask just briefly. I turned myself off.
Yeah, do not touch
All right,
them.
sorry.
And for anyone
It
else
does-
coming after you, leave, they don't like to be touched. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Megan Renfrew, and I'm the Associate Director of External Affairs at the Health Services Cost Review Commission. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify today. As the sponsor noted, this bill provides HSCRC with the authority to consider the total cost of care model as a factor, one of many, in developing the standards used to determine the reasonableness of hospital rates. The total cost of care model provides stability for hospital finances, ensures equitable funding for uncompensated care, funds population health initiatives throughout the state, and brings other benefits to the state, as noted in our briefing on the total cost of care model several weeks ago. The HSCRC adjusts hospital rates to meet the contractual requirements of the total cost of care model in agreement with the federal government. Our statute already requires the Commission to take the total cost of care model into account in other aspects of the rate setting process. This bill adds an additional reference to the total cost of care contract to our rate setting statute. It conforms with the other references in our statute. This bill will not change how we review rates. We already take our contractual obligations into account. It just helps to conform the law to those contractual obligations. As such, we think this is a technical change to the law. It's certainly a small change to the law, and we urge a favorable report.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Katie Wunderlich, Executive Director of the Health Services Cost Review Commission, and my colleague said it all, so I'm just here to answer questions. Thank you.
Wonderful. Are there any questions from the committee to the delegate and his witnesses? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And if I may, this actually bill already crossed the Senate. And Delegate Morgan is taking it to the floor if we get it out of here. So you can help Delegate Morgan with his first bill on the floor.
Thank you.
There's actually, and it is news for him. I had a little surprise for you. Remember what I said, that, you know, you do the work, anyone here, you know, will have an opportunity, okay? So there are no other witnesses, and this will conclude the bill hearing on House Bill 420. Thank you. Next, we have Delegate House Bill 470. Delegate, will you bring your panel with you? Delegate Hill, Environment, Firefighting Training, Oriented Strand Board, Prohibition.
I think so too. I think we may have one virtual person.
I'll deal with that.
Across the street.
Yeah.
They're stuck on the Senate side.
You want to get started?
Sure.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Terry Hill, and I'm here to present HB 470, the Environment Firefighting Training Oriented Strand Board Prohibition. Those who've been on the committee in past years are probably familiar with this bill. We actually passed legislation sponsored by former Delegate Pat Young last year, got it across the street, and like so many good bills, it died. So we're back here. And of course, we also did very good work in subcommittee on this bill last year, and it is presented to us this year in the same format which it left the House. Essentially, Oriented Strand Board is a substance that uses wood fiber, and other products to create a thickness that you can use on roofs and on walls and other kinds of things, and it has a glue that holds it together. When it is burnt, it releases chemicals, and some of the chemicals that are released include PFAS chemicals, the peri and polyfluoroalkyl substances that we all know have carcinogenic effects. So what this bill does is it essentially prohibits the use of these materials for incineration, for training purposes, for firefighters. There are other uses that we carefully carved out of the bill last year, so they remain carved out. And as you can see in the fiscal note, the cost is very small. It simply is the cost of getting any replacement material needed to do the firefighter training. And with that, I will defer to the expert to my left.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Grant Walker. I'm the 1st District Representative for the Professional Firefighters of Maryland, representing nearly 10,000 active and retired IFF members in the state, and a Vice President of the Prince George's County Professional Firefighters and Paramedics Association, IFF Local 1619. I am a lieutenant in the Prince George's County Fire and EMS Department. Health and safety are the most important to the organization and the firefighters we represent. Bless you. Unfortunately, more firefighters are dying of cancer each year. The disease, now the #1 killer of firefighters, poses the greatest risk to a healthy fire service. Almost 75% of those honored at this past September's 2022 Fallen Firefighters Memorial were members who died from occupational cancer. In July of 2022, the International Agency for Research on Cancer announced the classification of occupational exposure as a firefighter as a Group 1 carcinogen, the agency's highest designation for agents that carry sufficient evidence of carcinogenicity in humans. The burning of oriented strand board in firefighter training poses a significant cancer risk to firefighters. The fuel is used predominantly in the fire behavior lab, also known as the flashover simulator. OSB, like many other wood products, has been shown to produce harmful chemicals as a byproduct that are more easily absorbed into the human body and not found with other usable materials. There are other fuels that pose less of a risk for firefighters and can accomplish the same level of training as utilizing oriented strand board. Our firefighters assume that they will be put in harm's way through this profession. We should make every effort to reduce their risk where we can. I ask the committee for a favorable report on House Bill 470.
Thank you. And this bill, actually, I remember this bill because I defended the bill on the floor last year.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much for that.
So I remember it quite well. So the way it's actually filed, it's in the same manner as it passed the House. And I did talk to both sides, and everyone is on board because it was negotiated last year.
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any questions for the, yes, Delegate Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, committee. Just for the members who were not here in the past that are new, can you explain exactly how you train and what you use this for and what the supplemental material would be?
Absolutely. So this legislation mirrors legislation that was passed in Virginia a couple of years ago. We utilize what's known as the fire behavior simulation or the flashover simulator as a way to show what happens when spontaneous combustion occurs in a fire. So they're basically located inside of one of those big shipping containers with an elevated platform. There are these large chains that hang down, and you hang sheets of OSB currently in that area. It gets lit on fire. Eventually, you watch the fire grow through its stages of growth and to the point where we're nearing flashover. It's a very, very effective tool. It's very useful. It shows our young firefighters and our new firefighters what they may experience and when they need to remove themselves from a fire environment. There are other materials that have been moved to utilize. They're typically whole wood products. They're held together with a beeswax or a paraffin wax type material, similar to plywood. But OSB has specific glues that are utilized to put the wood together that causes an off-gassing of specific chemical compounds that we have found through specific research, and that's actually part of Jeff Buttle's written testimony that's been submitted, that is more easily absorbed at a much higher rate than the other materials that other jurisdictions and communities are using in these flashover simulations.
Thank you. Delegate Hutchinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
My pleasure.
I know, like in the rural areas, sometimes homeowners will like donate or dedicate a vacant home for practice. What if that home had OSB in it? Does that mean that can't be used?
No, so this law is actually written, and it doesn't exclude, we call those acquired structure burns. The NFPA code, the 1403 standard, is what we utilize to do live fire training in an acquired structure. They're very rigid standards. So you actually have to completely prep the home. You have to strip it of its asphalt shingles. You have to make sure drywall is intact. Unfortunately, in the past, Maryland has made its mistakes. 20 years ago, we lost a firefighter in an acquired structure in Baltimore City, and we've learned from those issues. And so by following a rigid standard of the 1403 standard, that National Fire Protection Administration standard, we're able to keep firefighters safe, and it doesn't typically involve burning OSB. OSB is used for support structures like floors and roofs. And by the NFPA standard, you're not allowed to burn those in those acquired structure burns. I know that there's been expressed some concern that the legislation may, exclude it, but a very strict reading of the 1403 standard will show that you're able to do these types of burns by the letter of the law from the 1403 standard with no sort of exclusion. So the short answer is yes. You'll still be able to get an acquired structure and do training in those environments.
So this is good practice. When ask a question, just give the answer. Less is
Yeah,
best.
my apologies.
Less is best. And Delegate Hill, great practice for you, because guess who would take this if it passes? You will.
Matt Morgan?
No, you will. You will. I am off the hook this year. I'm loving it. Ooh, the days where I had 16, 19 bills. I am loving this. Anyway, there are no other questions. Oh, actually, yes, Delegate Alston.
Thank you. First, thank you for your service and
Thank you for your support.
No problem. I just wanted to make sure this wasn't used in our fire training simulation, was it, when we did the control burn?
No, typically the
Okay.
only time you see this is in that flashover simulator. The Maryland Fire Rescue Institute is a really great partner for most of our jurisdictions, and they use either pine pallets or pine straw.
Wonderful. I don't see any other questions. Thank you for being with us. And I understand that Joshua Fannin and Mr. Buttle are not here, correct?
That's correct. They're across the street. They
All
couldn't
right.
get over
Your
in time.
testimony was enough.
Thank you so much.
So this actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 470. Moving right along, 633 is Delegate Bandari. Will you be so kind and bring your panel, please? Hospital credentialing, reappointing process for physician staff modification. So I have on the panel Dan Martin, Lori Doyle. I'm sorry, this is not it. 1 second. This is like, Dan Martin was like, what? I actually have Brian Frazee, Steve Weiss. Go ahead. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Delegate Harry Bandari, testifying in support of HB 633. Dear Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and Health and Government Operations Committee members, this is critical to ensuring that the state of Maryland is aligned with the federal government's standard for reappointment process for hospitals and physician hospitals are required by state law to establish a credentialing process for physician as a condition of licensure. In addition, the law requires a formal written reappointment process every 2 years. This bill would change this requirement to align state law with the standard of the Joint Commission, which is accrediting body for hospital, Recently, the Joint Commission changed the credentialing timeframe for a hospital practitioner from 2 years to at least 3 years. And Maryland holds to the old standard of hospitals and physicians going through the reappointment process every 2 years. However, the current federal standard is that the reappointment process must only be undergone every 3 years. This change is due to the current continued education programs and the accelerated rate of technology advances. Therefore, the Federal Compliance Board have deemed every 2 years an unnecessary time frame, and this allows our medical staff more time to focus on patient care and help ease an undue burden on top of the monumental tax they currently face. I urge our committee to support HB 633 to ensure our hospital benefit from extended reappointment process timeline. This change will help our medical staff focus on patient care and ease their burden. I have Brian from Hospital Association.
Excellent testimony, very clear. Thank you. Go ahead.
Right. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Brian Frazee, Vice President of Government Affairs for the Maryland Hospital Association, here in strong support of House Bill 633. We would like to thank Delegate Bandari for his leadership on this issue. This bill really seeks to modernize our hospital physician recredentialing statute. As you heard the delegate say, the Joint Commission recently announced that hospital physicians must undergo recredentialing every 3 years instead of every 2 years. But right now, we have a state law that says it has to be done every 2 years. And so what this bill does is simply modernizes the statute to say that you have to follow the requirements of the accrediting body. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Sigrid Hayes, our content expert, who can add a little color commentary to that. And we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you.
And do we want to have MedCai also weigh in? You want to? Yeah, go next. I'm Sigrid Haynes. I'm a partner at Whiteford Taylor in Preston. I've been representing hospitals in credentialing matters for more than 30 years, and I want to speak in strong favor of support of this bill. Behind me are sitting Lanita Gregg Jennings, who is the Director of Medical Staff Services at White Oak Medical Center and the President-elect of MAMS, which is the trade association that supports medical staff service professionals. And next to her is Sheila Myers, and she is the past president of the same organization. The national organization has issued a policy statement in support of this. The point of this process is to assure quality by physicians and other members of the medical staff. Currently, there is a process of reappointing them every 2 years. As you might guess, because it takes about 6 months to approve somebody, they are constantly in the process of processing applications for appointment and reappointment. The goal is to stretch it out to 3 years. The Joint Commission, the national accreditation body for most hospitals, has changed its standards very recently to 3 years. The purpose behind that is that the Joint Commission standards have been really pushing for continuous monitoring of physician quality of care rather than just looking at it every 2 years. So 3 years is appropriate. The National Trade Association that accredits HMOs has been at 3 years for a while. So we're just trying to bring Maryland law into conformance with the national standards at this point. It will be a huge cost savings for hospitals and for physicians, and we believe will ultimately result in an improvement in quality on the reappointment process. So we urge you to support this, this change to bring it in accordance with national standards.
Thank you very much. Next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Steve Wise here on behalf of MedCai, the Maryland State Medical Society, and for all the reasons that have been stated, we also support the bill.
We love that type of testimony. Thank you. Any questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you very much. We really appreciate your work.
Thank you. Thank you very much for listening.
Our pleasure. Next, we have Lanita Jennings and Sheila Myers.
I introduced them. They don't have additional testimony to share.
All right.
They're supportive.
All right, wonderful. Well, thank you so much. This actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 633. Thank you very much.
And our thanks to Delegate Bandari for sponsoring it.
Our pleasure. Thank you. Next, we have House Bill 418. Delegate Bagnall, will you please bring your panel? Mental Health Workforce Development Fund Establishment. And while you do that, we have with us today two of our pagers. Will you tell us, will you please stand up and tell us where you're from?
Hi, I'm Sarah King, and I'm from Harford County.
Harford County, welcome.
Hi, I'm Julia's family, and I'm from Bogley, Maryland, and I attend school at Richmond Public Schools.
Well, thank you so much for being with us today. We appreciate having you. Thank you. Delegate Bagnall.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the Health and Government Operations Committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Heather Bagnall, District 33, Anne Arundel County, here on behalf of House Bill 418, Mental Health Workforce Development Fund established. You have my written testimony, so I will quickly summarize. I don't have to share with this committee that Maryland is facing a behavioral health crisis, with a central component of this crisis, a shortage in mental health professionals. According to the Federal Health Resources and Services Committee, all but 6 of Maryland's 24 counties are experiencing a significant shortage of these professionals, and all but 1 are experiencing a partial shortage. House Bill 418 proposes a common-sense strategic remedy. House Bill 418 requires the Maryland Health Care Commission to produce a report on the state of the behavioral health workforce shortage, including where personnel are most immediately needed. The Commission would also report to the Health and Government Operations Committee its findings on how to recruit, train, and retain these employees. This requirement is modeled after the Commission to study the healthcare workforce crisis in Maryland, which was established in 2022 for the purpose of studying the healthcare sector's workforce shortage more broadly. Additionally, House Bill 418 will establish the Permanent Behavioral Workforce Investment Fund. The fund will allocate much-needed revenue for the reimbursement of expenses to recruit, train, and retain behavioral health professionals. The MHCC would be required to produce a report on the funds used each fiscal year and provide it to this committee. It is important that action is taken now to address the shortage of mental health workers so that all Marylanders have access to the care they need. House Bill 418 provides a robust, data-driven, and strategic approach to assist with behavioral health workforce development and retention. It establishes a fund, it studies the problem, it identifies the need, and the funding required to address it. We had a request from the MHCC to move the reporting deadline back, and we've been having discussions over the last 2 days about the appropriate date. We've landed on October 1st, 2024, which will give the Maryland Health Care Commission the time they need to do their work, but also the Maryland General Assembly enough time for any additional budget or legislative language recommended or required by the report. So I have requested the amendment, but did not have it in time for today's hearing. With that, I respectfully ask for a favorable report on House Bill 418.
Why don't we start with Lori Doyle, followed by Dan Martin, followed by Ann Seacock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lori Doyle on behalf of the Community Behavioral Health Association of Maryland. Behavioral health providers were in a workforce crisis prior to the pandemic due to many years, decades actually, with no inflationary rate increases. In fact, we called our report on our rate increases, not so affectionately, the goose egg report, because it was year after year after year of zeros. Luckily enough, when you all passed the Fight for 15 minimum wage in 2019, you included some mandated rate increases for behavioral health providers. And those rate increases in FY21 through FY23 totaled 10.75%, and that was a godsend for us. Unfortunately, at the same time, the workforce demand and general inflation came along and ate into those rate increases and what they could do for us. So while that went up 10.75%, therapist salaries went up 18%, psychiatrist salaries went up 34%. And the general inflation of everything else that we pay for through our rates also increased. So now we're just seeing, the usual vacancy rates, turnover rates increasing again. We have wait lists of up to 200 individuals, particularly in our kids programs. They're particularly stressed. And our residential providers are seeing a 29% increase in the ratio of clients to staff. So the cracks are showing. We hope you see fit to pass this bill. We need to pay attention to our workforce to meet the demand. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Dan Martin with the Mental Health Association of Maryland, here in support of House Bill 418, which is priority legislation this year for the Maryland Behavioral Health Coalition. The coalition, as you know, is working this year to advance a number of targeted community-based reforms to keep people out of crisis. And the key to the success of these reforms is ensuring that we have the bodies available to do the work. I won't go through all the data demonstrating just how threadbare our behavioral health workforce is. You have a lot of that in my written testimony. But that's the focus of this bill. It's a critical component of the Behavioral Health Coalition's crisis prevention platform. There's a lot of positive ideas out there, and we see a lot of them in bills being introduced for growing the behavioral health workforce: stipends and scholarships, loan reimbursement, enhanced training programs, paid internships, et cetera. The question really is how much funding do we put into these various different initiatives, and how do we make sure that we're targeting them properly to resource all behavioral health professionals and all paraprofessionals? And what we're starting to see in some jurisdictions around the country do is exactly what this bill does: perform really comprehensive behavioral health workforce needs assessments, more comprehensive than anything that we're currently doing, and then use those assessments to fund really targeted strategies aimed at expanding specific sectors of the behavioral health workforce through the establishment of behavioral health workforce investment funds. And so San Diego is a really perfect example of this approach. That city conducted a needs assessment across 9 occupational profiles: community health workers, paraprofessionals, certified peers, substance use counselors, psychologists, psychiatrists, et cetera, and identify what it needed to meet today's demand, to replace those leaving in the next 5 years, and to meet the demand long term. And they determined with a certain amount of down payment, they could train 4,000 plus professionals over the next 10 years. And they were really targeted in how they identified that. $6 million to train 600 new certified peer support specialists, $3 million for regional apprenticeship programs to train community health workers, $8.5 million in scholarships for 1,100 substance use disorder counselors, and so on. And just in closing, the behavioral health workforce is really complex and multifaceted, and this is a level of granularity and specificity that we need to ensure we're building it out in a thoughtful and meaningful way. And for those reasons, I urge your support for House Bill 418. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Ann Seacott, representing several organizations today: the National Council on Alcoholism and Drug Dependence, the Maryland chapter, the Maryland Addiction Directors Council, the Maryland Association for the Treatment of Opioid Dependence, and the Baltimore City Behavioral Health Directorate, and all in support of this bill. This committee has done some tremendous work to try to address the workforce shortage issue in the last few years, and we know that there's a lot of work ahead, and we really do appreciate the work that you're doing. We are very appreciative to the sponsor for the thoughtfulness of this bill, setting up the fund now, but then letting all of the research happen, all of the analysis happen related to the workforce. We are appreciative that it is both professionals and paraprofessionals, because it takes a team of people to help people with substance use and mental health problems have successful treatment episodes and then enter and maintain long-term recovery. So we're very pleased with the bill, and we think it's very good policy, and we ask for your support.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Dan Rabbit. I'm with Behavioral Health System Baltimore. We're the local behavioral health authority for Baltimore City, and stand in strong support of HB 418. I think you have our written testimony, so I just wanted to touch on 2 aspects of the workforce shortage that you may not think of right away. One is about how the workforce shortage constrains our ability to innovate. At BHSB, we're engaged in what is known as the GBRICS partnership, the Greater Baltimore Regional Integrated Crisis System. That's what the acronym is. And the shortage of qualified mental health professionals are impeding our ability to implement that program to some extent, which means that the goals of the program to rely less on emergency rooms and law enforcement and more on mental health professionals for people in emotional distress. We're not able to carry that out in the same way. One other aspect of the workforce shortage is an inability to further diversify the behavioral health workforce. That's going to require more people to get into the workforce, both pipeline issues, getting people into programs in school, as well as getting people to take certain jobs. And if we want our mental health professional workforce to reflect the people who are being served, then we're going to need to increase that workforce. So there's just 2 other aspects of why the flexibility of this fund is really important, and it's great to have the potential to look at this more closely. We urge a favorable report. Thank you. Can you give me the status of the Senate bill?
The Senate bill? The Senate bill has passed out of both Budget and Tax Committee and Finance Committee.
And did it have any amendments?
It had a few amendments. I think it added a couple of agencies that MHCC is required to consult in development of the assessment, in the workforce assessment. And I'm not sure if they adjusted the date as I know MHCC has requested over here, but I don't think that's any problem whatsoever.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Yes, Delegate Rosenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
Is funding provided for in the bill? I
read it quickly, I couldn't find it. Because I don't want there to be more goose eggs.
No, well, again, as Ms. Seacott said, the bill is really crafted to establish the fund, leave funding discretionary at first, but then allow the assessment. The assessment, as part of the assessment, the MHCC and the folks that they're working with are required to kind of make some recommendations for specific allocations, and how those should be kind of worked through the fund. So we build the infrastructure now, and then determine how much is needed down the road. So we're not just kind of throwing money in something without knowing exactly how it's going to be spent.
Any other questions for this panel? Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you.
Next, we have Gail Martin. Is Lisa Tenney here, or is it? I think she's virtually. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Gail Martin. I'm representing the NASW Maryland chapter. I'm currently the first vice president of the chapter board. Thank you very much for hearing my testimony on House Bill 418. I want to tell you a little story. You have my written testimony, but I want to tell you a little story. A couple of years ago, the committee of us volunteers who work as the legislative committee started hearing a change in how the media was presenting social workers. Previously, about all we heard about social workers in the media were that they were folks who took babies away. And suddenly, we were in the middle of a COVID pandemic. We were in the middle of a move to police differently throughout the country. We were in the middle of an increase in substance use disorders and an increase in mental health needs. And because of this, we looked at each other and said, we're going to have workforce shortage. And sure enough, we established a task force to look at it, and we were so pleased to see this bill presented. There's a workforce shortage. We're trying to address the needs of children in schools through the blueprint and the consortium on coordinated community supports, and everyone is having trouble hiring social workers. So we love this approach because the fund will be there when the needs are determined, and we urge a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony and for volunteering and helping. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
We now have two witnesses that are virtual. The first one is Ms. Lisa Tenney, followed by, actually that's a favorable one, and then the unfavorable is Vince McAvoy. Good afternoon. How are you, Ms. Tenney? Will you be so kind and unmute yourself? Thank you. You can get started.
Thank you, Chairman Pena-Melnick and Vice Chair Kelly, and to Delegate Bagnall for sponsoring this bill and the committee members. I'm Lisa Tenney, and I'm from the Maryland Emergency Nurses Association. We urge a favorable vote on HB 418 because it will establish a behavioral health workforce investment fund and require the Maryland Health Cost Care Commission to conduct a comprehensive behavioral health workforce needs assessment. As you know, emergency nurses work with behavioral health patients every shift, every day, with many boarding in our ERs for days and weeks and sometimes months. We had one that was there almost a year. We have great compassion and empathy for these patients because it is often so difficult for them to receive appropriate care in a timely manner by behavioral health specialists. This is especially true for certain subsets of behavioral health patients, such as the geriatric population that often has dual medical and psychiatric diagnoses, pediatric, psychiatric patients, and especially the neuropsychiatric pediatric population. The state of Maryland does not have enough inpatient behavioral health beds or specialized professionals to staff them to care for the patients who are brought to Maryland's emergency rooms in need of acute psychiatric treatment or outpatient treatment. This fund will help define and quantify the behavioral health workforce needs, as well as provide reimbursement costs associated with educating and training them and certifying, recruiting, and retaining them. They're such important clinicians. We need more psychiatrists, psychologists, psychiatric social workers, psychiatric nurse practitioners, as well as psychiatric nurses, substance abuse counsels, and all the other paraprofessionals, because this is an ever-growing.
You can take your time and wrap your thought. Finish your thought.
Thank you. The number of patients who need inpatient and outpatient healthcare treatment, as well as all the patients that are in the schools. So we urge you, and we thank you in advance for a favorable review of 418. Thank you.
Thank you for testifying and for making time, okay? Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you for being with us today. You have a blessed day. Next, we have Vince McAvoy. Good afternoon. Long time no see.
Yes, thank you so much, Chair. Appreciate the kindness. I am against this bill, which I view as basically a slush fund. I find that this focus on basically putting a Band-Aid on a lot of the ailments that we have in Maryland. YouTube in the background. But we look at the spread of the diseases and the pathologies that this group would be handling and has been handling, and we don't see successes. The spread of addiction has gotten worse. Spread of venereal diseases, spread of pornography amongst children in Maryland. We are looking at increased psychosis due to cannabis use. And this bill ends with saying if any unspent funds are identified, then tell why they weren't spent. So basically, this is the start of the slush fund, which I'm against. Social workers were those who tried to force some of these COVID restrictions, which CDC itself is now saying, hey, this was not the direction to go. And I want to close by saying that the market determines who we have in the workplace, and the state compulsion to pick winners and losers is misplaced. We have some of the best professionals in the area, and if we need more, we can attract them. We need to go and force the issue and illegitimately spark such basically picking of an industry that we're going to fund, particularly when there are no known results that they've done. We see Band-Aids, we see coddling. When we looked at the view of medical care in the state of Maryland, we saw that essentially, except for pregnant women, 4% of people in Maryland were paying, accruing 80% of the costs. We should be going after that 4%. This bill doesn't do that. I do thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony today. Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you for being with us. We really appreciate it. And this actually will conclude the bill hearing on House Bill 418. Next for our members is House Bill 361. Delegate Smith, will you be so kind and bring your panel? It is titled Certificate of Birth, Issuance of New Certificates, Sex Designation, Birth Certificate Modernization Act. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Great to say that to you in this room. It's my first time.
Great to see you.
Great. So thank you again, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, distinguished members of this committee. For the record, my name is Delegate Stephanie Smith, and I'm here to present for your consideration and hopefully your support House Bill 361, known as the Birth Certificate Modernization Act. So currently, transgender and non-binary Marylanders do not have the same administrative processes for updating their birth certificates concerning, gender markers as well as gender gender-affirming name changes, they do not have the same policies and processes for updating those birth certificates that are available in other state and federal identification documents. What this bill seeks to do is to harmonize those policies so that transgender and non-binary Marylanders are able to self-select their gender consistent with the policies available in other state and federal agencies. Currently, under the Maryland Department of Health and Vital Statistic Administration, those Marylanders that want to update their birth certificates must also seek a sign-off from a medical professional. That's an additional administrative burden that is not present in other personal identification documents. Specifically, at the federal level, back in 2021, the U.S. State Department made gender self-select available for U.S. passports as well as consular records of birth abroad, which are federally issued certificates of birth. Also, Social Security made gender self-select available back in the fall of 2022. It stands to reason that it would be appropriate for the Maryland Vital Statistics Administration to provide a similar self-select option so that those Marylanders that need to make these changes to the birth certificates of themselves as well as their children are able to do so with a similar policy. It also would relieve the administrative pressures on medical professionals to provide these constant, sign-offs that otherwise are not necessary for the other examples for personal identification that I provided. I also want to note that any changes with the birth certificates of minors must be made with the consent of parents and guardians. So I just want to make that a point of clarity. This bill is about just having a tighter administrative profile for how we identify ourselves as Marylanders, both personally but also practically as we go about the business of being parents, so that there's no discrepancy and there's no lack of clarity about who is someone's child and who is someone's parent. I think that's something that we all hold as a very necessary value and a necessity of parenting, is making sure that those relationships are sound and not up for interpretation or cause for confusion. So I have a really robust panel that will be able to give both practical, personal, as well as legal basis for this bill proposal for your consideration. But I just want to say I humbly come before you asking for you to help me help my constituents and many of yours be able to move with the appropriate updates to birth certificates for themselves and their children. And I humbly request your support of House Bill 361. And thank you for your time today.
Thank you. And tell me, who would you like to be next?
Lee.
Wonderful.
Good afternoon, Chair Pimentel, Vice Chair Kelly, the esteemed committee members, and a big thank you to Delegate Smith for her sponsorship of this bill. My name is Lee Blinder. I use they, them pronouns, and I'm a proud non-binary transgender Marylander. I also am the Executive Director of Trans Maryland, and in addition, I am the Policy Chair for the Maryland Commission on LGBTQ Affairs. Trans Maryland runs the state's largest name and gender marker change program. Through that work, we have assisted countless transgender community members who encounter barriers to updates with the Maryland Department of Health's Vital Records Office. We're glad to collaborate with Vital Records through this critical legislation to streamline the process and to remove administrative barriers. This bill will do three key things. First, it clarifies that X is allowed on Maryland birth certificates, so people like me who have a Maryland ID that lists their legal sex as X can obtain a matching Maryland birth certificate. A mismatch in identity documents has a negative impact on our social determinants of health, and it can be dangerous for transgender people. Second, it modernizes the Vital Records process for gender updates. Requiring provider attestation is a financial and logistical barrier that is not supported by leading professional organizations. The American Medical Association stated in 2018 that the AMA opposes any efforts to deny an individual's right to determine their stated sex marker or gender identity. Third, it allows transgender people who are parents to ensure their names are accurately reflected on their children's birth certificates. Lack of clarity on the process at the agency leads to confusion for agency staff. Passing this legislation is a very simple way to equitize accurate identity documents for transgender people born in Maryland and also who have children born in Maryland. We respectfully request a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Chair Pimentel, Vice Chair Kelly, members of the committee. My name is Kellen Sweeney. I live in Baltimore City in the 41st District with my husband and son. I'm a typical working mom. I tried and failed to get the yogurt stains out of my pants on the way here. I'm in support of House Bill 361. In May 2020, 2 months into a global pandemic, and after 18 hours of labor, I gave birth to my son. I learned to nurse him in the NICU, wearing an ill-fitting mask that blocked my view of my baby because the good masks were reserved for the medical staff. I fed him at my chest for a year and a half. He's now almost 3. He's old enough to tell you that he came from my tummy. But I don't have a document that proves that he's my son. My legal name does not appear on my birth certificate, on his birth certificate. I am transgender, non-binary. Last year, after a lifetime of discomfort, I found the courage to change my name and my pronouns to better align with how I see myself. The Circuit Court of Baltimore City recognized my new name, and I've begun the process of correcting my other identity documents. One of the trickiest has been my son's birth certificate. I could not find guidance on the State Vital Records website. It was not clear what type of appointment to request or what documentation to bring. It's also not clear to state staff, meaning that different people asking for the same thing experience different processes, different requirements, and different outcomes. That's not how government-issued identification should work. By contrast, my driver's license was simple. The MVA website indicated how to make the appointment and what documents to bring. Staff were trained on the process, systems updated to collect and update the information correctly. That is because this House passed legislation to make those expectations clear to the agency. House Bill 361 will make those expectations clear regarding birth certificates, and I urge you to support it. My son and I deserve the same access to accurate government-issued identification as any other Marylanders. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony today, and thank you for sharing your personal story. We do have another person that's part of your panel, and that is, I think, is Hoffman. And will you be so kind, and you did already, unmute yourself and get started.
I anticipated your question.
Well, thank you.
So thank you very much, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I am CP Hoffman. My pronouns are they, them. I am Senior Policy Counsel with the National Center for Transgender Equality Action Fund, and I am a proud Marylander from Prince George's County. I am very sorry that I cannot be there today with you live. One of the fun aspects of being a parent is sometimes having to travel across the country on behalf of your kids. So I am currently calling you from Indianapolis. But I wanted to tell you a little bit about the background of this bill and why it's so important. This came out of a request from a constituent of former Delegate Lisa Belcastro, who was a transgender parent trying to update the the birth certificate of their child, so that they could, like you've just heard, prove that their kid is their own kid. And when they went to the then Division of Vital Records to do that, they were told, well, there isn't really a process. We're not sure how to do this. We don't think we can do it. So Delegate Belcastro came to me, I was then at Free State Justice, and said, hey, do you know more about this? And we started looking into it, and we found that the Department of Health had no policy, that what was done in individual situations was entirely up to who happened to get the request at the time. So I worked closely with Delegate Belcastro, and thank you so much, Delegate, today for bringing this, to remedy this situation so that trans Marylanders can avoid that Byzantine bureaucratic burden of trying to figure out how this whole system works. And I will say that I've fortunately been able to avoid this problem because my child happened to be born outside of Maryland. So their birth certificate is from New York, and I can amend that without difficulty in the same way that we're trying to allow Marylanders to as well. So I request a favorable report on HB 361, and if you have any questions about the language of it, I'm probably the person you want to ask. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you. This is your sponsor panel. I have a question for the sponsor. Have you seen the Maryland Department of Health letter?
I don't have it in front of me right now.
They actually support the bill with 3 amendments.
Okay, great.
All right, so we'll make sure to let council know so that
Perfect.
Okay. Are there any questions, Delegate Morgan? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Delegate.
Good afternoon.
In your testimony, and I was trying to scan the bill, and I just can't
seem to come upon it. You said that a parent can give consent to change the birth certificate of a child. Is that both parents required if both parents are on the birth certificate, or just simply one parent or a parental guardian?
It's a parent.
Just a parent?
I believe it's drafted, I believe it says parent.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony today and for your work. And Delegate Belcastro is probably watching, so we're going to send her a shout out and a hi, and that she's missed on this committee and loved.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we have next Reese Bayers, and we have Byers, forgive me if I mispronounce the last name, and Stephen Martin. And I also have Camila Reynolds Dominguez. So there are no other questions for this panel.
Okay, good.
Yes, thank you.
Stephen Martin will
You
not.
did so well that there were no more.
Stephen Martin won't be able to attend. He is stuck at the hospital in surgery.
Oh, okay. We send him prayers for healing. Okay. So we have Reese, Camila. We like to get started.
Sorry. Good afternoon. My name is Reese Byers. I am non-binary, and I am the Community Navigator for Free State Justice. I provide case management services for LGBTQ+ Marylanders. I am here in support of House Bill 361. This bill would be a great step forward for our state in the modernization of birth certificates. Passing this bill would allow information to be consistent across government agencies, make those who change their name or gender feel safe, and make it easier for those who do not fit in the gender binary to feel more confident not only in themselves, but also that their representatives support them. This bill would help my clients and me as well. Passports, driver's licenses, and other state IDs are all self-identifying documents that allow individuals to choose their gender marker. So why would a birth certificate be any different? This bill allows for consistency with an individual's gender across state agencies. This bill has a clause for sealing prior documents, meaning those who would change their name or gender for these purposes would feel secure in the fact that no one can trace them back to a name they no longer use or a person they no longer are. On a personal note, with the laws we have now, if I were to have a child in the state, I would be listed as the father of the child rather than the parent. This would not only make me uncomfortable, but it is also factually inaccurate. The clients at my organization would also benefit from this bill because after changing their name, they would be able to get a new birth certificate for their children with their legal name on it, making the process for using said birth certificate much more efficient if their child needed anything from someone listed as a parent. House Bill 361 would create an environment that would help individuals, including me, feel comfortable as well as benefit the efficiency of the Maryland state government. For these reasons, Free State Justice urges a favorable report on House Bill 361. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony today and for sharing your story. Next, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the esteemed committee. My name is Camila Reynolds Dominguez. I'm a law student and legal intern with Free State Justice, Maryland's statewide LGBTQIA legal and policy advocacy organization. I won't spend too much time repeating a lot of what the previous panelists have said. We strongly support this bill. It is a common sense administrative measure in line with existing procedures for driver's licenses in this state and passports and social security licenses on the federal level. It brings dignity to LGBTQIA Marylanders, and it is a meaningful change for our clients and all queer Marylanders. Multiple studies have shown that accurate documentation for LGBTQIA people leads to less victimization, harassment, and discrimination. To that end, the bill also automatically shields prior birth certificates from public view once a new certificate has been issued, further protecting our community from discrimination arising from their past documents. Again, these are common procedures already used at both the state level for driver's licenses and at the federal level. For these reasons, Free State Justice urges a favorable report on HB 361.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. We do have some questions. The first one is from Delegate Chisholm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I apologize that I didn't ask this when Delegate Smith was up, because I'm sure she'd probably be better to answer. But when she said something, it made me wonder about if one parent can change a birth certificate, what if there's a conflict between the two parents?
I
Do we-
believe,
Do you have,
I believe one, you have to sign an affidavit. So each parent, there's, one parent brings an affidavit, another parent signs an affidavit of acknowledgement. But I don't have the bill language right in front of me to answer that question. So.
And we'll clarify that in subcommittee. That's a good question. Thank you. Any other questions? And Aaron made a note of it. No other questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so
We
much.
do have 2 more witnesses for this bill for the committee, and they're both virtual witnesses. So if we will be so kind and patient while they come on, and you can allow them both in, please. One is Ezra Town, which is favorable, and the other one is unfavorable, Mr. McAvoy. Good afternoon. Will you be so kind and unmute yourself? And you can get started, Mr. Go ahead. Ezra.
Sorry, is that me?
Actually, yes, you can go ahead. There's another
Okay,
witness, but
sure.
you can go ahead.
Sure.
Mr. McAvoy is not on yet.
Okay, all right. Well, Chair Pena-Melnick, Vice Chair Kelly, and the rest of the HGO Committee, thank you very much for the opportunity to testify today in favor of HB 361. I don't want to repeat the testimony that's already
Can you tell us your
here.
name for the record?
Oh, yeah, I was getting there.
Okay.
There. Sorry, my bad. My name is Ezra Town, and my pronouns are they and them. I am a proud, out, non-binary, trans-masculine person, a speaker, a leader, and an advocate in my Montgomery County community, and a spouse and a proud parent of 2 children. So the reason that I'm invested in this bill is because presently, my 2 children have different birth certificates that indicate different parents. My older daughter's birth certificate is not accurate. It shows the name I was given at birth, and my son's birth certificate instead shows my current name. And so essentially it looks like they have 2 different parents. And so if at any point, as we've already talked about, what this bill does is it makes a clear process so that someone like myself does not have to prove the parentage of my own child. For me to go ahead and once I've legally updated my name, to file with the Division of Vital Records and change my daughter's birth certificate to accurately reflect her parent. Thank you very much, and I ask for a favorable report on HB 361.
Thank you for being with us. Are there any questions for this witness? Thank you for sharing your personal story with us. There are no questions. You have a blessed day. Next, we have the last witness for this bill, which is Vince McAvoy. And it's an unfavorable testimony. And he's not there. So this actually will conclude the bill hearing on House Bill 361. Thank you, Delegate Smith, for being with us today. Now we're going to House Bill 322. Delegate Bagnall, will you bring your panel, Public Health, Home, and Community-Based Services for Children and Youth? And we are actually joined with the Appropriations Committee, and I would like them to say hello and introduce yourself, please. Go ahead. And can you introduce the rest of the?
Be happy to. We have Delegate Alethea McCaskill and Delegate Jim Heinbaugh.
And thank you for being in our committee today. You're welcome to ask questions as well, okay? Thank you. Thank you very much. So you can start while your panel gets ready.
Good afternoon, once again, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the Health and Government Operations Committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Heather Bagnall, District 33C, Anne Arundel County, here on behalf of House Bill 322, Home and Community-Based Services for Children and Youth. You have my written testimony, so I will summarize. And I just want to say I really appreciate the committee giving me the opportunity to talk about this bill. because every day in this committee, we hear about the challenges of meeting the needs of our adolescent Marylanders with complex behavioral health issues. If you're like me, you've had more than one constituent call you begging for help because their child is caught in a cycle of emergency visits, either remaining in the hospital long after they should because there is nowhere for them to go, or released to their family with little to no care coordination and no long-term treatment plan. Maryland's hospitals are asking for help. Maryland's providers are asking for help. Maryland's families are asking for help, and Maryland's children are asking for help. So how did we get here? Well, prior to 2014, Maryland provided comprehensive services to about 300 to 400 children per year with serious mental health needs, including high risk of harm or aggression, with a statewide coordination of support services. In 2014, the state of Maryland transitioned to utilizing the 1915I waiver under Medicaid, and although it was intended to provide services for about 200 children a year, due to strict eligibility requirements and low reimbursement rates, the program was not meeting the needs. It was meeting the needs of less than a quarter of the anticipated population. The Maryland Department of Health, recognizing there was an issue, reconsidered the eligibility restrictions in 2019. However, in the last 3 years, only 34 children have benefited from this program. Despite the challenges, the 1950I program remains one of our most effective tools for care coordination of high-fidelity wraparound and evidence-based services to address complex mental health needs before it rises to the level of an emergency visit or a residential treatment program. House Bill 322 addresses the need for continuum of care by doing 4 things. It requires the Maryland Department of Health to address known barriers to eligibility to the 1915I waiver. It requires funding for high-fidelity wraparound services at rates commensurate with industry standards. It funds targeted case management services, and it creates a value-based payment pilot. House Bill 322 is an evidence-based, fiscally responsible solution to an ongoing and growing need for comprehensive care. There was a drafting error in the bill which we didn't catch until late, so we have provided an amendment to the committee and to the Department of Health, which should address the letter of concern from the Department of Health, significantly reduce the fiscal impact, and clarify the intent of the bill. You will also see in my testimony the fiscal note from last year's Behavioral Health System Modernization Act, which included the expansion of the 1915I. So what is the cost? Well, high-fidelity wraparound services and care coordination under the 1915I cost about $2,500 per child, as opposed to a hospital visit, which costs about $26,000, or a residential treatment program, which costs about $77,000. More importantly, the cost of not doing it is more kids with severe and complex mental health needs languishing in hospital emergency departments and more desperate families calling for help. There's a wealth of testimony in support of this expansion, but I want to draw your attention to the letter from the Department of Human Services, which states, this approach aligns with DHS's implementation of the Family First Prevention Services Act. The FFPSA aims to minimize trauma experienced by children through preventative services, supporting DHS's efforts to increase the number of children who can safely remain in their homes. Increased access to intensive care coordination, child and family team meetings, individualized plans of care, formal and informal support and reimbursement for these services will allow for a more comprehensive approach to serving the children, youth, and families in need of behavioral health treatment. The Department of Human Services has a strong partnership with the Maryland Department of Health. Together, DHS and MDH work to address the placement needs of children in foster care with complex, high-intensity needs, implement the sobriety treatment and recovery teams, family mentors program, implement the Family First Prevention Services Act, and to coordinate other services in the community. This bill supports the ongoing partnership between DHS and MDH for the delivery of preventative services. For all these reasons, I am asking this committee to consider House Bill 322 and return a favorable report for Maryland's children.
Thank you. Next, we have Margot Quinlan. Thank you, Chair Pimentel, Vice Chair Kelly, members of this committee, and also thank you, Delegate Bagnall, for your leadership on behalf of people with behavioral health challenges. My name is Margot Quinlan with the Mental Health Association of Maryland, also representing our Children's Behavioral Health Coalition, which represents dozens of organizations, including advocacy organizations, provider groups, individual providers, school mental health staff, and state and regional experts in the field, and this is the #1 priority for our coalition. As you will hear from the folks on our panel, one of the primary drivers of the hospital overstay crisis and the child placement crisis is this absence of community-based services. This bill takes us from dealing with these downstream problems and providing temporary fixes to looking upstream at restoring Maryland as a leader in providing robust, community-based wraparound care for youth with behavioral health challenges. We, as the delegate mentioned, the amendment language that was put in by our sponsor, we hope will address this drafting error that we think negatively impacted and sort of misconstrued the intent of the some of the policy with reducing the threshold for income eligibility. But we're really eager to continue working with the department and with this committee to move this forward in a way that works for our children and families. And I'd urge you all to listen to the testimony of the providers that are here today and of the families that are calling in today to hear about the impact and life-saving impact of this bill. So thank you all for your consideration.
Who's next? You can go ahead.
I'll go next.
Yes.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Ann Geddes. I'm the Director of Public Policy with Maryland Coalition of Families. MCF provides family peer support and navigation services to families caring for a child, youth, or adult with behavioral health needs, and I'm here in strong support of House Bill 322. I described in my written testimony precisely what is high-fidelity wraparound. One of the goals of HB 322 is to take a number of measures to bring back to Maryland high-fidelity wraparound by making improvements to the targeted case management and 1959 programs. Maryland has dramatically reduced its continuum of care for children and adolescents with mental health needs, and this is most marked at the top end of the continuum, where children with the most intensive needs are stuck in hospital emergency departments for days or weeks or months, or are stuck in hospital inpatient psychiatric units, or stuck in residential treatment centers, owing to the absence of intensive community-based programs to discharge them to, programs which could have kept them out of these institutional settings in the first place. In the effort in 2014 to make wraparound services Medicaid reimbursable, previously in Maryland, high-fidelity wraparound had been funded with federal grant dollars and state general funds. The department developed 2 alternative programs that have simply not been functioning well. The problems with the targeted case management and 1915I programs are many. They suffer from low enrollment, inadequately trained staff, high turnover of staff, a very limited array of services, nothing like what had originally been planned for the programs, low Medicaid reimbursement rates to providers, resulting in no evidence-based practices being offered in the programs, and very low family satisfaction. You've heard from, there are lots of positive outcomes that other states have shown when they have high-fidelity wraparound. More than a dozen states currently have well-functioning programs, including Georgia, Louisiana, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, and Texas. So therefore, we urge a favorable report on House Bill 322.
Thank you. Kevin, again.
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee, and thank you, Delegate Bagnall. My name is Kevin Keegan. I'm with Catholic Charities of Baltimore, and we are here to urge support for House Bill 322 as amended, as Margot had talked about. I think it was important, when we started to do statewide wraparounds, high-fidelity wrap, back, in around 2010 was when there was a real commitment to it that grew out of the Children's Cabinet Plan. We called it RTC without walls, and I think that's kind of significant to hold on to, because that's the intent, right, is so that people don't need to go to RTCs to get care, because we actually, if we listen to the parents, because they really do know their kids, what they need, we can do that in the community, we can do it cheaper, and we can do it better, and certainly have better outcomes. So, at Catholic Charities, we reduced our residential capacity from about 190 down to 75 where we are today. And the way that happened was because there was a growth of community services like wraparound. As that has been diminished over the past 10 years or so, I can tell you, over the past 4 or 5 years, I can't tell you how many phone calls I have fielded or fended off, asking me to grow our RTC capacity again. And that's not an acceptable solution. And why I appreciate this bill so much is it begins to put balance into the system where it's supposed to be, so that we no longer need to call Kevin to ask him to build more RTC beds. We're going to build the community-based services that we should to support families where they live so that they can take their kids home from the hospitals, because honestly, they really do want to take them home. They're just so desperate and frustrated they can't. So I just felt like that RTCs without walls, let's just hang on to that, because that really is what it is. This is how we keep kids out of RTC successfully and with their families. So I urge support for this bill, and thank you, Delegate.
Thank you. Robert Bassler.
Thank you, and good afternoon. My name is Robert Bassler. I am Associate Vice President with Arrow Child and Family Ministries. Arrow has been providing child welfare, behavioral health, and special education services to youth in Maryland for the last 25 years. We started off as an agency providing foster care and residential treatment. We continue to do that, but we also know and understand that kids do better in families. And everyone is better off, the kids, the families, the system as a whole, if children are able to be cared for by their parents. To that end, we have invested in a model referred to as family-centered treatment. It is an evidence-based practice that provides intensive in-home services to families and has a multi-decade track record of preventing family dissolution in multiple states. We're currently providing that service through some funding through DHS and through a grant from Harford County. We are licensed to provide it through the 1915I waiver as well. Unfortunately, we've not been able to do that, and the reason is really simple. The rates currently provided through the 1915I waiver cover about 2/3 of the cost of us providing the service. So if we were to use 1915I waiver, we would essentially put ourselves out of business pretty quickly and not be able to help any kids. So I'm here to ask you to provide a favorable reading to House Bill 322 and to encourage you to invest in services to keep families intact and to help families that want help in their homes and in their communities to get them. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. We really appreciate it. Next, we have Ms. Lauren Grimes.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. I'll speak as loud as possible. If it's not loud enough, please let me know. My name is Lauren Grimes, here on behalf of the Community Behavioral Health Association of Maryland, in strong support of HB 322. CBH represents 108 community-based mental health and substance use providers who serve the majority of adults and children accessing care through the public behavioral health system. I want to hone in specifically on a few things that others have touched on today. First, Maryland no longer delivers high-fidelity wraparound, but worse still, in the midst of the pandemic, access to current children's services was restricted. Care coordination, psychiatric rehabilitation, and respite, 3 services often used in combination to care for kids with the highest needs, can no longer be delivered together. During these years, we saw a 28% decrease in utilization of specialty services for children with acute behavioral health needs. Second, the confluence of underfunding and low utilization has devastated the 1959 service. Providers have closed their programs, as you've heard, because the cost far exceeds the reimbursement. As you just heard, another provider delivers the evidence-based program funded by the 1959 under a DHS contract. That service is reimbursed at a rate 33% higher than the Medicaid rate. But this is what I want you to hear. What that means is that that provider can only deliver this service to children already in state custody, whose families have already been broken up. They cannot deliver the service to those at risk of removal from the home, that still have the opportunity to have their families remain intact. We are funding critical help too late. Thirdly, some of the children referred to the 1959 are already on a wait list for residential treatment, meaning that the service is being offered to families when they may already be beyond the ability for it to help. I say again, help is arriving too late. A diversion program must be accessible to children and families before residential and inpatient levels of care are needed. This bill makes a significant first step in rebalancing behavioral health care for children in Maryland, and we urge a favorable report on HB 322. Thank you.
Thank you for being with us today. We're going to open it up now for questions for the HGO Committee and the Appropriations Committee. Are there any questions for the sponsor and her panelists? Seeing none, thank you very much for being with us today. Next, we have NCCOT, and we have also Sanjeev Varghese for the Maryland Office of the Public Defender. Will you both come up, please? And as soon as you sit, can you please get started?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Ann Seacott. Now I am representing Disability Rights Maryland. We are in strong support of this bill for all of the reasons that you've heard. Expanding eligibility is important, addressing the barriers to the way that the program currently works, and the high fidelity wraparound services are incredibly important. They're proven effective. The folks at Disability Rights Maryland work with families and children every day, trying to help them access the appropriate level of care. And they try to do it in the community with the family or very near the family so that the family together can be receiving the services that are needed. And too often, kids end up placed out of state, far away from their families. So it should be the norm, not the exception, for children with intensive needs to remain in Maryland in the community with an array of services and supports that will enable them to be with their families or as close to them as possible. This bill helps us get there, and we ask for your favorable report.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and Committee. My name is Sanjeev Varghese. I'm with the Office of the Public Defender in the Mental Health Division. Vulnerable children are oftentimes being placed and left in EDs and inpatient psych units without medical necessity for that level of care. It's because there's a lack of wraparound services within the community, a lower level of restrictions on these individuals. By eliminating these wraparound services, the Department of Health has forced these children to either stay in the ED or inpatient psych units or go to RTCs. If we have those wraparound services, these children will not reach that critical stage of decompensate to such level where an RTC is necessitated. We're able to provide the resources and care for them before it gets to that level and reduce institutionalization of these children. We ask for a favorable report.
Thank you for being with us. Are there any questions from the HGO Appropriations Committee? Seeing none, thank you. Oh, yes, there is. I'm so sorry. Delegate Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I like this bill, and I'm still concerned that we don't have the workforce to fill the pins to provide the services. And I know Delegate Bagnell had a bill earlier today. Can you help me to understand or help us to understand if we're trying to do something, but we can't really do it because we don't have the folks to get it done?
I mean, it's sort of a chicken and egg kind of thing, and I think that we have to not be thinking of this as linear. That we have to do this in order to do this in order to do that. We need to be moving forward. When we improve the services that are available, part of this is improving the reimbursement rates that are available. That's going to help with the workforce. When the services are there, when it comes to the workforce, when they're able to help make things good for people, help place kids in services near all of that. That also helps the workforce, right? Because the workforce isn't feeling like they're banging their heads against a brick wall. So I think that it's moving forward with all of it, as quickly as we can, and we're not going to fix it all overnight. But I think that just having this program in place, having the funding for this program in place, is going to make a difference for both kids and families and the workforce.
My pleasure. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for being with us today. We really appreciate it. Now for the committee, we have quite a few virtual testimonies. So we're going to start with Ms. Angela Nichols. And will you be so kind and just be patient while they set it up? Like who's ever is in, you can let them in. I'll just call on them. And you can let them all in, actually. Thank you so much. Ms. Angela Nichols, you can unmute yourself and get started, and you are in front of the Health and Government Operations Committee and members of the Appropriations Committee. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Angela Nichols, and this is my husband, Trey Warman. And I'm the writer of the couple, and he is the speaker, so he's going to actually talk.
I'm going to read her words, if that's okay with everybody.
Sure, I'm gonna, because she's right with you, so that's okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so we strongly support HB 0322. Our adopted daughter, Dename, was diagnosed with reactive attachment disorder and then borderline personality disorder. Both are rooted in the fear of abandonment with very few treatment options in the state of Maryland. Foster and adopted children are multiple times more likely to suffer from these severe attachment disorders. For the past 2 years, we've been fighting to keep Dename alive. We can describe the trauma we've experienced that started 2 years ago when she was 13, she's now 15. 15 trips to the ER for suicide attempts or suicidal ideations. 11 inpatient stays at acute care and psychiatric hospitals. 5 stays in highly specialized out-of-state residential treatment centers, 8 partial hospitalization programs, 1 protracted legal battle or struggle with the school system to find appropriate placement where Dee's emotional needs could be met in order for her to restart her education. She has not had an education for 2 years. During this time, we tried to obtain community-based support services and guidance to figure out what this was and what to do with it. Howard County did guide us to a grant program through a center where they connected us with staff for basic case management to help us keep her out of crisis and find a path forward. Unfortunately, the level of care she received was on par with babysitting, which, although was appreciated at the time for us as busy parents, it was grossly inadequate for her needs.
It's okay. You can continue. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Angela and I are educated. We own a house. We're fortunate to have very good private pay insurance and financial resources. We've been able to take the time to research and advocate for Dee. For over 18 months, we spent 10 to 20 hours each week between Angela and myself, and tens of thousands of dollars in therapeutic combined with educational consulting and legal fees to try to find direction to re-educate ourselves as parents, keep Dee safe, and put her in a good place. Many in Maryland do not have these resources, and that's why we're speaking today. In terms of case management, they just don't know what to do. We didn't. The bill needs to be funded and passed so other families can receive direction and appropriate services for their children. And if anybody would like to delve into further about our case history, we are available to talk offline.
Thank you both for testifying in front of the Health and Government Operations Committee and Appropriations. I want to just first start by saying thank you for sharing your personal story. And Dee's very lucky to have you as parents. Are there any questions for these parents, for these witnesses? Seeing none, thank you for being with us today, okay? You have a blessed day. You're most welcome. Next, we have Ms. Celia Sirkin. And then we are going to go on to Joe Wilson when she is finished. So thank you for being patient. Good afternoon, ma'am. Will you get started?
Yes, thank you so much. Chair and Vice Chair and members of the committee, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to testify. I have submitted written testimony as well. My name is Celia Sirkin. I'm the Executive Director of the Montgomery County Federation of Families for Children's Mental Health, a family support organization in the county that provides support to parents and other primary caregivers who have children, youth, or young adults with mental health, substance use, or co-occurring disorders. For over a decade and a half, families in Montgomery County have been very fortunate that they have received wraparound focused on fidelity. Currently, our certified peer specialists work with care coordinators from JESA, the organization that manages county-funded high fidelity wraparound. And so we are pleased to support House Bill 322. And I'd like to emphasize 2 points since I already said my written testimony. One is that Research evinces that to get the desired outcomes, wraparound must meet fidelity. Secondly, the return on investment in using high fidelity wraparound is excellent. When wraparound is implemented with fidelity, there are improved quality of services, positive child and youth outcomes, and reduced costs. And the reduced costs can oftentimes be attributed to reductions in the use of inpatient, psychiatric hospitalizations, emergency rooms, residential treatment center, and other group care, even when there's an increase in home and community-based care and care coordination, decrease in involvement in juvenile justice, child welfare, fewer school failures, and improved stability, family stability. Choices is a nonprofit that serves several states. It blended wraparound with managed care and serves, thank you, please support House Bill 322. Thank you again for giving me this opportunity.
Oh, no, thank you for participating. Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you for being with us today. We really appreciate your testimony and your time, okay? Take good care. Next, we have Mr. Joe Wilson. Mr. Wilson, how are you?
Good afternoon. I'm very well, thank you. My name is Joe Wilson. I am the Senior Director of Mental Health Services for JESSA. As you heard previously from Ms. Sirkin, we are the contracted provider for high fidelity wraparound in Montgomery County, funded by county general dollars. And I wanted to speak with you today in support of House Bill 322. My career has been spent advocating and advancing system of care principles and working in high fidelity wraparound. I also ran the program that she referenced, Choices, when we were working with the SAMHSA dollars to implement high fidelity wraparound. I'll just take a moment, if I can, to address the question previously about the workforce issue. What's really unique about high fidelity wraparound is that the workforce required to deliver that practice is really one that can be very broad-based. We tend to work with bachelor level individuals who receive approximately 40 to 80 hours of training in the wraparound facilitation process. We've had no problem hiring and maintaining our care coordination staff. Average lifespan, if you will, of a worker with us is about 2.5 years before they move on to a master's program. But because high fidelity wraparound practice is an evidence-informed practice, requires a lot of training in order to maintain fidelity, which can be expensive. But as you've heard previously, the outcomes are far less expensive than the alternatives, such as residential treatment. But we're able to maintain and expand our workforce because we do have excellent training and are able to orient everyone to fidelity practice for wraparound, which helps us meet the needs of the individuals that we're serving. We've served in the last 5 years over 150 families, youth and children, and our outcomes have been fairly standard for wraparound programs. That is to say, we've had an 88% attendance rate in school while participating in the program, as well as an 87% increase in outcomes for so we're really pleased with the outcomes, and we highly support 322.
Thank you for your testimony and your work. Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you for being with us. I love those Snoopy behind you. They're quite nice.
Charles Schultz, great guy.
Oh, they're very nice. Thank you. You have a wonderful day.
You too.
Thank you. Next, we have Vince McAvoy. He's not here, and I understand that Bethany Dane is not here either. Is there anyone waiting for the next one? Not for this one. Okay, wonderful. So this actually concludes the testimony on House Bill 322. I would like to thank the Appropriations Committee, the members, for being with us today, and you're welcome here anytime. Take care. Next, we have House Bill 274, Delegate Bandari. Please bring your panel. And we have it's Task Force on Reducing Emergency Department Wait Times. And I believe your panel are Ms. Kaufman, you can get started.
Thank you. For the record, I'm Delegate Harry Bandari. I represent District 8 of Baltimore County. Wonderful Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and esteemed members of Government Operations Committee. I know you will love this bill and you will fall in love. I'm here to present House Bill 274, a task force on reducing emergency department wait times. And this bill will create a task force that will bring together a diverse group of experts to identify the challenges faced by emergency departments across the states and recommend solutions to reduce wait times. The bill will evaluate states with shorter wait times with the similar population and apply their best practices in Maryland collaboratively. We are proud that our state is home to so many best hospitals in the world. Still, unfortunately, the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services recently reported that Maryland has the longest emergency room wait time in the nation, averaging 228 minutes. That's close to 4 hours. This is a concerning data and highlights the urgent need for action to address this issue. And as we know that timely access can make a significant difference in the management of acute care. The lengthy wait times in our emergency rooms affect patients and their families, creating a challenging working environment for emergency room personnel too. By reducing wait times and improving the conditions of our emergency room, we can improve access to healthcare and support our frontline healthcare workers. As Maryland population has been growing, our emergency department must be equipped to handle our citizens' demands. The task force created by House Bill 274 will provide valuable insight into how other states will have best practices and found the solution. Again, it is not just about improving the patient's satisfaction, but improving the patient's outcome as well. We have seen firsthand the impact that long time in emergency department can have on our citizen and on our healthcare system. Therefore, I urge our committee to support House Bill 274 and take action towards reducing wait times in emergency department. And I know this is a collaborative effort, and so many agencies and individuals that are in support of this bill. And I met with so many and accepted their amendment since this is a collaborative effort. And I have the panel. Let me go first.
Excuse me, Gail May.
Yeah, she is going to go first. Ina Palmigiano.
Hi, Chair Pimentel, Vice Chair Kelly, and distinguished committee members. I'm Dr. Anna Palmisano. I'm a microbiologist, and I'm the Director of Marylanders for Patient Rights. We're a coalition of healthcare advocates, and I'd like to thank Delegate Bandari for bringing this important bill before you. Many Maryland families have been impacted by long wait times in the ER. I've heard horror stories from patients in severe pain, distressed, who've had to wait over 24 hours. I personally came in an ambulance and waited 10 hours. For the past 7 years, Maryland ER wait times have been ranked the worst by CMS in 50 states. They have the longest wait time, and this started way before the pandemic. The average wait time, as Delegate Bandari mentioned, has now reached almost 4 hours. So ER patients are forced to undergo an endurance contest or leave the ER without getting the help that they need. So the big question is, why has Maryland been consistently the worst in wait time relative to other states? So this bill will establish a focused task force to determine best practices by learning from other states of comparable size and shorter wait times. The task force will target key parameters such as staffing, triage, and bed availability. They'll identify roadblocks, potential solutions, and make recommendations. The task force will bring together key stakeholders such as legislators, patient advocates, ER workers, the Maryland Hospital Association, and the Department of Health. We know that system-wide problems in healthcare are complex, but we solve complex problems by breaking them into manageable pieces. And ER wait time is clearly an important and urgent piece to focus on. With 2 million ER visits per year in Maryland, there is a human cost to inaction. So we ask for a favorable report on HB 274. Thank you.
Thank you. Gail.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm Gail LeMay. I am an emergency nurse at Tidal Health Peninsula Regional. I've been one for 40 years. The Maryland Emergency Nurses Association fully supports a task force to study and resolve the problem of long wait times for patients seeking emergency care. As an emergency nurse, I know nothing good happens in a packed waiting room. Triage nurses, the gatekeepers of that waiting room, are under tremendous pressure to ensure patients get the care they need when they need it. In an ideal world, no one would wait. And indeed, best practice supported by ENA is door to bed, no waiting. That's the problem. There's not always a bed to go to. What is the impact of long wait times on the patient, the nurse, the provider, and every other member of the ED team? Remember when I said nothing good happens in that waiting room? Triage nurses are very good at discerning who needs care first, who are the sickest, but not 100%. Long wait times mean that even if the triage nurse gets it correct, conditions can change and the patient deteriorates. Patients also leave when they wait. Sometimes they seek care elsewhere. Many just go home, and their condition can deteriorate, and then the problem for them escalates. No one likes to wait. I sure don't. The longer the wait times, the higher tensions and tempers rise. And who is the target of their frustration? Verbal and physical abuse directed at healthcare workers can be directly correlated to long wait times. There are a myriad of reasons for long waits and no one solution. The formation of a task force to study the problems, and I emphasize problems, is a good first step. Long wait times in the ED is not an ED problem. It is a healthcare access problem. The ED is the canary in the coal mine. The solutions will only be effective by looking at the entire healthcare delivery system. Thank you.
You're welcome. Who's next?
Okay. My name is Roxanne King. Greetings, Delegate Pimentel and committee members of the Health and Government Operations Committee. And I represent the American Association of University Women in Maryland, of which there are about 1,000 members. I strongly urge you to support HB 274 because it's important to the health of women. Women's health is a priority of our national AAUW agenda. Most of our members are over 50, and as we age, we go to the hospital a lot more. We and the younger women for whom we advocate are very likely to be caretakers of families members, as caretakers of children and older relatives, and as seniors ourselves, we need to be sure that we can receive prompt care in our hospitals when it is needed. We do not need to be sitting in an emergency room waiting long hours with people with many other illnesses. Frustrated patients may give up and leave, and in others, the situations may deteriorate. And I want to tell you a story about my friend, Cheryl Menke. I came back from vacation, I think on December 20th, and called her, and she told me, how come you didn't call me last week? Okay, I was gone a week. And she said that she had been in the hospital the whole week and just got home. She went to the emergency room on December 9th, and then they told her there was a 7 to 8 hour wait. Her doctor told her to go to get an infusion of blood, 1 pint. And she went home because she thought if she came back the next day, it would be better. The next day, 7 to 8 hour wait again. She went home again. Then it was Sunday night. She stayed, and it turned out she needed 3 pints of blood. She waited 7 to 8 hours and also had multiple pulmonary embolisms. She ended up a week in the hospital.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you very much. I know there's another person, is it Karen Kala? Yes. Can you get started?
Yes. Good afternoon, Chair Pimentel and Vice Chair Kelly. I'm Karen Calla, member of AARP Maryland, and on their Executive Council. AARP, as you probably know, is one of the largest membership-based organizations in Maryland with more than 150,000 members, and we support HB 274. And we thank Delegates Bhandari for introducing this bill. The fact that Maryland has one of the longest emergency department wait times in the country compels the establishment of this task force. No person who is in urgent need of immediate medical attention should have to wait up to 4 hours or longer to be examined and treated. This situation is the result of complex factors that this task force should thoughtfully investigate and address. Hospitals have inadequate space and beds, are often short on staff, and the staff available is often overworked. Why is this the case in Maryland, more so than other states in the country? And what do they know in practice that we do not? Are there any current state laws complicating or discouraging the expansion of emergency department services? Does the process for analyzing the needs of emergency departments need rethinking and restructuring? Are hospital budgets providing funds adequate to ensure that departments can provide emergency care? And as we've heard throughout the afternoon, what is the process by which people are going to the emergency room, and are there better ways or better services that could take care of them outside of the emergency room? Toward the end of my father's life, we spent, as with many seniors, as we've heard, way too long in the emergency rooms. And towards the very several last years, his doctor would always send him in an ambulance because he was not sure he would be able to go through the process of checking into the emergency room and waiting. And we have another, there are many stories, and so I will just leave it at that and ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, and I want to thank you and Ms. Roxanne King for sharing your personal stories of your friend, okay? We're going to open it now for questions. Are there any questions for this panel, favorable panel? Seeing none, thank you very much. Oh, there is Delegate Johnson. How did I miss that light?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, panel, and thank you, Delegate, for bringing this bill. This is very important, especially for the state of Maryland. My question is, we've talked about ED wait times and crowded ER rooms, but do not some of these wait times, aren't patients actually in ambulances on the hospital property outside the ER waiting? And does that not take the ambulance out of service for that period of time to be able to answer other calls?
A big component. It's not as much on the shore. It was just reported, the shore has some of the quickest turnover for ambulance patients arriving. We never make them wait outside. Though across the bay up here, that does happen, and they're 3-4 hours with the patient on the stretcher, and it's still their responsibility until they have a formal handoff with the emergency department staff. That is a big issue.
Delegate Johnson, would you like another question since I keep missing your light? Oh, you're going to do what Chisholm does. Sounds good. I'll remember. Okay, there are no other questions. I don't think I'm missing any light. Thank you so much for being with us today. We really appreciate it. We have now a panel of favorable with amendment, okay? And the first person is Aaron Dorian, followed by Jeff Sternlich, followed by Neil, and Peter Hill. Let's try those four first. Will you please come up? And as soon as you sit, will you be so kind and start testifying? Thank you.
Sure.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Erin Dorian, Vice President of Policy at the Maryland Hospital Association. I want to thank the sponsor for raising this important issue and acknowledge the proponents and advocates of this bill. Hospital emergency departments serve a unique space in the healthcare system. It's the only healthcare option open 24 hours a day, every day of the year, and is often the only access point for the most vulnerable among us. All of us have heard the message when we call our doctor. If this is a medical emergency, hang up and dial 911. When the system is working well, the ED can quickly triage, evaluate, stabilize, and either admit a patient for further hospital care or discharge a patient to care in the community. However, when there's a breakdown in the healthcare system, the emergency department is the most visible sign of that dysfunction. And right now, what we're seeing is a breakdown in the healthcare system, not just here in Maryland, but across the country. In a minute, you'll hear directly from the experts sitting beside me on the factors impacting emergency department wait times, including capacity across the care continuum, workforce shortages, rising patient acuity, regulatory challenges, and misaligned incentives. We support the goals of the bill, but the problems of ED wait times are a symptom, and we need to cure the disease. We believe the task force should consider those drivers before making recommendations. Those drivers should be put in the context of states that are similar to ours in terms of the number of care options and utilization patterns. You need to compare apples to apples. Maryland is not like Montana. Currently, our regulators are working in silos using their regulatory authority to find solutions. We believe those state agencies should be around the table. Communities have different resources and challenges, and so we propose expanding the task force membership to include those voices so the recommendations can work for all Marylanders, not just part of it. There's no doubt for the need for a multi-stakeholder, solution-oriented task force empowered by the General Assembly and the administration. We believe the amendments we have offered will help get to those solutions, and we look forward to working with the sponsor and the subcommittee as this bill moves forward.
Next, please.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to testify. My name is Dr. Peter Hill, Senior Vice President of Medical Affairs for the Johns Hopkins Health System and a practicing emergency physician at Johns Hopkins Hospital. I'm here to express the Johns Hopkins testimony of support with amendments for House Bill 274, Task Force on Reducing Emergency Department Wait Times. Wait times in emergency departments across the country have become dangerously long. This is due to many complicated and interrelated factors, including decreased national inpatient bed capacity, lack of primary care capacity, and the workforce shortage crisis we've seen lately. These factors are, of course, affecting Maryland hospitals as well. In fact, according to the Kaiser Family Foundation in 2021, our state had the 47th fewest hospital beds per capita in the nation. Over 20 years of analysis across the country demonstrates that while ED processes are important, the chief driver of emergency department overcrowding is actually hospital overcrowding. When hospital-staffed inpatient beds are over 85% occupied by patients, it becomes more and more difficult to find an appropriate inpatient bed for a patient in the ED who requires admission. The Johns Hopkins Hospital routinely runs an occupancy in the 90th percentile range and in the high 90s for many of our services. This leads to boarding an admitted patient in the ED, preventing a patient in the waiting room from accessing care. Recently, up to 25% of our inpatient medical patients were waiting for post-acute care beds, like in a nursing home. There have been days in our health system, Maryland hospitals, when up to 75% of our ED beds are occupied by admitted patients boarding in the ED. The situation is untenable. Johns Hopkins agrees with MHA's amendments of bringing more stakeholders with a deep understanding of the complete healthcare system to the table. Additionally, we agree that a comprehensive root cause analysis for this issue is necessary in order to identify accurate and realistic solutions. I urge the committee to move House Bill 274 favorably with the MHA amendments. Thank you.
Next, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Jeff Sternlicht. I've been an emergency physician in Maryland since 1998 and chairman of emergency medicine at Greater Baltimore Medical Center since 2007. ED wait times are unprecedented, dangerous, worsening, and not sustainable. Our safety net is severely compromised, and our citizens deserve better. The etiology of the problem, as you have heard, is multifactorial, and it's mostly unrelated to the emergency department itself. Our challenges include some of the following. Number one, behavioral health patients and their lack of resources, which would result in these patients occupying ED rooms for days, weeks, or even months. We have number two, boarding of admitted patients, as you just heard, diverts the limited staff and space away from newly arriving patients to take care of the admitted patients occupying our staff and space. Number three, the nursing shortage. Physical beds remain open in the ED and the hospital due to lack of nursing staff. Number four, population is aging and the illnesses are more complex than they were 20 years ago. We're dealing with much higher complexity and acuity of illness. Number five, we've had closures of critical pediatric beds. Number six, there's an evolving physician shortage. And number seven, there's moral injury and burnout, which have accelerated the attrition from the field. So what is our current situation? We have longer wait times than we ever had before, and this is across the country, not only in Maryland. We have zero surge capacity most of the time. We are underprepared for natural disasters, pandemics, and mass casualty incidents. We have had delays in care in conditions such as strokes, sepsis, heart attack, and trauma. We experienced unprecedented lack of access and delays in pediatric care during the triple-demic this fall. And we're now practicing waiting room medicine in many EDs. Patients are treated in waiting rooms without privacy, detailed exam, or the high-quality standard of care emergency medicine professionals are trained to deliver. In closing, the time was yesterday to preserve the system. We are in favor of HB 274 with amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your work. Next, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and committee members. My name is Dr. Neil Vabacher, and I am privileged to serve as Chief Medical Officer at University of Maryland, Baltimore Washington Medical Center, a member hospital of the University of Maryland Medical System, here in support of House Bill 274 with amendments. I would like to first acknowledge the individuals who shared their emergency department stories and apologize for their experience. We hear you, we empathize with your frustration, and we stand with you on the critical need to address the current situation. As an emergency medicine physician, I am proud of the fact that emergency departments across Maryland serve patients seeking care 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. While some may suggest we must look at whether emergency departments are being utilized appropriately, I would argue that the front door of the emergency department is the farthest point from where the solution lies. As Chief Medical Officer, I've had an opportunity to see the true barriers that cause emergency department wait times. My colleagues have highlighted several of those barriers, and it demonstrates the sheer complexity of the issue. Post-COVID, staffing beds has been significantly more challenging. The acuity of patients is higher. Patients that require post-acute care can stay days longer in the hospital, and not necessarily because they require additional medical treatment. Adult guardianship patients can be with us for weeks to months awaiting placement, basically living at the hospital without a medical reason. And finding an inpatient bed for complex mental health patients could take just as long. Yes, Maryland is unique. The Maryland model rightly encourages and puts a focus on resources, on population health, and preventative care. But that model is also worth examining, further in the context of the significant barriers we are currently experiencing. I believe we have hit an important inflection point in addressing emergency department wait times. While wait times have long been a concern, the confluence and magnitude of the barriers today require us to address it immediately. We look forward to working with you and finding the necessary solutions our communities need. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please. That's it? All right. Thank you very much for being with us today. Are there any questions for these witnesses? All right, I see the light. Johnson, Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You made a statement that wait room time or emergency room times are long across the nation, but I'm looking at a publication, December 21st, 2022. Maryland's emergency room wait times, the worst in the nation. Now, we hear a lot in this committee about shortage of beds. However, we're closing hospitals across Maryland. So are we creating our own problem?
Who's the best person? One person.
Delegate, I think that that's something that this committee should look at. I think that as there are workforce shortages that are leading to beds being closed, we have the physical capacity here in Maryland. We need to examine how we can make sure we can keep those beds online. We can make sure people can get to the care that they need when they need it. I think that, we do have some of the fewest beds per capita in Maryland, and we need to examine what factors have led to that.
You're welcome. Delegate Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I ask a clarifying and then an actual question?
Sure.
The clarifying amendment is, Ms. Dorian, you mentioned in your written testimony the amendment that you want, which has to do with expanding the workforce to include representation from various hospitals around the state. What I was not clear on is whether the other three panelists were supporting that amendment or you all have your own amendment.
We have brought forward one set of amendments for the hospital field.
And they're here supporting those amendments?
Yes.
Okay. Correct. The question is, and it's to either any of the physicians, you talk a lot about delays in getting beds opened up in-house. What I'm not hearing is about the problem where people are sitting in the emergency room with their test having been done, waiting 5, 6, 7 hours for a physician to come over to tell them they can go home. That's not a bed problem. It may be a manpower problem. But you guys have been working on this problem for a long time, and I'm just curious that the hospitals say they want to be part of the workforce, but you've been working on the problem for a long time, and certainly you should be participatory and surveys and questions and being asked, but I'm not clear why you should have more representation on the workforce than, say, the citizens and advocates, because you already have resources to try and come up with solutions, and you haven't come up with any.
Sure. So I would say that the opportunity here is across the continuum of the healthcare journey, inclusive of what happens in the hospital and post-hospital care. And we would welcome the opportunity to partner with our colleagues that are helping to care for patients once they leave the hospital to see what we can do best to expedite the care safely and efficiently for those patients that are waiting post-care placement, and allow us the opportunity to then care for those patients that are waiting in the emergency department. While it's not ideal to have to treat a patient in our waiting room, that is absolutely things that we will and have done to address the fact that it is difficult to get them back into a room at times.
You have a follow-up?
If I may? Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
It's rare.
I know, I thank you. I appreciate it. So I guess what I'm saying, the Maryland Hospital Association, you have the ability to put together a work group of hospitals to come up with what's the problem in the world, what's so forth. If we put together a committee or a work group to look into this issue, I'm just concerned that if there's too much hospital representation, we will miss the perspective that is so critical. And that would be different from the perspective that we would have if the Hospital Association put together a work group to answer these problems.
So Delegate Hill, I think I hear your question. What I can say is that we are doing that, and we have been doing that, and the doctor sitting next to me and our member hospitals are continually working on process improvements to improve patient flow in the emergency departments. They are doing things to move patients through in a more timely fashion. I think we have hit this inflection point now where what we are asking for with this particular task force is to look at the entire continuum, because we will continue to move forward with the internal improvements that we know that hospitals can continue to make. But we do need some help, and we think that this task force can do that. I don't think that our amendments are trying to overweight the task force. That wasn't our intention at all. We think that hospitals across the state experience emergency department overcrowding differently. A hospital in an urban setting will have an emergency department throughput that looks different than in a rural setting. And so we think that those two perspectives need to be seen. They are not the same. And so that's why we'll see our amendments that have those two different types of facilities. But it was not our intention to overweight the task force.
Any further questions for this panel? I do have, and actually I wish I had noted this when the sponsor of the bill was here, but if you note in the bill, it states that the Department of Health shall staff this group. And the Department of Health letter says that they're not well-suited to staff this group. And it actually says, given the focus of the task force on EDs, Maryland Department of Health recommends that the task force be staffed by an organization that is more intimately involved with the day-to-day of EDs in hospital rather than the Department of Health. So there's one issue. And then in the letter from the Maryland Healthcare Commission, they said that the Maryland Healthcare Commission has regulatory authority over hospital capital projects. And then it says that the HRCRC sets rates for hospitals, including pay performance. And the MEMS oversees and coordinates all components of the statewide emergency medical system. And that those entities are on a front line in dealing with issues related to delivery of emergency services. So I would say that I would ask you to work with the primary sponsor and see if they can get either MIMS or the HSCRC to staff the commission. I believe we have testimony from the HSCRC here, if I'm not mistaken, favorable with amendment. But I think that work needs to be done before it goes to subcommittee, because the Department of Health says that they are not best equipped to staff this task force, okay? Thank you so much. You have a little homework. Thank you. So we have next Peter Hill. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Daniel Ogren. And may I also have Lori Doyle, Antonia Brooks, and Brish Dumay. May I have all four of you? And as soon as you sit, will you get started with your testimony, please?
Very well, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Daniel Ogren, and I am the Assistant Chief of Emergency Medical Services for Montgomery County Fire Rescue Service. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am here on behalf of Montgomery County to support with an amendment for House Bill 274. Montgomery County requests that this much-needed bill be amended to add EMS representation on this task force. Montgomery County's interest in this proposed legislation stems from the impact that emergency department crowding has on our EMS system. We are particularly concerned for patients who arrive at Maryland's hospitals by ambulance and have to wait often hours for a bed to become available. Emergency department crowding is a complex issue. It results in multiple downstream and adverse effects on EMS. Hospital delays put stress on our system and detract from our primary responsibility to the residents and visitors of the county. Our transport units are unavailable to respond to other 911 calls while waiting for a bed, and our field EMS supervisors sometimes have to be physically present in the emergency departments to manage ambulance transfer of care. Hospital delays also increase our costs. We have proactively dedicated an EMS supervisor to oversee the distribution of ambulances so that no individual hospital gets overwhelmed. This comes at a direct cost to the fire department, which is not reimbursed by states or hospitals. We regularly also hold clinicians beyond the end of their shifts, which incurs overtime. If the problem of emergency department overcrowding is not addressed, we will ultimately need more EMS units and personnel. Finally, hospital delays impact our volunteers. Being held at the ED beyond their end of their shift makes it difficult for volunteers to get to their primary jobs. Local volunteer chiefs cite this problem as a bona fide recruitment and retention barrier. Montgomery County Fire Rescue Service has been an innovator at exploring solutions in addition to transport supervisors. In closing, Montgomery County strongly supports the need for the task force proposed House Bill 274, but recommends an amendment to include a leader from a high-volume EMS operational program. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, House of Delegates. My name is Antonia Brooks. I am physical medicine and rehab technician, level 2, intensive care unit in the hospital of Baltimore. I'm a member also of 1199 SEIU, United Healthcare Workers East. Our union represents over 10,000 members, Maryland, D.C. Regional. We urge a favorable report, HB 274. I'm here today to share some problems I have seen working in a short-staffing hospital. There's also an overflow of patients with not enough workers to care for them on time. Maryland has the longest hospital wait time in the United States. This problem's before COVID-19, but it's even worse now. We need safe staff radiation, not only of doctors, nurses, but clinical techs, service workers too. I have seen with my own eyes patient health gets worse because of long emergency department wait time. 1199 members always give high-quality health care, but we can't be everywhere at once. Something else that is really unfair to patients is hospitals would admit patients with private, better insurance, while lower-income patients on Medicare, Medicaid, and patients who don't have insurance at all get bumped to the bottom or the back of the line. The insurance that is immoral leaders to bigger health between patients and based on income. Everyone deserves access to timely, high-quality care, regardless of income or health insurance status. We need to study what other states are doing to reduce wait time in our hospitals, fix short-staffing crisis. Healthcare workers in short-staffing hospitals are overburdened, and patients deserve to be better treated in timely manner. Please vote yes on this bill.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Bridge Dumais. I'm the political coordinator with 1199 SEIU. Our union urges a favorable report on this bill, and we are formally requesting an amendment to increase the number of workers on the task force. This is critically important because workers are experts on the problems in our hospitals and the needed solutions to reduce emergency department wait times and the short staffing crisis. This bill currently requires only one employee of an emergency department to serve on the task force. Our proposed amendment would be to line 19 under section 3, amending it to one registered nurse and one service employee employed in an emergency department who are members of an employee organization that is the exclusive bargaining representative of healthcare workers. Bills that have passed in previous sessions, including but not limited to the Medical Debt Protection Act of 2021, have set precedent for mandating workers who are members of bargaining employee organizations have seats on the task forces that were formed by those bills. So this would bring us in line. Nurses and service employees offer unique perspectives, and that's why they both need to be included on the task force. Furthermore, these workers should be members of an organization that is an exclusive bargaining representative to ensure that what benefits the workers in this crisis is highlighted. There are numerous seats on the task force for hospital management. We believe it is more than fair to request not one but two workers be on the task force and that they be represented by an organization that upholds their best interests. With that, I urge a favorable report with our amendment and also want to offer solidarity to our EMS comrades and support that as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Lori Doyle on behalf of the Community Behavioral Health Association of Maryland, also in support with amendments. We know from Maryland Hospital Association data that from 2016 to 2020, behavioral health ED visits rose by 12%, while ED visits for all other conditions dropped by 11%. We also know from a 10-day analysis of ED boarders conducted by MIMS in November of 2021 that at any given time there are 200 to 350 patients boarding in Maryland's EDs. Psychiatric patients make up 25% of the boarders, with 68% of the boarding time. It's clear that behavioral health is overrepresented in both of these areas and impacting the throughput issue. And here at CBH, we have enough on our plate, so we don't always volunteer for more work. But our provider network has adopted some care management and data collection practices that are pertinent to the charge of this task force. For example, we tracked suicidality and found a 63% reduction in the first 30 days of care. This is important because the best way to impact ED wait times is to reduce the number of people going to the ED. We also track hospital readmission rates, and this is a sore spot for our state in meeting its total cost of care requirements. Our network's readmission rate is 1.38%. It's 13.7% for the public behavioral health system as a whole, so 1/10 of what the whole system is doing. So we've suggested an amendment to give us a seat on this task force. If you agree that we can be of help, we'd love to do so. Thank you.
Any questions for the primary sponsor and his panel? Seeing none, thank you very much. I appreciate it. We have a virtual testimony, and that is Lisa Tenney from the Maryland State Council Emergency Nurses Association. You just be patient while she comes on. Good afternoon. Will you be so kind and get started?
Yes, just one second. I didn't want any feedback from watching. Hi, I'm Lisa Tenney from the Maryland Emergency Nurses Association, and thank you for allowing me to speak again. We urge a favorable vote on HB 274 so that there's a task force to address these long ER wait times. As has been mentioned, Maryland has the longest ED wait times to see a physician in the nation, and this has been going on a very long time. That has also been mentioned that for 7 years, we've had the longest wait times in the nation. Any Maryland ER doc or ER nurse will tell you that these long wait times are not new, and they will tell you that part of the reason, most of the reason, is because of a bed shortage of acute beds, pediatric and adult psych beds, and outpatient behavioral health treatment resources. There are also staffing shortages in every department. I want to give you an example of ER waiting time patient management. This is from a doc. I came on duty at 4 p.m. and 100% of my 33 beds were filled with patients waiting for admission. There were 10 in the hallway on stretchers and 2 ambulances waiting to be triaged. The other 59 patients were in the waiting room. I immediately visually assessed all of them, looked at their triage notes, and talked with the triage nurse. I just didn't like the way one guy looked, so I pulled him aside and examined him standing up in a hallway. And within 45 minutes, he was on his way to the OR for a confirmed dissecting aortic aneurysm, which is a surgical emergency. Many patients never get a bed. This is ER waiting room management. They get admitted, transferred, and discharged from the waiting room. This is poor care. Some patients leave without care. I just want to say one last thing, that if any amendments are made to this bill, we ask that the Maryland Emergency Nurses Association and the Maryland American College of Emergency Physicians have a seat on this task force. We know the problems. Thank you so much. Good day.
Seeing none, thank you for being with us today. Really appreciate it. And for the committee, this will conclude the bill hearing on House Bill 274. We're now going to the last bill hearing of the day, House Bill 319. Delegate Stein, will you bring your panel, please? Title: Pesticide Registration, PFAS Testing Requirements. Delegate Stein, we have a rule in our committee. When you have more than 15 witnesses, you have to get us dinner. Today, we won't, we're not available for dinner tonight, but we are going to take a rain check, okay?
Madam Chair, that's a very fair rule.
I think so.
I will encourage other witnesses to be brief, and if Me Too's are appropriate, then I would encourage that.
Thank you so much. You can get started.
Thank you.
And thank you for waiting. I know that this is the last bill. It does not mean that we're not paying attention, okay?
Thank you.
So you
And
can get started.
thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and committee members. And as this is your last bill, I appreciate your indulgence in hearing House Bill 319. For the record, Delegate Dana Stein. This bill deals with PFAS and pesticides. As this committee knows from prior legislation, PFAS are called forever chemicals, and that's because they can persist unchanged in the environment for many years and can last in our bodies for decades. And we now know that PFAS are found in some pesticides. Multiple researchers have found very high levels of PFAS in insecticides used in Maryland for mosquito control and other pest and land care management. Since millions of pounds of pesticides are used every year in Maryland, that means we could be consuming food and water that are contaminated. And we already know that Maryland fish contain high levels of PFAS. So this bill calls on manufacturers of pesticides to test for the presence of PFAS as part of their annual registration process with the Department of Agriculture. The bill phases in the testing requirement. It starts for pesticides used for mosquito control, and those types of pesticides are used every year in 2,100 communities throughout Maryland, so it's especially important that they be tested. And then by January 2026, all pesticides would need to be tested for PFAS, and is part of their standard registration process. These tests are being done by labs around the country and are inexpensive. In your packet of testimony is a quote from the largest commercial lab in the world, which can do these tests for between $375 and $475, and that lab is included in MDE's recommended laboratory list. So with a simple, inexpensive test, we could identify a potentially major source of contamination for Maryland's residents. We can turn off that tap and protect Maryland's people, food, water, and wildlife. So the panelists who follow will include some of the country's top experts in PFAS and their connections to pesticides and to public health. With that, I urge a favorable report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Great testimony. Who's next?
Hi, my name is Eric Galley, and as you probably already know, I'm representing the Smart on Pesticides Coalition. I'm not one of those experts that was talked about. I am here if there's any questions for the bill, and I did want to point out I had a nice little thing written that this is my 31st year bringing public health and environmental issues before the Maryland General Assembly, and I talked about how every time you bring up something new, the opposition comes in and says, well, the science isn't ready, we need to wait, and most of all, let the federal government do it. We heard that in the Senate. Well, especially today, I'm glad that you guys don't always wait for the federal government to do things. Thank you for all the times that you've gone ahead and you've moved forward. Now, around 3:30 this afternoon, we received an additional document from the Eurofins, which is the largest commercial testing firm in the world, and we sent you a copy by email. Every member was emailed this. It was not in the official record because it came today. And we also gave it to the opposition a couple hours ago, so they've had time to look at it as well. And I'm not going to read it verbatim, but I just wanted to read one sentence in this letter from them. And it says, well, it's two sentences. The methodology for testing as outlined in Senate Bill 158, HB 319 for assessing PFAS in pesticides is exactly the testing protocol that we currently use for testing pesticides. We foresee no need for new methods being developed for testing liquid pesticides, as the need does not exist. And I will take one other document since I have a little bit of time. This is a document from the EPA on EPA letterhead from one EPA office to another. And it says, it's a very long document, but the opening line is, the EPA's Analytical Chemistry Branch Laboratory at Fort Meade has developed and validated, and I highlight that word for a reason that you'll get later on, validated a method for the analysis of 28 PFAS compounds extracted from oily matrices. This memorandum describes the processing and analysis method for these PFAS compounds from samples of oily matrix, such as pesticide products formulated in oil, petroleum, distillates, or mineral oils. In other words, they're saying we have a test. It's ready to go. Thank you.
Who's next?
I'm next. Hi, my name's Diana Eigner. I'm a retired EPA scientist. I'm here speaking on my behalf, but I'm also here speaking on the behalf of Dr. Graham Peasley, who's a professor at Notre Dame. He has expertise in measuring PFAS, 25 publications, but also what's important, he has active grants right now testing it for the EPA, Department of Defense, and also USGS. So I really don't think we can minimize the grave threat PFAS is causing in our environment and our health. It's been dubbed the largest environmental contamination issue in the U.S., but I particularly want to talk to you about PFAS and pesticides. So PFAS is not a necessary component in pesticides. It's actually been used as an additive in pesticides. So the pesticide will work without PFAS. And my colleague here, Dr. Stephen Lassay, actually has research that can demonstrate that. And also, I think it's important to be clear that the EPA, there are 3 testing methods that are in this bill, and these are the methods the EPA uses. They were developed by the EPA. They were developed by the EPA Office of Water. And just want to mention that we know now Eurofins can do it. So these methods are great. You can ask questions about it. Also, there's a very inexpensive method that looks at total organic fluorine. And so this is quick, down and dirty, and you can test a pesticide, and if it doesn't have fluorine, then it doesn't have PFAS. So it's a great screening tool. We've also been finding things about container contamination, leaching into pesticides. There's PFAS containers, but what's leaching in is a smaller percentage of what we see as the PFAS in the pesticide. But I think that's important. We can explain that a little bit more also. So I urge a favorable report from a scientific perspective. I don't think we can wait in the state of Maryland. PFAS is in our environment everywhere right now, and then if we're using pesticides with PFAS, we're actually adding additional PFAS to our environment when we know what the consequences are. Thank you.
Thank you. Who is next?
There we go. Hello, I am Dr. Stephen Lassay. I'm a PFAS scientist and chemist, and I've been researching PFAS exposure for nearly 10 years, particularly around the consumption of food and drink. I recently published a peer-reviewed study where I found PFAS concentrations in 6 out of 10 tested pesticides that were between 4 and 19 million parts per trillion. For perspective, the EPA's drinking water advisory is 0.02 parts per trillion. These pesticides are widely used in the United States and here in Maryland. The PFAS I observed was not a listed component of the products. How did they get there? The manufacturing process, the inert proprietary ingredients, contamination. Regardless of how the PFAS got into the insecticides, it will end up on anything they're applied to, including our food. My discovery was made at a USDA crop genetics research center, so I tested some of the crops grown at the site to see if the PFAS concentrations I found in the pesticides were reflected in these crops. Corn, green beans, and peanut samples had PFAS concentrations thousands of times greater than the EPA's drinking water limit of 0.02 parts per trillion. This interim health advisory level was set up by the EPA under the assumption or the idea that no exposure to PFAS or PFOA is really safe over a lifetime. I also tested the soil at the site and found concerning concentrations of several PFAS. This PFAS in the soil will continue to pose consumptive risk through plant uptake, essentially indefinitely for crops grown on the contaminated soil. As a PFAS scientist and chemist, I want to state that the testing noted in the bills are currently used in a variety of media by PFAS scientists, commercial and analytical labs, and EPA labs right now. I'm happy to answer any questions you have about my research, and thank you.
Thank you for your testimony today. I appreciate it. Are there any questions for the sponsor and his panelists? Delegate Johnson, followed by Delegate Kerr, followed by Delegate Riley, and Delegate Bagnell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, panel, for bringing us the information. I'm looking through the letters of opposition, and a lot of them say that there's no tests for PFAS. As you have testified that they have a test ready to go, but then I'm also looking at Crop Life America opposition, and they say HB 319 is not necessary due to the existing rigorous federal testing requirements for pesticides, and they list about 8 different tests that they do. Can you speak to us a little bit about that?
I can speak to that. So the methods that have been developed weren't necessarily in the Office of Pesticides. They're in the Office of Water, and I actually worked in that office with a chemist that developed them. So we know right now that 537.1 is what they're using in drinking water, and Dr. Lassay mentioned what the number is. That was developed by Office of Research and Development chemists. It's fully validated, and it's gone to final. And then we have 1633. Now, what's interesting about that one is it can measure things like fish tissue or vegetation or anything. And so what we have going on with that, right, it can also measure like surface water that's different kind of sediment and things in it, and you can use that for an aqueous test. That's 1633. And then we have the total organic fluorine test, which you can use to test if there's any PFAS that's in it. So this idea that there aren't tests, when the EPA does tests and releases tests, and we were releasing them in a public manner, there are documents on the EPA website, and it has a method number that's considered a valid method at that time, and then that's what the EPA is using, USGS is using, commercial labs are using, and all the other federal agencies like Defense is very involved in testing for PFAS right now. So there are methods. We're never going to see a PFAS in pesticide method because almost all the chemists agree there's really not a need for one. We have these existing methods, and we will be able to determine if there's PFAS in pesticides. So.
Well, Delegate, if I may, to answer.
No, you're not.
Okay.
You can't.
Sorry,
Thank you, because then we'll be here all night.
Can I add to that, madam?
No, you cannot.
Okay.
Someone can ask a question, but you're not able to. We have next Delegate Kerr, followed by Delegate Riley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. LaSalle, last week in the Frederick News Post, it was reported that the towns of Myersville, Thurmont, and Mount Airy all found PFAS contamination in their drinking water wells, and Mount Airy and Myersville took wells offline. Are these wells done for all time, or is it possible for them to recover?
And before you answer, for all the questions that we have, I would like the person who can best address the question, do so, okay? Respectfully. Thank you.
Yeah, there are treatment processes in develop, and there are filtering processes currently available. A lot of them tend to involve, carbon and ion exchange, resins, and reverse osmosis. So it is a problem that can be fixed, but it can be expensive, and PFAS is a very large group of chemicals. And while we may be concerned about like PFOS, which is an individual one, certain methods that are very good for PFOS might not be better for other PFAS.
My pleasure. Next, we have Delegate Riley, followed by Delegate Bagnell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I kind of remember this bill from last year. There was another, not only the testing that you now have a letter saying that the testing is available. Is there a available pesticide for mosquitoes at this point? Because I know that was a big issue last year. We don't want an outbreak of mosquito bites going to our hospital to add to that. So is there something?
The two tests that we're talking about that are validated by the EPA can handle all of those products.
So there is.
There is.
There is a product that can do successfully combat mosquitoes. And
Absolutely. They can be tested for.
right.
And again, we'll get you these letters have been emailed to you, but we'll make sure we'll bring hand copies around.
Going to follow up?
Yes.
You said they can be tested for, but do we have a product already that's already
One person.
made to combat mosquitoes in, our lower
So-
shore country?
Some of this information will be published in the future, but yes, there are products that do not contain PFAS that are available on the market, and actually very popular.
Delegate Bagnall, followed by Delegate Kipke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And your panel alluded to this, but if you could just expand a little bit, because one of the concerns that we did hear previously was the leaching of the PFAS from the containers, that might impact the testing. So if you could speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, so the PFAS leaching from the containers also ends up in the products, right? So these aren't necessarily separate issues, because whatever leaches out of the containers will end up on your food as well. So products that don't have PFAS in their formulations but still have containers that leach out PFAS are still going to have PFAS in them.
Okay. We have next Delegate Kipke, followed by Taveras, followed by Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Two quick questions. As it relates to the, I read this letter from, frankly, it's all like foreign language to me, but the Eurofins and whatever. And Eric, you referenced that the Department of Defense has something about oils and this and that. Why is it so difficult to get something from the EPA that validates this test for pesticides? That's my first question. I mean, it seems like that's a pretty simple thing to achieve.
So based on what I know, I worked in pesticide programs and then in Office of Water, and now I'm retired. Talking to the chemists directly, they don't see the need for a specific pesticide method with PFAS.
And I mean that respectfully.
Sure.
But when I look at the EPA's website,
Yes,
PFAS analytical methods, development and sampling
Yes.
research, they have these sections here.
yes,
And the methods for these sections.
yes.
Can't you get a letter from them saying that this would be an acceptable thing for pesticides? That's my question number one. And question number two is, the Department of Ag has in their testimony that this would impact 12,000 products. But wouldn't you agree that this, because of the definition, it's vastly more than that? It hasn't even been mentioned yet, but this would impact disinfectants, sanitizers, products used for mold remediation. I mean, there's thousands of products that this would impact, far beyond pesticides. When we think of pesticides, we think of it kills a bug, right? But this is commercial goods, grocery stores, hospital, this is a big, wouldn't it be, I guess the question is, would it be better for this to be handled with some type of a ban or national ban instead of requiring all these different entities to have to pay, what did you say, $300 to $500 per registration?
So the last time EPA banned a pesticide was when they were doing DDT and chloridine. It's been decades since they've banned pesticides. In general, what they try to do is get the company to maybe withdraw themselves or change the method of the application so it's not so detrimental to human health and the environment. So I think waiting for a ban, we're going to be waiting a long time. And that's why I think it comes to the state often for you to be protective of your citizens. When it comes to the EPA letter, this has kind of been my experience. You can write a letter and it'll go all the way up to the attorneys, and the attorneys don't often want to release a letter to a state or anything like that because they're always afraid of litigation. And since we know PFAS is in pesticides and it's being proved, I really think they're worried about litigation. So I don't know, we're trying to push for a letter. Maybe a letter will come. It's my belief that there probably won't be, and that I might be the best thing that you get because I worked in these offices and I know what happens when it comes to the letters and when it comes. But I think knowing that we have these methods And this is what the EPA is using for measuring fish tissue, surface water, and everything. So if the EPA is using these valid methods, I actually think it's applicable to Maryland. And when you were mentioning how many different pesticides there are, that's the beauty of that very cheap, looking at the total organic fluorine. It's a cheap screening method. So if you're doing that, you can demonstrate you don't have PFAS. Yes.
You to say it's cheap, but these are also mom and pop businesses that have to get them registered with the Department of Agriculture. Scores of products that they have to get registered and pay fees every year. And in addition, you're asking them to pay whatever you said, $300 to $500 per product. So you're putting the onus not just on big ag businesses like Monsanto or whatever. You're also putting it on individual mom and pop businesses as well. So I look forward to working with the bill sponsor to talk through some of these concerns. Thank you.
Can I just add one thing quick?
No,
the one
that-
thing.
Excuse me.
No?
That's it, yeah.
Okay.
He's going to work with the bill sponsor, okay?
Oh, good, good.
All right. We have Delegate Taveras, followed by Delegate Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As somebody who also, I used to work for the EPA too, I'm just, and having read about endocrine disruptors while I was there, I know that these are forever chemicals. So we need to just figure out, or at least if you can speak to the fact of why why we need to read this at parts per trillion versus parts per billion or million when, I mean, we're asking more of this than we do marijuana and cannabis when we measure it at 4 or 5 decimal places. So why that and just like I just want to be able to understand why if we're also using the same mass spectros, you know, the machines, the mass spec and all that, why, what do we need to do to ramp it up more so that it could be more exacting, so that we could be able to read it and be more specific at a parts per trillion level? Because that's what
Can you let them, Delegate Taveras, let them answer? 1 second, go ahead.
So a lot of analytical methods, especially ones that Eurofins have used and ones I've used, can detect at, you know, as low as 1 or a half a part per trillion. And the reason why for the forever chemicals, PFAS, why they're considered this way and such a small amount is considered detrimental is because they don't just kind of stay in the environment forever, but they stay in your body forever. PFAS has a biological half-life of 10 years in your body. So that means the amount you ate today, half of it will be there 10 years later. That happens every day.
Thank you. Delegate Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate Stein and the panel. Some of the testimony, particularly testimony from the Farm Bureau, suggests that the bill is not doable, that to ask when there are dozens of different PFAS chemicals, and you can maybe test for 10, to ask for a distributor to have an affidavit saying they're not there is asking them to lie under penalty, right? And then the second part is, let's say they want to sign the affidavit, they do the test, and they find that there's PFAS there, whether it's leached out of chemicals or whatever. The chemical was pure, but it got put in a container. What kind of adaptive processes can they go through if they want to be able to distribute that product?
Well, the testing says that they have to get tested, they have to go to a lab and have the test, and they're clear at that point because they're supposed to include the lab results. So there wouldn't be a liability situation there. They would go to the lab would say you've passed, they would say these are our results, and they'd include it with them.
How can they mitigate or adapt their products if they are found to have failed the test?
Well, I mean, if they fail the test, I mean, we're trying to keep the PFAS out. The bill is designed to say there are other products out there, but if your product has PFAS in it, then we are trying to phase it out.
Okay. I don't see any other questions. Delegate Hill, your light is still on. Thank you very much for your patience as the committee asked the questions. As you could see, there are a lot of questions, right? And we're very engaged. So if you could work on these issues, that would be wonderful. I understand the Senate also have some questions, the same type of questions. So that will be wonderful if you can address them. Thank you so much. Thank you. So next we have the Mike Shinowski, Wen Duvoy, Betsy Nicholas, Patrick Elder, Emily Ronson. I think that makes 5. If you could get started, that would be great. Who would like to get started? You can go ahead and start, sir. Give me your name. It's on. Do not touch the light. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. I'm Dr. Michael Lichniowski, a pediatrician representing the Maryland chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics, and speaking today on behalf of the many children cared for by Maryland's pediatricians. PFAS, as you've heard, are extremely persistent substances both in the environment and in the human circulation. They're poorly excreted, with half-lives for some PFAS measured in years to decades. Because of this persistence, the potential for lifetime exposure and accumulation of PFAS in children is substantial. Children and fetuses are uniquely susceptible to the effects of toxic chemicals, a vulnerability that contradicts the commonly held misconception that the dose determines the toxicity of a particular substance. PFAS can cross the placenta and enter the fetal circulation, and prenatal exposures to even minimal amounts of toxic chemicals during the times when the brain and other organs are forming can have serious and potentially irreversible consequences. Infants and young children breathe more rapidly, they eat and drink larger amounts relative to their size than adults, and their frequent hand-to-mouth behaviors increase inadvertent non-food ingestions, such as outdoor soil or indoor house dust contaminated by PFAS-containing pesticides. Children ingesting food or water or inhaling air or dust contaminated by PFAS are at increased risk of adverse health effects, which include immune suppression with reduced antibody responses to vaccines and an increased risk of infection during childhood, increased risk and severity of COVID infections, low birth weight and decreased length and head circumference in newborns, increased risk of congenital and acquired thyroid disease, elevated cholesterol in children, and preeclampsia and pregnancy-induced hypertension in pregnant women, which adversely impact the health of newborns. All Marylanders deserve the assurance that the mosquito control products and pesticide used in their communities and in growing their food are free from PFAS contamination. Maryland's children deserve to live and grow in the safest environment that we can provide for them, free from unnecessary toxic exposures. For the protection of the children in our state, Maryland AAP requests a favorable report on House Bill 319. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
I'm Dr. Gwen Du Bois. I practiced medicine for 35 years in Maryland and am president of Chesapeake Physicians for Social Responsibility, that's CPSR, which strongly supports this bill. CPSR is a statewide evidence-based organization of over 900 physicians, medical students, and other health professional supporters, addresses major public health threats, including the effects of toxic exposures. Please check my written testimony as well as some medical students who both, one of them did research on PFAS that we submitted. PFAS are forever chemicals because they are not readily broken down, thus the potential to accumulate in our bodies. The former director of National Institute of Environmental Health Sciences has said publicly that PFAS causes kidney cancer, elevated cholesterol, and impaired immune response. PFAS is associated with reduced response to vaccines, as we've heard, which could be a problem during a pandemic. A Harvard School of Public Health study linked more serious outcomes of COVID-19 with elevated blood PFAS levels. PFAS has been strongly linked to testicular cancer, altered thyroid hormone levels, low birth weight, and liver damage. It's the association with fatty liver is what I want to focus on now. Non-alcoholic fatty liver is a global epidemic, and here in the U.S., predictions are that by 2030, it will likely affect 1 out of 3 American adults. Although increased obesity is an important contributor to the condition, persistent chemicals like PFAS may be contributing to the epidemic. These chemicals mimic fatty acids, which allow them to get into our liver cells, accumulate, and alter liver metabolism. This may be how they injure the liver leading to non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, in some cases cirrhosis. We all have measurable PFAS, or most of us in America, in our blood. For these reasons, Chesapeake PSR strongly supports this bill that is important to prevent what we cannot cure.
Thank you. Who's next?
Good afternoon. My name is Betsy Nicholas. I'm the Vice President of Programs for Potomac River Keeper Network. As many of you know, Potomac River is a very large river in the state of Maryland, and most of us get our drinking water from that river. I myself am about 70% Potomac River. And it's got PFAS in it. We have a problem that has been going on for decades now of PFAS accumulation in our water bodies, on our soil, in our foods, and it's time to turn off the tap of the contamination. EPA's come out with a really good plan for looking at safety levels, testing, understanding drinking water, but all of these things are dealing with trying to get it at that source of drinking water. Let's stop putting it in our waterways, stop getting it in our food. Mosquitoes, as we all know, like water. So when you're looking at mosquito spraying, that's often going right onto our waterways. In fact, the Upper Potomac River Keeper spotted a pesticide manufacturer or applicator out spraying for mosquitoes about 300 yards above a drinking water intake recently. So this stuff is getting into our systems, into our water. We need to stop putting these chemicals everywhere. And this is a good start to that. We're going to look at trying to limit exposure to what's getting into our water, what's getting into our soil, and what's getting into our food. It's just a step. This is one piece of the puzzle of dealing with this really ubiquitous forever chemical. But we have to start somewhere, and stopping application of pesticides that have PFAS in it is a great place to start. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Next, please.
Thank you for your service to the state of Maryland, especially at this late hour. I am Pat Elder, and I am the Director of Military Poisons. Millions of Marylanders get their drinking water from groundwater and surface water like the Potomac River. And you've heard today that the absolute lifetime maximum level for two specific PFAS chemicals in drinking water was reduced by the EPA last year from 70 parts per trillion to 0.02 and 0.004 parts per trillion for two of the most common compounds, PFOS and PFOA. You just heard about pesticides containing millions of parts per trillion of PFAS. Pesticides are being sprayed for mosquitoes in our communities. Some, we already know, contain PFAS. Then the pesticides go into the soil, and they're used in growing food we purchase. Some we already know contain PFAS. And from there, they go into our drinking water through surface and groundwater, and then we drink it. How many glasses of water do you and your family drink each day? It's terrible public policy to allow high concentrations of PFAS to be sprayed on our land season after season. The PFAS-containing pesticides run off into surface waters. We must identify and eliminate the flow of PFAS from pesticides from getting into our drinking water. HP 319 takes a critically important step by eliminating most of the PFAS from pesticides. But we need your help. We need your vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the committee. I am Emily Ranson with Clean Water Action and Marylanders for Food and Farm Worker Protection, a broad and diverse coalition of labor and health experts, environmental groups, and others working together to improve the health and safety of workers in the poultry, seafood, and farm industries in Maryland. Food and farm workers are routinely exposed to pesticides in their work and where they live. They suffer more chemical-related injuries than other workforces. And we are especially concerned about the additive effect of both pesticide exposure as well as PFAS exposure, and the cumulative impact of PFAS exposure in a community with limited access to health care. And for these reasons and others that are provided in our written testimony, we urge a favorable report on House Bill 319. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony today. Are there any questions? Yes, questions. I see Delegate Kaiser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm sorry that I had to miss Delegate Stein's testimony. But when I listened to the five of you that spoke, and there was another person who was there before, I didn't miscount, what I'm hearing is that PFAS are bad. And so I'm hearing the problem. But honestly, I didn't hear a single one of you talk about the appropriateness or the effectiveness of this particular solution. I think the third person said we need to do something. The fourth person said we need to do this. But I would like to know if any of you have any, if I guess it just has to be one of you, but if one person can speak to why this particular solution is the right solution, because otherwise, nothing that you said helped me support this bill, because you didn't speak to the bill itself. So if someone could help with that.
Who's the best person?
Betsy? Betsy.
Okay. I'll take that. Senator, Delegate, you did miss a little bit of the conversation earlier where there was more talk directly about the testing methods that are available through Eurofins and other companies, Cyclopure and others, for testing. But really, this is about, this isn't the entire solution here. This is a solution on what to do about pesticides containing PFAS. This bill does not fix the PFAS problem alone. It fixes one piece of it so that we are no longer spraying it all over our drinking water sources where it's getting into groundwater and surface water and into our bodies, as well as soaking into farm fields. So it's only taking care of that one piece of the puzzle here, while we also need to work on a bunch of other mechanisms to address legacy contamination, stopping putting it in our household products, and a lot of other steps to really reduce this.
Okay, thank you. We have Delegate Kipke followed by Delegate Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Sort of like Delegate Kaiser, my problem is sort of the method that this is using. And so I don't know, whoever's the best to answer this, this legislature banned phosphorus in dish soap and other products like that, both retail and commercial. And it was a ban. And if you violate the ban, you get fined. It seems to me like that might be a better approach than forcing all of these different entities for which there's multiple, there's private label, there's retail. It's the same formula, but you're making all of them go through this testing and fee through the Department of Agriculture. Why wouldn't a ban be a more appropriate method?
Who's the best person to answer?
I think the reasoning is that not all of the pesticides that are out there have PFAS in them. But the ones that do are the ones that we don't want to be applied across the state. The PFAS in pesticides affects our drinking water and our food supply. Adults, children, everybody in Maryland eats and drinks stuff that can be contaminated with PFAS. If you limit the pesticides used in the state to those that have been shown to be free of PFAS, you eliminate a huge source of PFAS being introduced into the environment.
But I'm asking, why isn't a ban a more appropriate way? And maybe you don't have the answer, but that is really the answer that I'm looking for. Thank you.
Thank you. The next delegate is Delegate Johnson, followed by Delegate Chisholm.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Of the recent water samples taken across 30 states, Maryland samples detected the highest level of forever chemicals nationwide. According to the study, 25 PFAS compounds were detected across 134 locations in Maryland. So my question is, are all PFAS compounds hazardous to our health?
Well, we don't really know because not all 12,000 PFAS chemicals have been tested for their health effects. Those that have been tested, we've delineated a lot of the health effects that have been identified in association with exposure to them. If those of you were here last year, a similar bill was introduced to eliminate PFAS from food containers, from firefighting foam, from carpeting, so that...
My question was not what all PFAS is in, but are all PFAS compounds hazardous?
Well, as I said, all 12,000 of the existing PFAS chemicals have not been tested to know exactly what each one of those 12,000 compounds can do. The PFAS chemicals that have been tested have been linked to the many health effects that we have described to you in this session. There's also additional details in the written testimony.
Delegate Chisholm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is really, in regards to the bill, in one section it says 100 parts per trillion, and then another section says 10 parts per billion. And the reason I ask that is it's hard for me to comprehend how small that really is when we consider, for instance, 1 million seconds ago was 11 and a half days ago. 1 billion seconds ago was 32 years ago. 1 trillion seconds ago was 32,000 years ago. I think people get lost sometimes when we start throwing around these numbers. Unfortunately, we throw them around way too much with money. 1 trillion is a huge, huge number, one we can't even comprehend. A trillion ants weighs 3,000 tons. So when you start talking about 100 parts per trillion, you're like, oh, that's 100 parts per trillion. That is almost untraceable. So who comes up with this number of it's got to be 100 parts per trillion or less, or 10 parts per billion or less? Where does this number come from?
Who's the best person to answer that? And if you don't know, it's okay. The sponsor of the bill is in the, right here in the committee, and he can actually get the information to the committee offline. Actually, they're going yes. All right, so we'll do that, Delegate Chisholm, okay? And Delegate Stein, will you be so kind and forward the information to the entire committee, please? Thank you. Any further questions for these witnesses? Seeing none, thank you very much for your patience and for being with us today. We have Solange Beck and Bonnie Raindrop. Can you get started, please?
Good evening. My name is Solange Beck. I'm representing Mom's Organic Market. Mom serves thousands of customers in 10 stores across Maryland, and our purpose is to protect and restore the environment. Our customers demonstrate their concern about exposure to pesticides and toxins by shopping at Mom's and choosing organic. In addition to advocating for the regulation of pesticides and PFAS, we consider it our responsibility to educate our consumers, many of whom are mothers of children, about the harms of these substances. PFAS are still a relatively obscure topic to the average citizen, and this has helped manufacturers fly under the radar. The discovery of PFAS in food grown in fields with commonly used pesticides containing PFAS is an alarming, almost unimaginable public health threat. So too, similar to when DDT, lead paint, and CFCs were found to have overwhelming harm on wildlife, our children, and the ozone layer. Yet by our leaders having taken concrete steps to eliminate these threats, what was once perceived insurmountable became achievable. Positive reports of the repair of our ozone layer is a very recent example of what we need to do to turn off the tap on PFAS and pesticides, which are contaminating our food, our bodies, soil, waterways, and the health of the world we give our children and grandchildren. And of even greatest concern is the lack of research on the synergistic impacts of these two toxic classes of chemicals. It's clear there has been ongoing testing by the EPA and scientists across the country, so there's no need to wait forever to reinvent the wheel with a brand new test. Our customers are concerned about another major exposure source of PFAS in our environment, and we ask for your favorable report of House Bill 319. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony today. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Bonnie Raindrop. I represent Maryland Pesticide Education Network, and I'd like to speak to several things that have been raised as questions. But first, I want to call attention to Dr. Linda Birnbaum's testimony, her written testimony in your packet. She wasn't able to be here because she's recovering from surgery. But she does talk about the health effects. She has been the head of National Institute for Environmental Health Scientists and worked for EPA for 19 years, directing the largest division focused on environmental health research. And she's also a PFAS expert, and she provides detailed information about PFAS health effects and why they rise to the level of causation. And I wanted to address one of the questions that came up concerning this, wouldn't a ban bill be better? This is, in fact, a ban bill. It puts the onus on manufacturers to prove that their products are PFAS-free before they can be allowed into the state. So it does have that effect. The other thing I wanted to address was a question that was, what does a manufacturer do if they find out that their product contains PFAS? And I can cite when we banned neonicotinoids from consumer products, what happened in the market, because I went out and visited over 50 retail locations looking on store shelves to see if the products were gone. And in fact, what happened was by the time the law went into effect, all the products that had been containing neonics were being labeled identically as the same product that people were familiar with, but they just changed the formulation so it didn't have a neonic in it. So the industry is very able to be flexible about the alternatives that they choose for intentionally placed PFAS as inert ingredients. And there are alternatives for those inert ingredients.
Thank you. Are there any questions for these two witnesses? Delegate Taveras, followed by Delegate Hill.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that, because the question that I had are, what are those alternatives, right? Because the thing is that if we essentially are banning these fluorinated chemicals, what are we supplanting them with that can be just as effective in killing not just mosquito, but invasive species and other things that we're trying to target?
That's a great question. And the clarification is that these PFAS are not used to kill insects. They are not used as active ingredients in any of these pesticides. They're either inert ingredients, which the manufacturer is allowed to keep secret as a proprietary ingredient. And what they put them in the pesticide for can be to have the pesticide spray more evenly through a nozzle, or sometimes in order to stick to something on the plant. So there are many alternatives that manufacturers have for these, and that is evidenced by the fact that even the Maryland Department of Agriculture had 2 pesticides that were mosquito control products in Maryland tested, Permacease and Permanone 3030, and the testing came back showing that they were PFAS-free. So they do not have to have a PFAS in them to make the product work effectively. But within the industry, there are many other kinds of adjuvants, surfactants, those are what inerts tend to be, that they can choose instead. And if it's a situation where it's container contamination, they can change the container liner so that maybe it's a metal container, which many of them are contained with. So they have solutions for this, and the industry is very resourceful about choosing alternatives.
Delegate Hill. Okay, beautiful. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Our pleasure. Next, we have actually an unfavorable, Colby Ferguson. Are you here?
Excuse me, we had one more witness, Doug Myers from Chesapeake Bay Foundation.
I don't see the person here. They're not signed in.
He's right there.
Let me, hold on. No, I cannot. If you're not signed in, I can't call on you. Let me see. What is your name?
Doug Myers.
Did you sign up?
Yeah, we sign up all of our testimony.
I don't see Doug Myers. You see Doug Myers? No, you're not.
Okay.
Sorry, I apologize, but I'm not able to allow you to do that.
Fine. I think we
It
got
creates a
our
lot of work for staff if I did that, okay? If you would like to leave your testimony, I'll make sure that we get it, okay? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for being flexible. We have next, actually, Colby Ferguson. Are you here? And also Lindsay Thompson, Michael Groover, and Holly Porter. Will you be so kind and come up? And as soon as you sit, will you please get started? Thank you very much. And thank you all for your patience. I know that it's been a long day and we're almost done. Hang in there. Who's next?
My name is Mike Gruber. I represent the Household and Commercial Products Association. HCPA members manufacture a variety of goods, including household disinfectants, sanitizers, pet care, and home pest products registered under state and federal pesticide regulations. The regulation of pesticide distribution is already established under the Federal Insecticide, Fungicide, and Rodenticide Act, or FIFRA, and the Maryland Department of Agriculture's Pesticide Regulations section. Applicants are required to disclose the presence of any intentionally added PFAS, either on the label for an active ingredient or on the confidential statement of formulation, also known as the CSF. Maryland already receives the CSF from registrants as a condition of registration. If any level of PFAS or any other contaminant is known to be present, the registrant is required to submit an incident report under FIFRA, or the product is considered misbranded. The need for an affidavit attesting to the presence of PFAS is unclear, given that Maryland already receives the information from producers if a product contains the substance. HB 319 would require an analysis of all pesticides in a laboratory either identified by the Department of Environment as capable of testing PFAS or used by EPA for PFAS testing. Currently, there's no lab certified by EPA for determining PFAS in pesticide formulations. This would require manufacturers to outsource this analysis to a private laboratory if one eventually becomes certified. That lab would then have to service over 12,000 products that are registered. The Maryland Department of Health is the only lab in the state which has the technical capability to meet this criteria within the bill. H 319 would impose unachievable and unnecessary requirements on manufacturers and distributors of the products. HCPA urges an unfavorable report on the bill.
Next, please.
Good evening. My name is Holly Porter. I'm the Executive Director of the Delmarva Chicken Association, the 1,600-member trade association representing our meat chicken industry, growers, companies, and allied businesses. And we are here today in opposition of House Bill 319. So the chicken community's sole mission is to provide a safe and healthy food supply to all Maryland citizens. So we are just as concerned about the impacts of PFAS as others are here today. However, we've already heard there's still debate on whether there is an accurate testing method for all various types of pesticides that are registered by the Maryland Department of Agriculture. Not only would this have obvious and immediate repercussions for our grain and our poultry production in Maryland, but it also would impact everyday disinfectants. So yes, disinfectants are created to kill pests. Those are viruses and germs. And these disinfectants include common names that we know, such as bleach, chlorine, Lysol, Ajax, and 56 pages of other disinfectants that are at the Department of Ag. Banning these products, even temporarily, would have severe consequences for food safety, not only in our industry, but practically every food production facility. Our chicken harvesting plants must guarantee they are sanitary, and these products are regularly used to maintain our safe food supply. Not only are these registered pesticides needed for food safety, they're also needed to protect our workers. Hand sanitizer and disinfectants have been used for years before COVID, but have become even more paramount for worker protection. This bill could completely upend some of the key tools in worker and food safety, and for that we ask for an unfavorable vote.
Next, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Colby Ferguson on behalf of Maryland Farm Bureau, and we come in opposition of House Bill 319. Not that we're in opposition of wanting to be able to use PFAS. I think it's more of a problem with this, the way this bill is written is that the pesticides that we need, that we use, and all, as Holly just talked about, from disinfectants all the way down to crop protectants, is all in this bill. It's not just mosquitoes like it was last year. Now we put all 12,000 in this bill, and so there's still not the test. I mean, everybody can say that the one that we use for drinking water and the one we use for biosolids will work, but they won't. You know, even the document that came out at 3:30 specifically says in the second paragraph that they have developed the test for testing liquid pesticides, and so there's no need for another test for liquid pesticides. Well, unfortunately, not all pesticides are liquid. There are granulars. There are oily-based products. There's 12,500 and something that are in the that are recorded every year, and so they take a whole gamut of different things. We're not talking neonics and things like that. We're talking Clorox, and we're talking the stuff we use to sanitize for COVID and flu and all those kinds of things. So the worry is that this bill puts it in place that there has to be this validated test either by EPA or by the Maryland Department of Agriculture, and nobody wants to validate anything. EPA doesn't want to validate anything. MDA doesn't want to do it because everybody wants to be liable for stuff, and so we're stuck holding the bag when it's all said and done. And so our worry is that we want to get rid of PFAS. Don't get me wrong, but I'm afraid this one's too restrictive. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Lindsay Thompson, here today on behalf of the Maryland Grain Producers and the Delaware-Maryland Agribusiness Association. You have our written testimony in your packets. And I wanted to say that I really appreciate the transparency of the proponents of the bill in providing us the letter from Eurofins stating that they can and have done this testing for pesticides. However, I would like to point out that just because a commercial lab has done and claims to be able to accurately do a testing methodology does not make that validated for a substance. The test you are using, as we understand it, must be specific to the medium that you are testing, right? And so in the bill, it requires an affidavit or a certification of validity of the test results that you are submitting. That is a legal affidavit that is required, and none of the registrants are going to do that for a testing methodology that is not validated for pesticides. We are concerned what this could mean for not only pesticide registration, but also for our members in Maryland. As Colby said, we're not arguing that PFAS is bad. We're not saying that we want to be able to use PFAS. You heard you can make these products without PFAS, right? We're not saying that that's not true, but there are such a thing as non-intentionally added PFAS that can happen at different parts of the production process. And so this bill ultimately threatens the access to the pesticides that we have for food production and public health. The last thing that I wanted to point out is that there's all of these pesticides, and these aren't just big manufacturers, right? And so if you have a fluorinated product, you're not going to be able to use that cheap, easy test. You're going to have to do the 375 to 500 test every single year, right? And so that could be a big cost that will ultimately also make registrants not register their products in Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony tonight. We really appreciate it. Are there any questions? First, we'll start with Delegate Kaiser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for Colby Ferguson, and I guess something the young lady said after you about things being non-intentionally added. But when I heard you, Mr. Ferguson, say that you do want to get rid of PFAS, given what the delegate is trying to do and given the fact that it's seemingly still out there in products, do you have another solution of what we can do?
I think EPA is working on that, and they have a roadmap to get us to where we need to go, and it's we can share it with, I know we shared it with the chairwoman a couple of days ago, and I'd be happy to send that to you. But it's a very lengthy piece, and it's not just for pesticides, it's for everything. It's for biosolids, it's for our wastewater treatment plants, it's for everything, and because it's everywhere, unfortunately. And it's been used for 40, 50 years now, and so unfortunately, it's in everything we touch and everything we have. It's in our fields, it's in our food sometimes, and it's hard to. So that's the problem with the way the bill is like if I have a container and I test it and it comes back negative, and so now I sign the affidavit saying I'm good to go. Well, somebody pulls one off the shelf 6 months later and pulls a test out of that one, and it comes back positive. My test is just as valid as their test is because the container I tested was negative. I'm now held liable because the test from 6 months, so you don't know. It's like, it's not the proper, I think the delegate offered the thought is we need to ban the use of creating PFAS. If we got rid of just making PFAS, we would start to weed it out of our system. But this bill makes everybody liable because it's he said, she said deal.
You can follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for my first follow-up question of the session.
Is it going to be the last one? I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
I'm counting everyone else's, so I reserve the right for maybe one more.
And I'm feeling generous, so I'll say yes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Ferguson, I guess I heard you say two things. One, that we're waiting for the EPA when a lot of times waiting for the federal government on a lot of things is not the right answer. And then I also heard you go back into just saying, oh, we don't like the liability of this. But I didn't really hear an answer to any kind of other solution. So if that's not something that you have today, but certainly it's kind of like the other panel that described the problem without advocating for the solution. I'm hearing you saying you don't like the solution, but not having an alternative. And so be interested in that. Okay.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Colby referenced the EPA roadmap for addressing appreciable sources of PFAS, which goes from 2021 to 2024, right? I know that that's a long time to wait. We want instant results. We want things taken out right away. However, what we don't want to do is, in the absence of a validated test, have registrants not register their products in the state of Maryland and put Marylanders at a competitive disadvantage. I'm speaking specifically to food production, right? And so I do think this needs to be more of a holistic approach. I'll point out that maybe we were supportive, actually, of the testing of PFAS in biosolids, right? Biosolids and wastewater effluent. There was a bill in to do that. The bill was withdrawn, right? And it was withdrawn in order to allow the Maryland Department of Environment to do some investigation in the interim, rather than requiring the testing. So maybe that's a solution that I would like to propose, is let's go back to Maryland Department of Health, which has a world-renowned environmental testing lab that actually participated in the validation of the 1633 method for the 8 matrices that it is validated for. Let's work with the Maryland Department of Environment. Let's work with the Maryland Department of Agriculture. And let's look at this in the interim to come up with a holistic and implementable approach.
Thank you. I have Delegate White. All right. Delegate Rosenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question is for the first witness on this panel. It wasn't clear to me if your position is that we are preempted as a state from taking this action, or are we in a position where we can be a laboratory for innovation? You may not.
No, I didn't touch on preemption, but we believe the test is unnecessary because the state of Maryland would have this if it's an intentional ingredient. If it's a contaminant, it has to be reported. It would be considered, those products be considered misbranded. No, I did not mention preemption, sir.
You were not asserting.
No.
Delegate Bagnall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think this question is for Colby again. Following up on your testimony, I'm a little surprised it wasn't favorable with amendments. But looking at the bill, it does actually say pesticide for use against mosquitoes. So would you be willing to work with the sponsor to find a way to limit this while we're waiting for this EPA roadmap? Because I think this bill is speaking to a concern about those HOAs that are spraying their communities and making sure that we're protecting our communities.
So I asked this exact same question and to my expert here. So if you don't mind, I'd like to give it to Lindsay. She's done much more research on this than I have. So I think I know the answer, but I know she does.
Sure. So the bill requires the testing of the mosquito control pesticides by January 1 of 2024, and then broadens that out to all registered pesticides in 2026. So this bill would not just impact the pesticides required for mosquito control. So if I could clarify, I think you're asking, would we be willing to allow it for mosquito control in the interim? Was that your question?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, is it okay if I follow?
Go ahead.
If you would work with the bill sponsor to limit it while we wait for this roadmap.
So I am not cleared to make that proposal as of an amendment. I did speak to Delegate Stein in the hallway and met with him before. I think that our concern, even with the mosquito control pesticides, would be the lack of an EPA-validated testing method. So in my written testimony, you saw that back in 2020, there was a third party who submitted Permanone 3030 for testing to Aquafins, actually. And they used the 1633 method that is outlined in the bill, and they found PFAS in that sample above the drinking water standard, which is also not applicable to pesticides. However, the Maryland Department of Agriculture then worked with EPA to submit a sample to Fort Meade, and they used the oily matrix method. And then they found a non-detect, right? So in the absence of a validated testing methodology for each of the different formulations of pesticides that can give us the same reliable answer every time, I don't feel as though we would be comfortable with agreeing to the testing of the pesticides in absence of a testing methodology that is accurate and repeatable.
You're welcome. I have Delegate Bandari, followed by Delegate Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question is to Colby. You answer this question. What steps can be taken to balance the importance of protecting public health and the environment from harmful PFAS chemical found in pesticide that is there, with the potential impact on the other side on farmers in Maryland who rely on these pesticides for crop production, given that the bill does not seek to ban all pesticides, but rather require distributors to submit test result indicating that the pesticide has passed the PFAS test. And you highlighted there is currently no validation for the test, but and you questioned the drinking water test, and Delegate Johnson and so many highlighted. I would love to see that, why the test is not invalid and can still provide valuable information. And the bill allows ample time for distributor to adjust to the new requirement and for validated tests to become available while exploring alternative to PFAS containing pesticide. I'm sorry for the long question, but I would like to have your thoughts on that.
I don't think that there's I don't think we have an issue with what you're alluding to. I think the ultimate goal is to get PFAS out of all of our uses. And if it happens to be used in a pesticide, then from everything I'm hearing is those are being removed and going to alternatives, whether it be within the inerts or whatever that was used. PFAS is a different class of fluorochemicals than what a lot of the fluorinated chemicals that are used for things for like killing bugs and things like that. So they're not all the same. It's kind of like, I always like to say, it's like jelly beans. They're all different colors. We don't have a test to test. We can test for jelly beans, but we can't test for the green one versus the red one versus the purple one. And that's the problem with this right now is that we can do a water sample and test and see if it has any fluorinated carbons, hydrocarbons in it, and it'll test positive. But that doesn't necessarily say that that is a PFAS, which is different than some of the other fluorinated hydrocarbons that are not considered PFAS. And so that's one of the biggest problems with this whole thinking, well, we can just use a test, any test will work. Well, they're all going to come up positive if we use a fluorinated hydrocarbon, but it's not a PFAS. So to get back to your question is that I would totally agree with you. Let's get PFAS out of anything we use. The challenge of it is the way that this bill is trying to do that is with a test that's not validated by anybody. It's a private company says that, yeah, you can pay me and I'll test it. They don't have any validation that it's accurate, and that's the problem.
Thank you. I have Delegate Hill. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all. I'm going to sort of piggyback on Delegate Kipke, because and I know Delegate Kaiser said that she was asking you for solutions. I thought I heard a possible solution, which was, and you know, I guess this is for Lindsay, because I think, Kobe, you're the one that said it, that we could ban the PFAS. And since earlier testimony said that these are primarily inert ingredients, they're not the active ingredients, they can be replaced, then if we ban it, we can depend on the ingenuity of the manufacturers to come up with other substances so that we don't lose the sanitizers and we don't lose the insecticides and the pesticides. We just ban the PFAS and let them worry about how to come up with a different formulation, and it sounds like they could do that pretty quickly. So is that a solution, Lindsay?
So, okay, so if we ban PFAS, right, we have to define PFAS, and we have to know what it is we are banning, because as you've heard others say, not all PFAS is created equal. There are PFAS of concern, right? So that would be step one, is defining what it is we are banning, right? As you heard one of my colleagues say, there is a full disclosure that is required to EPA when you are formulating a pesticide, right? And over the years, there have been acceptable intentionally added PFAS. EPA went through a process to clean up that list. They removed, I believe, 12 of those just within the last year, right? So EPA is kind of working on that acceptable, not acceptable list of intentionally added PFAS. And so I guess to answer your question, sure, we could ban PFAS in pesticides, but we have to know what it is that we're banning, right? And then I will say that I think other states have tried to go down that road. Maine passed a PFAS disclosure bill last year, right? And I actually just provided to the chairwoman's staff today. They have put forth a bill to actually exempt FIFRA-regulated products, which is the Federal Insecticide Rodenticide Act, so pesticides, right? They're looking to actually exempt pesticides from the main bill because they feel as though the federal level regulation is sufficient, right? So, and I hate to continue to go back to say it because everybody says, you know, EPA is slow, right? But if we are going to have a solution on PFAS and pesticides, we strongly feel as though that needs to be a federal holistic framework rather than piecemeal that would potentially put Maryland farmers at a competitive disadvantage.
A very fast
I just wanted to clarify, you talked about the EPA banning. I thought they banned some fluorocarbons, but they weren't necessarily the perfluoroacetals or the peri. So they weren't the PFAS, they were fluorocarbons that test positive for fluoride. Am I wrong about that?
So the list that I was referring to, and I can provide that to you, was actually an EPA list of acceptable inerts that were PFAS, right? PFAS, okay? What I think Colby was alluding to was that there are fluorinated pesticides that contain fluorinated polymers that are in fact not PFAS of concern, right? the total organic fluorine test that is in the bill, some of those pesticides would test above the acceptable limit in the bill and in fact not contain PFAS. And then they would have to turn around and do another test to say, okay, we have fluorine, but we don't have PFAS, and we don't have that validated test.
Yep. So we have Delegate Chilega. You don't have a question anymore? Okay, wonderful. Isn't that great when that happens? Okay, I don't see any other questions from the committee. Thank you for your patience as you answer and address our questions. We really appreciate it. We do have now virtual testimony, and we're going to, will you be so kind and just allow them all, how many ever you can, just allow them to come in. Thank you. Good afternoon. Will you be so kind and get started? The Crop Life America, will you be so kind and get started? Mr. Basu?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and distinguished members of the Health and Government Operations Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on HB 319. My name is Dr. Manojit Basu, and I am Vice President, Science and Regulatory Policy at Crop Life America, the national trade association representing the manufacturers, formulators, and distributors of crop protection products used by farmers here in Maryland and across the United States. I'm also an adjunct professor at Johns Hopkins University Krieger School of Arts and Science. We respectfully oppose this legislation as it is unnecessary with existing federal regulation of pesticides, as the current test methods cannot accurately and consistently quantify PFAS in pesticide active ingredients, and as it will disadvantage Maryland residents with no protections from pests and invasive species. HB 319 is not necessary as all pesticides, including those formulated with fluorinated active ingredients, must be registered by EPA prior to applying for and receiving state registration in Maryland. To approve a new pesticide active ingredient, EPA must determine that when used in accordance with label, it will not cause unreasonable adverse effect on the environment and does provide a reasonable certainty of no harm to human health. EPA must periodically review registered pesticides to ensure they continue to meet these robust safety standards. Pesticides are unique, with more scientific data available about them than for any other products available in commerce today. The test methods suggested in the bill cannot accurately and consistently quantify PFAS in pesticides, as it is EPA's PFAS test method for water or oily matrix. Not all pesticide formulations. Pesticide formulations can be liquid in water or oil-based solution or solid in granular or powder form. There are approximately 10,000 or more PFASs, and these test methods can only determine a handful of PFAS. EPA has only a single lab-validated method for the detection of PFAS compound in oily matrices, such as pesticides. It's important to note that when this single lab-validated test method was used, PFAS that were previously detected with other methods were not found in samples. Finally, HB 319 will disadvantage Maryland's farmers and residents, as they will likely lose access to critical products. Thank you for the opportunity to provide our perspective on HB 319. We urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Next, please. Go ahead, ma'am. Can you please unmute yourself?
I'm not sure if you're referring to me or...
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and distinguished members of the committee. I'm Anastasia Swearingen, speaking on behalf of the American Chemistry Council, and ACC Center for Biocide Chemistries represents manufacturers of antimicrobial pesticides, including preservatives, disinfectants, industrial biocides, and antifoulant paints. This legislation, as you've heard from others opposing the legislation, risks the availability of these important products to Maryland consumers, hospitals, schools, and businesses. We're unclear why this legislation is necessary for antimicrobial products. As we've emphasized in our written testimony and you've heard from others, EPA must know and improve all ingredients in pesticides, even those inert ingredients. And if a pesticide is contaminated with a substance not approved, such as PFAS, we have a legal obligation to report this to the EPA. We're not aware of any of the pesticide PFAS contamination issues that have occurred for antimicrobial pesticides. And we note that rather than relying on the ingredients included in registered product, this legislation requires an annual testing requirement for each pesticide. And as has been brought up before, just because a lab can modify an existing method for drinking water or use the oily matrices, that's not appropriate for all pesticides. Particularly with antimicrobial pesticides, they come in all kinds of forms and an array. You have solids, liquids.
You have to wrap up, please.
Okay, so thank you, and I urge an unfavorable report and refer to my written testimony for more details.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Basu or for Ms. Swearingen from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much for being with us, okay? Now we're going to go to Ms. Laura Stewart and Mr. Hardy Kern. Ms. Stewart, will you please get started?
Hello, my name is Laura Stewart, and I'm here as the Vice President for Advocacy for Free State PTA, representing over 50,000 volunteer members and families in over 500 public schools. I'm also speaking as a member of the Montgomery County Council of PTA's Health and Wellness Committee and a member of the Maryland Education Coalition. House Bill 319 aligns with Free State's PTA's environmental legislative agenda. A founding principle of the Free State's PTA mission is to promote the safety and well-being of all children and youth, and this bill is consistent with this principle. Pesticides are used in Maryland schools on a regular basis, inside the building and outside on fields and play areas. We know that pesticides themselves are harmful to children, and they are exposed to them throughout their lives. Laws pertaining to integrated pest management and policy are attempts by the Maryland State Department of Education to limit pesticide exposure to children, albeit they are not fully implemented. Eliminating PFAS from pesticides that children are exposed to regularly in their schools, at home, in hospitals, and playgrounds is a crucial step for protecting children's health. Therefore, the Free State PTA urges the passage of HB 319, and we look for other opportunities to limit PFAS exposure to children. This is one way to do that, and it protects our waterways. So hopefully we can find a way to get this done. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony tonight and for being so patient in waiting. Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you for being with us today. You have a great evening. Thank you. Mr. Kern.
Good evening. Thank you for hanging in there with us, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Hardy Kern. I am Director of Government Relations for American Bird Conservancy. We're a Washington, D.C.-based international bird conservation group who does a lot of work in and around the Chesapeake Bay and in the state of Maryland. I'm speaking today also representing our over 8,000 members and supporters in the great state of Maryland. And I want to echo everything that's been said in support of this bill. American Bird Conservancy strongly supports HB 319. And I also wanted to touch on specifically some of the wildlife outcomes. We are very concerned with the effects of PFAS on shorebirds and waterfowl specifically, as well as many of the birds which are very important for agriculture, such as pollinating species or species that are seed dispersers like eastern bluebirds and red-winged blackbirds that allow for other plants to arise, which are important for native pollinators, as well as honeybees and other really key species. One major tie-in that we have as well is that the red knot, which is a wading shorebird and feeds almost exclusively on horseshoe crab eggs when they are migrating up through Maryland. Horseshoe crabs are incredibly susceptible to PFAS, and bird watching alone brings in over $350 million to the state of Maryland. And so this is not just an ecological problem, this is very much an economic one. With those lessened horseshoe crab numbers, that means fewer food sources for the already threatened red knots and less revenue from bird watching. And there was a study done in Massachusetts. We're finding PFAS in the liver of seabirds. And the last thing I'll leave you with, I'll squeeze this in. When we're talking about chemicals like DDT, wildlife were the first canaries in the coal mine. With PFAS, we're already seeing human health effects, which means we're going to find it everywhere else. We strongly support HB 319, and I thank you for your time. Guys in there.
Well, are there any questions? Any questions for Mr. Kern? I don't see any. I love your background. It's lovely. You have a blessed evening, okay?
You as well. Thank you.
Thank
all so much for your
you.
work.
Any questions for Ms. Stewart? Thank you very much. Seeing none, thank you so much for being with us and for being so patient. We have one more witness, Carolyn Parsa. She's not here, not there? Okay, and then, so then that means we are tired. We're tired and silly. Anyway, thank you very much, everyone, for being with us and for being patient. I hope you have a blessed evening. This concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 319, and I'll see you later. Take care. Whoa. Thank you for thank you for hanging in there. And I know it was a very long day, so I want to thank each and every one of you for staying in the room and for being engaged. We really appreciate it. Okay? Thank you. And don't forget, we have dinner.